Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being our very valued community members. Thank you for supporting the channel, our community and most importantly our charitable fundraising here. We are presently raising funds for Mind Charity based in the UK and I'm very grateful to everyone for your support, for the messages and everything else that you indeed had initiated and provided so far. So today, really, quite a warm day in my local area of London suburbs, and it's been a bit nippy last night. I went swimming after we had a wonderful community session. Thanks to Zenith and Gail for participating literally throughout our gaming yesterday in Destiny 1 World, and it was very nippy. It was really strange, you know, from quite warm temperatures we've gone downhill and it was a bit like autumnal weather. Temperatures were about 15 degrees, which was really surprising. So on the way back I decided not to go for my evening stroll because it was so cold, and I wasn't really dressed for that, you know. I was worried about catching cold, and yesterday I had a bit of a croaky throat, you remember, caused by that dreadful wind, chilly wind the other day, a few days ago, which indeed had affected my vocal abilities. And today's a lot better. I've been turmeric and cinnamon together with and hot water, lemon, and it's really helped, so my voice is back to normal, I think. I hope. Hopefully it will not be as croaky as it was yesterday. And I want to say that I thoroughly enjoyed the session yesterday. It was wonderful. These are the sessions and these are the broadcasts I like the best, which are dedicated to our community 100%, where first of all we have Q&As and I respond to messages that have come from various participants who watched, in fact, our stream on playback and responded to the content. You know, sometimes people watch such content and don't register anything, and this is a channel that provides a lot of spoken words, and I sort of endeavor to give you a bit of food for thought, and to see that people are watching, listening and responding to the content which is embedded within all that said. Obviously I talk about lots of different things, is wonderful. It means that some of our community members and also some others who are not really our followers, people get to know about the channel through Twitter and Instagram or any other social networking platform, or even through some of our friends. You know, they really listen to what's said and they have questions. I know that some people are not that keen on receiving many messages through news feeds, which is the reason as to why some people are not that keen on being the followers. Bear with me. I shouldn't have said it twice, my friends. I said that my throat's a lot better and I'm beginning to sneeze. God's kind, you know, from having a croaky throat, I've gone down the sneezing route. Hopefully it's just some sort of minor irritation in here. I've been drinking some water with lemon, maybe some of that lemon stuck in my nostrils, so you never know. Anyway, coming back to what I said, is that I really enjoy seeing the free-flowing communication that is taking place here on the channel, and I've got to say, for the first time since I've been running it for about 5 years, I did get messages of people not members of our community. So I'm not sure where and why they've listened to the broadcast, but I guess it must be linked to the investment, you know, that I've had into Lightstream and Rainmaker Stream Elements. They have their own internal system of promotion, and obviously being a regular streamer and being here with Destiny every day, 5 days a week, sometimes even more than that, is basically the algorithms are picking up the activity, and evidently that they are bringing in some of their own community members to listen to what we have to do and what we have to say here on the channel, and that's been very productive. So I've also seen quite a few people are watching the channel on, well, various platforms, some on YouTube, some on Twitch, and there's been a quite a sizable increase of those viewers on Twitch. So I'm very, very happy and encouraged. I've got to tell you that the session we had with our friend Lupus Arias is a session that I called Video Gaming and Health. And if you're interested, if you want to revisit some of our discussions, which were indeed very extensive, the actual broadcast was lasting roughly 7 hours, which is exceeding the usual duration by about 2 hours, and I've actually highlighted it. So if anybody wants to find out more about the discussion, we were touching on several issues in there. They were to do with video gaming from like an ethical gaming perspective, and then we were looking at how is it possible for some people to run it as highly healthy individuals through esports competitions, training, rehearsals, any other preparations. And it's quite an extensive in-depth discussion that connects video gaming with the maintenance of health overall, and we're comparing the methods that, for instance, sports people use in order to excel with their results. And we're talking about this sort of window of opportunity called in the zone. A few hours a day, usually it's about stretch of about 4 hours, where you are really at the very peak of your ability. So if you are, for instance, a footballer or an athlete, you will want to pitch these 4 hours within the actual game or within the actual activity that you are to be excelling in. And the same thing applies to broadcasting, because generally the broadcasts are kind of scheduled within the period of 5 hours. So that's the average. You have sometimes streamers that will stretch it to about 7-8 hours, etc. But 5 hours is a kind of a average time within which the streamer will excel for about 3 or 4 hours if they are, for instance, a competitive gamer, somebody who wants to be teaching people how to do, PUBG or Apex or shooters, or indeed if you are running a channel like mine, which is very much based on communication and community activity. So you're in the zone, you're alert, you're responding, you are connecting with the community members. But actually when it stretches, then it becomes a bit tiring, and I've certainly found for myself, perhaps I'm not as responsive, perhaps I'm not picking well enough. Anyway, coming back to the highlight, it's been highlighted. It is on Twitch. It comes up as the first highlight. I've uploaded it yesterday, and if you're interested in the introduction and the few things I said earlier, just rewind to about second hour. I think it's between second and third hour that our friend Lupus Arias joined us, and he talked together with me quite extensively about the experience of his own health, really, and the way it's affected him in his career and everything else that he was doing during the last 10 years. And we also talked about the pandemic and the way we have been affected here in the UK, and compared it with the effects in the US. And he talked about his experiences. He was similar to myself, I guess more extensive than myself, because I just helped kind of part-time with eco protection. He worked full-time for the US government in order to provide the vaccination and everything else. So it was very interesting to compare the experiences, and also to talk about how to maintain one's own health in the present day and age. So it's really a very good session that was, I'd say, almost completely dedicated to video gaming and health, or health overall. Also had an extended session of Kreuter Raid, which sort of perfectly, beautifully adds on to our discussions, and it was successfully completed, albeit with some difficulties. It did take a bit of time, as raids are usually done by 6 people, and we were doing it as a 3-piece. So Lupus Arias was actually training us on what we had to be doing in the course of the raid, and we had a lot of fun. It was definitely very enjoyable and highly entertaining. So anyone who's interested, just pop in, have a look at the highlight. It's there for you to rewind. And as you know, on Twitch, if you highlight a session, it stays there forever. So that is what I quite like. And I also have some other interesting highlights dedicated to health and video gaming. We have several dedicated to video gaming and epilepsy, and then to autism, and various other topics. So anyone interested, just pop in. And if you have any questions which are related to these topics, always feel free to ping me a message. Ask a question here whilst I'm live on air, or send it via Twitter or Reddit or Facebook or any other forum. I'll be very, very glad to engage. As you know, we get messages which come from our viewers, participants, and then obviously I respond. Sometimes there are quite a few messages, and I try to answer them online, and sometimes I respond to people personally through direct messages if I have the participants' details. And it's just a very, very communicative, very interactive type of forum that I run here on the channel, and I'm very pleased to say that it's becoming more and more interactive. We are gathering pace with our new schedule, and also with the new participants who are coming in almost every single day. Every single day we get some new followers, which is fantastic. When you look at Twitch and you think, you've probably seen that before, you have a new streamer who's just begun with his streams like 2 months ago, and you look at the number of followers, he's got 15,000 followers. Something's wrong there. Anyone who's been streaming for 2 months any game content would get that many followers straight away, unless they were doing something which is, I guess, breaking the rules of Twitch and doing something that will attract that kind of unwarranted attention without me actually specifying live on air what that is. You know what it is in any case. Then that's certainly a possibility. But generally, I find that lots of these like wannabe biggies basically buy contracts with some companies that draft in so-called followers, and you'll find that many of them are not really proper followers or people accounts, and they have all kinds of methods through which they just beef up the numbers. Running a channel live on air is not about the numbers, it is about the quality content. And I'm very proud to say that we've had around 500 people here, if we combine this 5 years altogether, who are dedicated video gamers. They're like really dedicated in all sorts of ways, very knowledgeable. The vast majority are Destiny 1 veterans and gamers. I also have quite a few who are loving Apex and Warzone in some PvP games. Nevertheless, this is a group of hardcore, dedicated, knowledgeable, in-the-know gamers, people who love video gaming for what it is, having fun, enjoying the entertainment value, enjoying the break from everyday ills, and being able to hook up with your friends and community members and basically spend time enjoying your time together and discussing various issues, sometimes that are not at all connected to the actual gaming process overall. And I'm very pleased to say that the vast majority of people come here will always have something interesting to say, and they're dedicated. They're dedicated to the channel, they're dedicated to our community, they're dedicated to the game, Destiny. Very many are very knowledgeable as well, as you've seen. Sekapupu, Lupus Arius, Matthias, just to mention a few. The list just goes on and on. There's hundreds of people there who know everything about Destiny and are prepared to come in to help others, to provide tips. The newbies and younger members want to learn from them. So it's not about the number, it's about the quality content and the quality membership, so that you have people who are always there to help out, always prepared to be attentive, amicable, to respond, and be just definitely like the very best members of any community. And that doesn't mean just video gaming community online or any other social networking forum. I experienced basically the interactions online extensively to be the mirror of what people are like in real life. Unlike some of you, perhaps the people of younger generation, I've been involved with this for quite a few years, right from the start when the social networking and online communication started, and I have seen the way everything evolved. So, to put in perspective, initially the online communication was accessible only through PCs. So if you think about 25 years ago, PCs were extremely expensive, as they are still today, but in those days they were much more expensive. Internet connection and internet accessibility was first of all very expensive, and secondly highly restricted. So internet was not accessible in all areas of any country. So that was providing a small number of people with these sorts of services and equipment, right? So you didn't have as many people using social networking or any form of online comms, because it was not as well developed and it was expensive, and people didn't have PCs. Not everyone had a PC. People had maybe PCs at work, but the PCs at work were not accessible for these kinds of activities. So everything changed with the introduction of mobile phones and then smartphones having access to the internet, because obviously the vast majority of people who were in possession of a smartphone were able to access all social networks, everything which is on the internet, any kind of content, and the membership grew. So the psychology of people and the way people interacted changed very significantly after that. And I'll tell you why. Initially, whilst people were using their computers, you would have had a particular kind of individual who was communicating. So generally, there was definitely smaller numbers compared to what we have today, significantly smaller numbers, I should say. And then you would find that the people were basically having that computer because it was necessary for work. They weren't buying computers just to, do silly things, and they couldn't justify the expense otherwise, plus the internet connection, plus the additional services, plus the additional accessories and equipment. So the forums of Synonym today had really evolved since the introduction of smartphones. So we're going back maybe 12 years, right? You'll find that the participants online come into two different categories. And there's two basic categories. One category is those people who are exactly the way they are in real life. Okay, so the way they communicate face to face when they go to supermarkets or markets or stores is identical to the way they'll talk to you once they meet you online. So it's like quite a clearly defined way of talking to others. When you get to know people of that sort online, you will never be surprised because they'll come across in a genuine fashion. They are just like they are, right? Some people are polite, some people are on short fuse, some people are a bit abrasive, some people are diplomatic. It's just quite a variety. But they are just the way they are. So they're not pretending. You get sometimes people online, particularly in gaming, who are really angry or who really start ranting and shouting. But that's the way they are in real life. They're like on short fuse when they're dealing with a particular problem. They don't have the capacity to filter out the anger, the emotion through sort of rational thought. They just vent it out. But they're still true to the core, right? They're just like that. The other group of people is those who want to be building up an image that is elusive, fake, and created on some sort of imaginary premise. You come across that quite a lot on Instagram in particular, because Instagram gives the opportunity to share personalized photographs and the appearance, etc. Well, those people are not like that when you communicate to them online, because you will be frequently discovering discrepancy between what you experienced through the pictures or some sort of online comms, which are static, i.e. non-interactive, right? Not live on air. And then when you were to meet them, either face-to-face or indeed through online comms, and there will be a huge disappointment because that person turns out to be completely different. For instance, you have sometimes people indicating they're slim and tall, and actually they are very slim, but they're not very tall. Do you see what I mean? So that's just like one thing that comes up as, hang on a minute, what's the idea? Why are you just raising the height? But that's completely insignificant in face-to-face contacts. Just an example, right? And in the online activity, I generally had come across people who are exactly as they are. 99%. I did have sometimes people who pretended to be older, and that's because of the regulation that Twitch and other forums have in terms of the access to these forums. As you know, Twitch has a very strict policy on not allowing people younger than 18 to be participating live on air. And if they were 16 to 18, they would need to have a parental guidance or parent present who's authorizing the activity, which is a bit difficult to monitor, evidently. But anyone who runs a channel will need to keep this in mind, as the rules have been heightened, they changed, they've been also kind of tightened up in terms of how they're being double checked. I've seen the other day, I mentioned that several times, after we investigated as to why our new communicate with me before the 30-day period had lapsed, we discovered that it was coming in through the Twitch update that was not properly indicated or explained to the streamers. So I discovered a whole selection of new rules and restrictions within the settings that were not discussed with me. One of which was, for instance, if somebody was a, let's say, younger female streamer who was receiving unwarranted content or comments live on air, they could restrict the participants to the group that is always needing to confirm their email and mobile number through Twitch. So obviously the streamer will know nothing about those personal details, but Twitch will be in possession of these details. So for instance, if that person sent the email details and the telephone number to Twitch, that will be an indication that this person can be at any time verified, right? So any form of unwarranted content coming to the streamer, if reported, will be looked at because they've got this new safety measure applied. I think that's brilliant. I think this is really good. It will prevent that degree of abuse 100%, unless we are talking about somebody who's crafty, who'll come up with fake numbers and everything else. But the numbers will have to be confirmed. So in similar way as you have 2 or 3 tier access to certain forums, confirming the identity in order to be able to participate. So if you're in the US, for instance, obviously Twitch being the US-based and run company, and somebody does something unwarranted through the chat or through any other online comms, and let's say the streamer is upset and reports this person straight away to Twitch, and if they obviously look at the content, discover that it's not just in the breach of Twitch rules, but it is in the breach of, let's say, the state or federal rules, and guess what? 4 o'clock in the morning, someone knocks on your door and it's the police. And so these are the measures that are preventing unwarranted and abusive content, and I really applaud Twitch for introducing it. It will affect the number of streamers who will actually participate. That is the fact. Many people will not want to be leaving their personal details to the third party, i.e. Twitch or the global corporation, for various reasons. I've just seen today that Google indicated that they are collecting data from everyone's, and they will be integrating that within the AI. So you really wonder whether the AI will be like a sneaky big brother who's constantly monitoring the activity that people are having on various social networking forums, and then building an image of who this person is, what they do. I mean, obviously we can get really very fearful and paranoid, which is not the best way forward. But it did concern me, and I'll read the news later on in my broadcast because I've got it highlighted there on my bookmarks. Google clarified that this is within their terms and conditions, and and I'm not sure, but it is. As the AI develops, there may well be new restrictions imposed by the in the US that will prevent them from doing this, because as it stands today, they weren't authorizing AI collecting all the details, particularly the next-gen AI that's been talked about quite a bit here in the medias. But they were allowing them to be accessing information in order to resolve the bugs and the problems on the technical side of things, not necessarily the personal details that were linked to what person was contacting someone over the internet. And just simplify. It is something that is obviously a topic for some discussion on another day. But coming back to what I said, 2 different groups of people. One that appears to be exactly like in real life, and then the other that is basically building up an elusive image that comes across as fake, and then obviously causes a lot of disappointment to everyone involved. And I would say the latter group is not that great in numbers, and the former group indeed is most prevalent and most dominant. So when you are gaming, I mean, I can certainly say for myself, I've come across many thousands of people. So considering I played, Apex and Warzone and also Destiny at one time through random matchmaking, it's just God knows how many people that I would have talked to, and that is my personal experience, right? So when you are involved with the online forums, make sure that you recognize the factors that I described and you recognize the difference. And what is particularly awesome is that people who are your regular community members, people who participate on a regular basis, and people who come across as exactly as you have a very fertile ground for very supportive, very positive thinking, very productive community that's always there to help others. And I find that to be incredibly encouraging, and always truly delighted by the activity and participation of so many of our community members. And I'm proud of that. It's been built over a period of 5 years, and we probably will have a bit of celebration in October once we reach that 5 year. But I'm very grateful to everyone who indeed has been sharing their views, their ideas, parts of their life, their experience with video gaming, and generally all other topics and issues what people have been going through. Because through that sort of sharing in here, we are first of all making our community to be more supportive and better for everyone, and then consequently, if others are watching and picking up on the vibe, we are making this world to be a better place for us all. And that is the purpose of what I do here. We want to make things better. We want to help. We want to do something that is productive, encouraging, helpful, forward-thinking, and most important, we want to initiate a change that brings the good, right? We don't want to be doing something that will bring us back to the Stone Age. And we've seen in our local communities that we always have that polarization. We always have some people who are not keen on doing the good things, but they resort to criminality, to offending, or just being genuinely unpleasant and awkward and causing trouble for themselves and others unnecessarily. So one gets the image from media that that sort of behavior is on a massive increase, but actually that's quite wrong. That sort of behavior is on decline. Isn't that really peculiar? I mean, compared to the past, you would not think that if you were just looking at the way social medias and media overall keep reporting certain incidents and behaviors. But that is the sheer fact of life. And I can certainly assure you, if you look at the stats, different types of crimes are receding. But yet we have got the image that all of that is on a massive increase. Why? Do you know why? Because we are bombarded with information that is based on wrongdoing every single day, 24/7. I mean, I can't believe that some sort of misdemeanor in some sort of hamlet south of Texas or in South Texas becomes the global news. And people keep talking about this as if this was the most important thing of the day. I don't understand. It could be anywhere. It didn't have to be Texas. It could be in South Africa. It could be in Germany, it could be in Britain, but something so insignificant, so benign. And on the other hand, if there is an incident, even in the smallest hamlet on the planet, yet again the medias will drum it up. You'll hear more and more about it. So it gives that sort of impression and the image that everything is unbelievable. So I'll give an example. London is a massive global capital. It's one of the cities on the planet to do with everything from the transport industries and tourism, and also it's a city that has very many commuters. People don't live in London anymore as much as residents, but people commute to work from faraway areas. And this is a city of roughly 10 million people who are residing, living, commuting, and traveling within a greater London area. When you read some of the news, you would just imagine that there are parts of London where you actually shouldn't go to at all because they're so incredibly unsafe, and there's crime and drug dealing and violence and murder. I walked through these areas millions of times. I've never seen any incidents. Not saying there are some nasty people living in such neighborhoods. As it goes, there are such people living in any neighborhood. The fact is that the medias keep drumming it up, and you get this impression that this is so dangerous, this is so awful, that nobody wants to go there, or that people should keep away from these areas, which is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. We need to think about the methods to which we will remedy that degree of criminality, violence, or any forms of unpleasantries in such areas. The first thing that we need to do is we need to look at social differences, the class difference, the wealth difference. We need to see as to why certain elements in our society are having that propensity towards that kind of activity. We need to do something to change the causal factors. The causal factors. We talk about health. If we live unhealthily, we develop diseases. And actually, naturally, biogenetically, we are healthy, but we live in a way which is stimulating illness, right? So it's just a topic for some other discussion, I guess, but talking aloud, I connect that with our community, which has been noted and recommended to others as a very supportive, very helpful community to other gamers, and most importantly to people who are experiencing some form of vulnerability. So, people who have some conditions linked to Asperger's, or they call this today autistic spectrum syndrome, right? I can't imagine anything being better than a person who otherwise, due to the syndrome, is experiencing considerable level of isolation in his own immediate vicinity, comes to a forum here, gets involved with others, plays a game for a few hours, makes new friends. In due course, because this person is an expert in that particular game, he becomes a teacher. He teaches others how to do certain things within the game, and then he teaches them about other games, makes new bonds, new connections. This is an incredible therapeutic achievement, and it is something we always have to embrace. So, if we are wanting the forums to be as good as possible, and if the forums are all-inclusive, inviting people to come in to do such things, then obviously there will be the benefit that we are going to be the force of good, and we will be initiating the changes that are very good and positive. And I just wish that other people in our local communities would also embrace the same, instead of being polarized, antagonized, angry, and everything else, as you've seen on the news and elsewhere, obviously in real life. So, to summarize, I'm very grateful to many of our community members who have been here with us from the beginning, and also to the newbies and those who joined us in recent times, for the contribution, for the willed effort, for the desire to improve the lives of here and elsewhere in their own communities. And if you do that every single day, if you are connected to the good causes, to the charitable fundraising, to the donations, if you talk to people who are experiencing some form of difficulty, you get to know what they're really like, they explain to you what the difficulties are as to why the problems have emerged, you are actually changing your own perspective on life. You're becoming enriched by the picture of the life as it is. I can tell you, I come from a privileged background, and come from a family where there was never any shortage of anything, and I also went into the professional studies very early. Instead of spending XYZ number of years doing colleges, universities and everything else, that would sort of extract me from real life. And I worked in mental health services for very many years, and I thought that I had a very good perspective on everything in life, yet I felt to a degree a bit on the fringe, due to the profession, due to the work, due to the hours, due to this, due to that, and particularly due to, I guess, the way of life I was leading. It's from the early education onwards, being focused on the career and the success within the profession, and being sort of extracted from the usual social groups. If you want to be excelling in a very difficult profession, you've got to spend every second of your day investing in education and work in order to excel. So, people who are in the niche will tell you exactly the same. Obviously, we succeeded. We had a very good career. We built fantastic knowledge, but something else suffered. It came at a cost, which is through the sacrifice. And I certainly can tell you that before I became ill, and I became ill through SARS virus in 2008, out of the blue, I traveled to Italy and I picked it up, airborne, and didn't have many symptoms. It was just a bit of a flu, nothing else. 8 weeks later, I was turned into a vegetable. It had a very severe neurological effect on me, and it developed into very severe post-viral ME, chronic fatigue syndrome, with pains, with aches, with all kinds of health problems related to kind of skeletal muscular activity, to the psychomotor functions, to mental abilities. So from being AAA military fitness, that professional, I've gone down the route of being disabled. At that point, and certainly during the period of the next 18 months when I was trying to get better, my entire perspective on life changed, because I've come across situations that previously I've not seen myself personally, right? And all the things I had seen with my patients and my former clients and people who I worked with, right, was suddenly happening to me. Because I remember working with many patients in therapeutic settings, residential therapeutic settings, and they were talking about the people's attitudes, the prejudice when somebody's ill, and the difficulties, to access finance, to get properly supported by the statutory, and all these things I understood. I've seen them in others, but it didn't actually affect me personally. Once I've gone through that, because obviously it was a long period of physical health difficulties that required rehabilitation and treatment and everything else, and then I've seen the life from another perspective, through a different pair of eyes, and I just completely opened up a new horizon of ideas. And I realized how important it was for good friends to be near me, and for the family members to be fully in contact. I realized how important it was to pursue the right route, to get financial support from the government and statutory, so you wouldn't be ostracized. You have enough money to buy things to eat and to get better. And it was just a complete kind of a life changer, and my perspective on everything completely changed. It was altered by the experience. So what I'm trying to tell you is the real experience of life sometimes is not always what we go through. There's always this other perspective, and there's always this other viewpoint. If you're involved with people, certainly if you're dealing with lots of difficulties, you will have a very different perspective on life. Because in your own immediate environment, if you come from a settled family, from a privileged background, or even if you are just, like an ordinary citizen who is not really pushed in any way due to the status or activities, you will not always recognize the needs of other people in your local community for whatever reason. And I think here in this community, there is this opportunity, because we, as gamers, and myself as a broadcaster, we attract just about anyone to come in. Anyone who is in possession of their mobile phone can always step in and become our active participant. We can learn by the way things are. You've seen, like yesterday, we had a wonderful community-based session. I'm in England, and Zenith is in the US, and Gail is in the US, and Gail is in Ohio, and Zenith is in Minnesota. So it's like a proper global community. And the other day we had Ali participating. He is in Australia, and we had Zenith, who was in the US, and I was in England. So we had 3 places around the globe that connected through the video gaming and Destiny community here on the channel, and we talked about all kinds of things. We had a lot of fun doing the strikes, and the perspective on life, if you are engaged with people from around the world, is the very best one, because it is very different from what people see in your local community, and it's very different to what you would otherwise experience if you're just living in your own immediate vicinity. People from different parts of the world bring in different perspectives, different knowledge, different life experiences, different hardships, different achievements, different advances. Depends on who these people are, and indeed what they do for a living, and I always find that truly rewarding. So in the past, you would hear in England in particular, and in Britain, the people who knew the best about the world were those who travelled far and wide. Why? Because they've seen the world, and they got to know the way things were around the world. Today, that's no longer necessary. If you want to be knowledgeable, you can just hook up with these global forums online. You will get to know a lot more compared to somebody who was just traveling. Do you know why? When you're traveling, you're just meeting a smaller number of people as you go along. But with these forums, you meet loads of people, and people come from everywhere, right? And therefore, the opportunity to get to know what the world's like is, I would say, unfathomable. If I say sky's the limit, I'm just completely incorrect, because you never know. You've got a few hundred people coming in, talking to you over a period of a couple of weeks. You are just broadening up your horizon of ideas. You get to know everything about how they live, and that itself is going to be truly educational, greatly rewarding, and it provides you with a very different perspective. I told you about my own personal experience of health and the difficulties that had attacked me out of the blue, and for somebody who's a very senior health professional, having that sort of experience was at the time absolutely petrifying, because I thought I was going to lose my abilities. Lose my memory, for instance. I won't be able to do anything. I've spent all of my life investing in my knowledge and cognitive abilities and everything else that was associated with the profession. Fortunately, God was kind, and that didn't materialize. I did get better after quite a few years, and the perspective on illness for me changed from the core, because it was no longer something that other people had. That includes also members of my own family. It was also myself who had to go through it and see for myself what it's like to be attacked by a strange alien force that comes out of the blue, that you cannot easily wrestle against, And we've seen that with COVID. So many people suffered from COVID, and sadly, very many people lost their loved ones. We talked about that really the other day, live on air. And if you go to the highlight that's I just described earlier with Loop Series, you will be able to get to know quite a bit. And what I found particularly interesting is that he said, as a military person who was involved in the distribution of medicine and vaccine, like many other people in the military, they were skeptical about the severity of this virus. But then when he came across people who had suffered tremendously, he mentioned a young woman who worked insecurity, was very physically fit and properly trained and everything, but she lost her parents. Like both parents, who were in the late 30s, died of COVID, and that, you know, basically rang these alarm bells. And he said, hang on a minute, that's obviously something very, very serious. And you know, it's the perspective on the illness. It really hits you in a big way if it comes home, if you're affected or some of your loved ones go through it, and then you really change the perspective. So anyway, I just gave you this as an example that I guess may not be unique. There are lots of people in the world who've gone through the same sort of experience like myself, and I've known other professionals who are also in the same niche like myself, which is clinical psychotherapy or psychiatry, where people would indeed become ill physically due to viruses or sometimes accidents, you know, and their perspective on life would have completely changed. So anyway, I had this experience. I always think that being able to engage with others after you would have gone to that transformation is a true revelation. Sometimes you'll find that people who you've known from before will notice the change. You'll notice the change in your behavior, in your attitude, in your way of thinking. But it's all part and parcel of the change. And obviously what we want to do here is we want to initiate the change for the better, to be positive, to be encouraging, to be bringing something novel, something good, something which is stimulative and creative to those people who otherwise would feel under the weather. So coming back to charitable fundraising, what we do here is we are presently raising funds for Mind. Mind is a British charity that provides services for individuals and groups that are experiencing any form of mental health difficulty or emotional pressure, and the services are provided in our communities. They have offices, and they have volunteers and professionals who are delivering individual and group counselling. You will always have the volunteers being properly trained to deliver such services and assist. They also provide assistance on the practical level if someone is experiencing, you know, financial problems or having difficulties with day-to-day activities, going to shops, and so it's quite a versatile service, albeit the focus is on health, full stop. And as we know, in Britain, the psychiatric or psychological medicine services have been decreasing, and they've been reduced consistently for quite a great number of years. I'd say probably for more than 15 to 20 years. So from the country that had the services that were the pride of the world, and probably the very best, we've gone down the route of those services being reduced and depleted, and there aren't that many around. And the numbers of people who want to use them had been exponentially rising. The reason for that also is connected with online comms. Previously, lots of people in Britain would be hesitant to make approaches. They would be thinking, well, my problem is not that serious. Being emotionally unwell is something that will just go away, and you know, I need to really brace up and crack on with life. And that's not the way things work, because like any sort of illness or any sort of disturbance, if you don't tackle it early enough, it will just grow and make it become much worse. The online communication, first of all, has enabled people to become more aware of certain services which are not necessarily your general practice, you know, or going through the general practitioner. And many of these services are run either on site in the community, such as Mind, for instance, and also places like Samaritans that deal with people who are experiencing suicidal thinking or suicidal wishes. Shelter, they also provide lots of services online or by telephone. Anyone calling can be anonymous, so it's easier to access these services. What I'm trying to say is those services are more prominent online. People are more aware of the access to them, so they feel I guess stronger or more encouraged to make the first step in order to contact, and that's helped. Consequently, those services are overburdened by the sheer number of inquiries that they get. They require more workers, they require more human resources, they require more funds to rent new properties to be able to deliver these services, and therefore the charitable fundraising is incredibly important. So, you know, I have been a charitable fundraiser for many years in other capacities. I supported several British charities. I worked for several as well. I worked for the very best charities, in fact, in my earlier days. And I had also participated with street. We go out on the street in a small group people at railway stations, for instance. London railway stations are unbelievably busy, and in the rush hour you have hundreds of thousands of people streaming through them. And it was the old school way through which we were fundraising. But today, doing it online, particularly in the gaming community, is a different ballgame altogether. I mean, first of all, what you get is a very interactive type of forum for which you have milestones set, and every milestone, whatever that is, how you set it up, will then have a community-based event attached to it. And in addition to that, you can prepare for this community-based event through quizzes and polls. And then as you are running mini competitions, people are receiving rewards, which you will be presenting to the participants. And the rewards come from the charity that you're supporting. So it becomes very much like part and parcel of esports competitions. And it's really well done on Tiltify. I want to say everyone who is interested, just have a look at the link and the charitable fundraising section on my About page. It's permanently there. You just click on the link, you get all the information, because you will see for yourself it's integrating so well the video gaming or stroke gamer mindset with the process of charitable fundraising and collecting funds for a charity that is servicing the local community. So it's very good, and it's very much aligned with the way people think, particularly the younger gamers. I loved it, and after discovering it, and I watched Tiltify already for several years, but they didn't have the same system in place for years back. When I was starting on my channel, it was more of the old school. You would have postings, you would get some information, and people would just decide to to donate, and that was it. You didn't have this interactive, get the community together, bring everyone on board, the gaming moment. But you throw in the special community-based event, which is then aligned with prizes and quizzes and polls, and that was not in existence. So I think that's really absolutely terrific, and really applaud Tiltify for doing that. So anyway, if you're interested, I'll post a link very shortly in a moment here on the chat. But the links are constantly both on my Twitter, on my Instagram, and also on the About page. So anyone at any time who wants to be watching this stream, if you don't want to use a lot of bandwidth on the Twitch app, just click on the link. The link actually has the stream as well, so anytime stream's live, you just watch it through the link, and it's like any other online video or live display. Twitch app uses a lot of bandwidth if you're streaming live, and if you watch the stream through that link, you will be saving on your internet allowance, unless you're using your Wi-Fi, obviously. But if you're using it through 4G or 5G, it will help you to save some of the allowance that you actually pay for every single month. I have, but I know lots of people don't, and some people buy extra allowances, and you'd be surprised how much of that bandwidth is being used. Anyway, it's not just like me marketing the donations, but just purely practical kind of advice if you're interested. And also you get information on the charity I'm supporting. Presently this is Mind, that's the Mind Charity UK, and then you have information on me and the channel, and then there's also a lot of information on Tiltify, the platform that is making it possible, which is regulated domestically and internationally. So any funds that go in go directly to Tiltify with the forwarding of the funds to the charity. So I don't have anything to do with that. I'm just literally facilitating the process of raising the profile and making sure that the donations are being sent to Mind to Tiltify. So as we talked about this, I will give you another link to be able to see that for yourself straight away. So just bear with me. There we are, you can see, and I'll give you the link. Let me just get the link up and running. Bear with us. I know it's a bit slow, but you know, I don't like automated postings. You've seen with other streamers, they use Discord for that, and you just keep being constantly bombarded by these tip, 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 donate, donate. Obviously, if you have everything automated, there may be a group of streamers or viewers who will be responding to it, but I'm just personally averse to anything automated. I just think it's so unnatural. It's like being force-fed, and having a spoken content where certain things are explained and then you have the links for people to analyze in their own free time is a better method of contribution. And generally what I find is with my charitable fundraising, I may not have many donors, but the ones that come in, they actually provide very substantial funds, you know. So sometimes if you are trying to raise £1,000, you will get maybe a couple of donors that give you 20, 30 pounds. You get one who puts actually £1,000 up front, and he says, I've listened to what you said, my brother is having that sort of condition, and I've been so tremendously helped by the advice, and I've gone to one of those charities and they have received assistance which actually has saved their life, and that is priceless. So that is the mindset that I indeed want to tap into, and I really believe that that is the best way of doing it. And I've seen the same when it came to the charitable foundations for many other institutions we have in Britain. We can be actually very proud of the fact that we have so many charities, and they are kind of perfectly embedded and ingrained within our system that we have here. Obviously we are monarchy and we have parliamentary democracy, but charities go back in time, you know. They go to the times we didn't have parliamentary democracy, and many charities would have been in existence for 500-600 years. In fact, I was funded and my education by one of those charities, which was in central London, and it was just extraordinary. They, I mean, I had to go to many interviews, and there was a lot of anyway. I'll give you the link. I'll tell the story in a moment. Just bear with me. Let's give you the link, because otherwise some of our friends may want to have a look at this and you know, look at it alongside. There we are. That's the link. That's the link. That will give you all the information, and also you can watch the stream through the link if you wish. Yeah, so I was going to say that I also acquired scholarship through one of those charities, and it was very difficult to get it because I had to go through very many interviews through you know, initially with 1 or 2 people, then sometimes a team of 6, then the full board of trustees with 12 people interviewing me several times. Eventually they considered that I was a huge potential and they wanted to invest, and they actually invested and they paid the seminars for the entire 6 years of the study, and that's 6 full years, you know. And it was not cheap, but I had felt enormously indebted, because without their assistance and support I would have not been able to go through that degree of education at that time, at a very tender young age. And I was astonished that in fact they indeed had approved the funds, but and obviously the funds were being always renewed every single year. They want to make sure that the person's doing well and all sorts. We have Gail here. Hello Gail, how are you doing? Thanks very much for joining us, very good to see you. Hope you enjoyed the activities yesterday. We completed the entire Taken King, so that was really awesome, and managed to defeat the dreaded beast. And I've got some, it's not clips, it is screenshots on my Twitter. In fact, I will give you the links straight away. You will be able to see the links. You can see yourself and Zenith as we were completing these activities. Just bear with me, I'll just give you the and Gail says, yes, it was great. I just woke up. Well, let me think. You are 6 hours back, so that is about 8:20 in Ohio. Is that right? 08:20, if I'm not mistaken. That's correct, right? 08:20 or 25 now. Right, so let me just give you the clips that not the clips, the screenshots that we've had. I actually have a very good GIF on today's posting on Twitter, so I'll give you this GIF first for everyone to see, and hope that you guys are gonna like it. It's Cade animated, you know, it's so good, and actually copy link. And he does have a chicken with him, so that's quite funny. Have a look at that. Oh, it's 9:20. I beg your pardon. So have a look at that Twitter. That is Cade. But I want to send some. Just a minute. What is going on? You know, since Elon Musk had taken over, Twitter's just gone down the drain, because I've sent all of those screenshots to Twitter, all of them, and I can't see even a single one posted. So why is that? No, I don't see any of them posted, so I can't send you the link. It's probably that they will be emerging later on. I've got to tell you that there was a problem the other day when I posted about 12 different screenshots from the previous session, and all of them on Twitter popped up on replies. And why on earth were they on replies? Because we didn't really do anything like that on replies. I wasn't replying to anyone. It was just, you know, a tweet that's gone in through PlayStation Network. I mean, there may be some problem with the comms between PlayStation Network and Twitter, but I wanted to send a couple of these screenshots to Gail, as Gail would be able to see it, right? And I can see that we don't have. I'll just have a look at other postings, but I don't see any of them on my Twitter. I posted all of them, and they were all approved, and they all were sent from PlayStation Network, which is indicated, but they're still not registered. I don't know why. I have no idea. Tweets again. So no, I can't send you these because they're not popping up. What can I tell you? It's some fault with Twitter, but I'll double check later as we carry on. And it's possible that this individual, Elon Musk, who is enormously hated around the world, I have got to say, for various reasons. I don't have any personal views on him, but I've seen the reactions from elsewhere. He is facing huge competition now from Facebook. They have launched the new substitute to Twitter in the UK today, and apparently there are millions and millions of people already migrating to this. So it's really I mean, I just really no I didn't say that. Gail says I don't hate him, but I have picked up on the vibe which is present through Twitter in particular, and there are so many people who are leaving hateful, deranged comments, which I would also consider offensive. I certainly have to say that some of his ideas that he had applied to Twitter are not user-friendly, and they will result in a huge loss of users if another competitor comes up with something similar that is, I guess, freed up from certain restrictions that he has been imposing. I don't know what you've seen. He had introduced the restriction on the number of tweets you can read per day. And for a person who's unverified, that's quite a small number of tweets, right? If you're verified, it means that you need to be paying your subscription to Twitter every single month to be having that blue tick, you know? And the blue tick will cost you. And if you have a blue tick, then it's tenfold. Like, you can actually read 10 times more tweets. It just really, it's a very old school type of approach. If you want to play a video game, you have got to buy it. The game will never be streamed, the game will never be given to anyone, and it's proprietary to this company. You have to buy also the gadget or the tech or the console or the computer, whatever the company provides, because guess what, you can just play it on that computer. That's not the way things are today. It's a completely different world we live in. It's all about instant access through cross-platform. Do you know, he came up with some really unsavory ideas, and I've got to say I'm a bit sort of I'm a bit in two minds about some of his ideas. Well, he talked about artificial intelligence, and he talked about his kind of lifelong vision, to which he would be able to how to put it, transport the human mind into a computer, and therefore the mind would continue to live there. So, you know, it's obviously an interesting scientific concept, an idea, but it has got to be done within certain parameters, and it needs to be regulated, because if that idea or that sort of activity was to fall into the wrong hands, and if indeed it was made possible, it would have huge repercussions. It's similar to cloning and various other methods which we've seen and heard of over the years. And cloning had been, or the embryonic research and chromosome research, DNA research, this has been at the very forefront of scientific analysis for many decades. But the regulation that is in place have been preventing any form of uncontrolled development. And I guess what I've heard recently was that some of the leading scientists who had worked on artificial intelligence were also asking for the same regulation to be applied to that field. And in fact, one of the leading scientists who was the director of the institute in the US, and he's a British scientist, he's a doctor of, I'm not sure really what discipline, but he had departed from the project, and he's asked the UK government to introduce this legislation, and he said, I will rejoin these projects once the legislation is up and running. So obviously he's fully aware of the potential for misuse, I could say. Anyway, just digress somewhat. I'm just very sorry to see that I can't provide you with these tweets, because I had posted or sent from my PlayStation about 10 of them today, and about 3 or 4 captured our activity yesterday, and that was Gail Zenith and myself. So I'm not sure what on earth has happened, but I think it's probably the upload's delayed. They probably have filters that are checking out what sort of content is going live, and maybe there is some sort of block between PlayStation and Twitter. I don't know, really, we'll see. It's happened already for the second or third time, so it's not the first time I had this problem. The tweets would emerge on Twitter many hours later, and they were emerging in the wrong section. So yet again, as I said, I feel that ever since Musk had become the CEO of Twitter, there have been many user-unfriendly approaches applied to the forum, and I'm not sure whether Twitter will be able to survive that in the long term, because Twitter was seen as one of those freest, the most communicative, the easiest to access types of platforms. Also a platform that was giving access to people who were well known, the celebrities, the radio personalities, actors, directors, etc. And all of that is now being, I wouldn't say restricted, but changed quite significantly. So I'm not sure what the future really holds for Twitter, but I'm not really encouraged, and I would really be very sorry to see it fail. I think the freedom that Twitter was offering in the past is definitely not appreciated by some parties and some entities on the global scale, and they will see it as a major threat. On the other hand, I also feel it's a forum that is always open to some degree of abuse, and that itself is not going to be making anyone happy, and therefore certain safety measures indeed were more than required. And I think that they're just doing it in a way that is very user unfriendly, and I'm not personally very keen on that, I have to say. I always prefer to see services that are focusing on the users. And I actually used Twitter from day one, and at the time I worked in music industry, and it was extraordinary how easily for me this became possible to make certain contacts and to connect with people who I want to talk to. It was almost like, at the time, don't forget Twitter at that time was not as widespread, it was not present everywhere as it is today. It was almost like having someone's mobile phone number. You can send them text and then they would respond straight away, and it was quite an extraordinary experience. I used it ever since, and I love it. I think it's a fantastic forum in order to communicate. And Gail says, I love music. Well, tell us what sort of music you like. Who are your amongst the musicians of today? I'm quite curious. So you name a few for us to know, all of us here, not just myself, but also the other people who are watching and listening and reading. Music's been so well integrated within this industry, video game industry, as we have fantastic scores created even for some very small indie games. I've got to say, it really elevates the atmosphere and the activity to the unbelievable levels. And Todd Howard, the CEO of Bethesda, he said the first thing they did on Starfield was concept art and then music. So they didn't even consider the synopsis, the story, the characters, or anything, just concept art and then music. I love Imagine Dragons. I'm not familiar with the band. What sort of music do they play? Are they a bit grunge or punk, or are they pop, electro? What sort of music are they? I've got to say, I've not really some of the more recent acts, because I kind of divorced from that industry a while back, and I just find that the industry's gone down the different route. You know, it's no longer pursuing the same aim. In the past, you had musicians who wanted to give a message to the world through what they did and their activities, and it was just always, the vast majority of the songs had some sort of message. Today, it's just selling the full package of image and, you know, products that are being offered, and the outfits, the overall choreography on stage, that sort of angst and the sharp words that people had in the past, not just about the politics, but about life, about love, about relationships, about the social situation, they've just completely disappeared. I don't see any musicians doing any of that anyway, and that is for me really disappointing. And Gail says, I like to watch them because they get me fired up. Do you like Billie Eilish? Billie Eilish is very popular worldwide now. She's one of these sort of global sensations, and I particularly like her approach to illness. She talked a lot about Tourette's syndrome that she has, and all the difficulties that the syndrome had caused her, which I think is fantastic. Somebody of that magnitude, somebody who's so prominently displayed everywhere, to be able to talk about it is, you know, absolutely noble, and really appreciate it. And Gail says, can't say I have listened to her music. Do you access Disney at all in your area? You know, a Disney Channel, which is on cable. If you do, what you can do is you can access the documentary, which is basically a feature film on her tour, and it does feature her concerts. It's a beautiful documentary and phenomenal picture and sound quality. It's a very good introduction to what she does. So if you're interested, you can just go to Disney and then have a look at the documentary. It will be a very good introduction. I just want to see, I'm quite curious to see how she would evolve as an artist, you know, as the overall picture that she's giving at the moment is of a teen who's had certain difficulties in life, and I wonder whether this is going to be having that same degree of longevity a few years later. It'll be interesting how the industry will kind of transform her image into an artist who will have that presence for a long period of time. So I'm quite curious to see how this would be. Well, my friends, we talked quite a lot about these various topics connected to video gaming, to health, mental health, and our charities. And I think I'll just give you a rundown on the news. We had quite a lot of things coming on the wire during the last few days, and I've seen that UTF Girls watching and has been inviting me to join. I will bring you in a bit later because I've got to go still through my news and have to go through Q&As. We had some questions that had come in from our community members, and then once we crack on with the gameplay, which is going to be probably about 40 minutes, then we will indeed bring you in, and we'll we'll do things together. We'll see whether Gail wants to join us, or Zenith, or any other community members. We'll see. I really miss Sekapupu. Sekapupu's here every single day for several years, and he doesn't have access to his PlayStation at the moment, so that's really as to why he's not here every day. But I'm very sad to see that he's not, because he is a brilliant teacher on anything Destiny activity related, and I'm sure he would be very keen on making some new friends too, a bit like Gail. Gail told us that she had relatively fewer friends in her video gaming community, and I said, well, this is the community where you can make lots of friends. And we did start out with this process yesterday, as we had a full session of a few hours completing the Taken King for Gail together with her and Zenith. And also, if anybody else wants to play games or play Destiny in particular with Gale, just ping a message, connect with her here through the forum, and make sure that you are polite, respectful and amicable, and that you come through this channel and you become a new community member and Gale's friend. Okay, so let's see what we've got here on the wire. We have quite a few news coming in, and I've got actually several related to Destiny, so bear with me, I'll read them out. And we have some messages coming in through Eurogamer saying, don't expect Destiny to conclude with an Avengers-style team-up along the Hive. And as Destiny turns towards the conclusion of its decade-long storyline, Bungie has discussed how it all might end and addressed some recent criticism of how big story revelations have been handled. Well, that's really quite interesting. Speaking of just a couple of weeks after the origins of Destiny's Space Golf Ball, the Traveler, were finally revealed, has everyone watched the cutscene? The cutscene was revealing not that much, really. We got to know a bit about the past and the relationship, or I should say the conflict that emerged between the Traveler and the Witness. It was part of the seasonal content on Destiny 2, you know, so it was part of the seasonal content, and then once you're entering it, a couple of weeks ago, you would get the cutscene, which was fairly short, but it told the story of, you know, what happened between them. And I think it's ridiculous they can't replay that. They should leave a button in there to click and replay, because people can actually miss out on this for whatever reason. Sometimes you miss out on it if you are clicking the wrong button on your controller, because it will skip the cutscene, and then you miss out on a very important story-based content. It's happened to me a couple of times. Speaking a couple of weeks ago, after the origins of Destiny's Space Golf Ball, the Traveler, we found it real to somewhat mixed response. Well, people are concerned that perhaps this is indicating Destiny will end, right? Bungie staff have defended Destiny's storytelling techniques and said players should not expect to make allies with the game's villainous Hive. So Robert Brooks is the senior narrative designer, so he's the person who's working on the story. And he says the Hive still committed a lot of genocide, and he's pouring cold water on the Guardians and the Hive suddenly becoming besties. I guess people were wondering whether the Hive will become new allies seen with some other enemies in Destiny, but he was certainly saying that that is not going to be the case. But on the other hand, Destiny saga will carry on, and God knows what might happen in the future universe. And then Gale says, well, actually, I remembered I have seen the cutscene. Yeah, it was about a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, good to hear, good to hear. For anyone who actually missed cutscenes at any time through the game, thanks goodness we have YouTube. You go to YouTube and type Traveler stroke The Witness Destiny 2 cutscene, and you will get other videos where people recorded it through Twitch or their streams, and it's easily accessible through YouTube. So if one misses out on any of the cutscene for whatever reason, fault with the controller, doing the wrong button, always go to YouTube and dig it up there. Maybe not on the day when the video is released, the cutscene comes out, but you know, a few days later you will be able to get them. I've done that a few times, not just when I missed them, but I actually wanted to remind myself of what these cutscenes were like, and therefore I've gone to YouTube and watched them again. There are some also lengthier videos where you can get all the cutscenes merged together, like for instance yesterday we were doing The Taken King with Gale, and there are several cutscenes in there, and I've seen videos which will merge them into one, which I think is really good to watch. Really enjoy doing that, and it's a good reminder of what's happened in Destiny, but you know, one needs to have time for that as well. So the topics come up because Destiny is now drawing its battle lines for next year's concluding expansion, and the expansion is called The Final Shape, with its goodies and baddies now becoming increasingly clear. And yeah, the heroic Guardians have found allies amongst the races Destiny originally painted simply as enemies, and these are the Fallen and the Cabal. So they allied, and as we've seen in recent seasons, they're fighting together. There's also a reason why the Hive could be swayed on side. They too have suffered at the hands of the franchise's big bad, the Witness, so don't expect to be riding an ogre into the battle anytime soon. So Brooks had said it's going to be really hard to walk that back from anyone's perspective, even if that ever became a possibility. There is a lot of ground to cover to make amends to that. Even when you look at someone like Savathûn, who has the light and ostensibly should be our ally, it is really hard to look past the billion years of bad that they've done. Well, I guess it's a point similar to why is it that we can't access our expansions that we paid for? And the same chap will tell us, well, you can't because the darkness had invaded the whole universe. And if darkness is in there, they usurped the whole lot of planets and you can't go in because you're not able to defend yourself against the forces of the darkness as it stands today. You were defeated on this planet and therefore you can't access them. So, that's a bit of a red herring. It's a way to which narratively you would explain as to why you were taking that narrative, story-driven content away from us that we paid for. And honestly, I'm surprised that no one's taken them to FTC, because really, Federal Trade Commission, right? I think we paid for that content. The game is up and running live. What's the reason for that? And they'll probably go there and say, well, we had offered alternative content that people still have to pay for. Really odd. And Gail says, sorry I'm taking a long time to type. I'm playing Destiny 1. Yeah, that's right. We are also playing Destiny 1 and we're playing Destiny 2. We're playing both games together. And you want to look at... Oh yeah, we read that already. So Brooks went on to discuss the recent late game reveal on the Traveler's Origins and something fans, including franchise loremaster, my name is BYF, criticized for coming far too late, with answers better suited to the game's main Lightfall expansion. That's a bit too critical. I mean, the expansion had its own cutscenes, and seasonal content is like an add-on, which is part and parcel of the expansion to a degree. So obviously we pay for it, but it's just an additional content that you're getting to know as you play the season, and it is always aligned generally with the expansion, one way or the other. So I don't know what the idea is. And these are some of the most serialized and interconnected seasons that we've ever done, Brooks said to Games Radar. Just narratively, I think there is more swing towards the fences in that regard. Usually, our expansions are kind of the capstone of a year of seasons, and like I kind of said before, this was the middle piece instead. It was the capstone of what we led up to in Season of Seraph, and then it was also starting something different that tapered off into the new year. In one of the best descriptions of Destiny's labyrinth lore I've heard, he continued, a lot of narrative threads that were left very intentionally unresolved to dig into the and expand upon and feel the impact of. So they are being left unexplained in order to be unraveled at a later stage of the saga. I think it's a bit, taking it too far, because the Destiny saga has been going on for 10 years, and waiting 10 years, waiting for 10 years, well, for 10 years you're waiting for the explanation to be given is a bit rich for me, really. From 22 and 23 onwards, it's the ramp up and lead into the dive into the final shape. He concluded it's a very different shape than what we're used to, and so some of the narrative arcs might be done in a different way, and that is very intentional. Well, obviously they want to be concluding that part of the story, but Gail saying, by the way, the Destiny 1 is not on PC. Of course we know that, and Destiny 1 is not crossplay either, which means people cannot join us if they are on PCs playing Destiny 2. So it's a console game, and one needs to have either PlayStation or Xbox to play Destiny. That's just the way it's been right from the start, and the reason for that is Destiny was proprietary to consoles at the time, and therefore, if you remember, Xbox consoles would come out in special editions aligned with Destiny, and that was to be similar to what they had with Xbox Original. You remember that? That was 12 years earlier, I think 11 years earlier. Yes, Gail's asking, is Destiny 2 crossplay? Destiny 2 is crossplay and cross-save. So you're getting literally all the content saved, and you are entering the forum or the arena where PC and console players are gaming together. Yeah. In fact, we played many times Destiny 2 here live on air with Sekapupu in particular, who plays Destiny 2 on his PC, and I was on either Xbox or PlayStation, and I could just hop on, from one to the other. The only difficulty that I have with it is that it doesn't cross-save the content. It gives you the saves, but the actual expansions and content related expansions has got to be purchased per platform. So for instance, the entire seasonal content is accessible across all platforms, which means if you buy, let's say, the season on PlayStation, you can access it on Xbox and on PC. That's for the sequel for Destiny 2. But you will not be able to access Lightfall, The Witch Queen, Beyond Light, or any other expansions on a particular platform unless you purchased it as like on top. Do you see what I mean? So season you purchase on PlayStation and you can access it on all platforms. But Lightfall you purchase on Xbox and you can't access it on either PC or on PlayStation because you would need to be buying this extra content for separate platforms, which again is not something I support. I think it's completely wrong. That is purely that's purely to monetize, to be able to sell as much as possible. Alright, so let me see what else we've got there. We've seen the news about Destiny. The big news for everyone who is playing Dead by Daylight today is that Nicolas Cage is today available, as from today available on Dead by Daylight. And if you watch the our friend Gail says that's basically is a cash grab. Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, you will see that it's not just Bungie with Destiny doing this. Listen to this. You go to Respawn, they do Apex Legends. You probably played Apex Legends, and they are allowing cross-play, but they're not allowing cross-save. So I'll give an example. I played Apex on PlayStation, and I've gone to the level around 200 quite quickly within the first, I'd say, 6 months of the game, as the game was out. And then I've gone to Xbox, and I thought, well, I'll just get the same, right, when I access it. Actually, I had to start from level 1. So they're not allowing the I mean, I don't understand why, to be honest with you, because at the end of the day, it's a game that's free to play. We don't have to pay for Apex, right? And you can purchase all the cosmetics and seasonal content and everything else. I don't know what the idea is, but they said they're categoric. They will not be allowing people to be having cross-save, and I know what it is, because cross-save would enable all the cosmetics which you would purchase, you see, to be imported. So if you purchase, let's say, 50 anniversary packs on PlayStation and you have cross-save, all of them would be then imported to your inventory on Xbox, and you can use them. But that's not the case. For instance, I'll give you an example. I have a terrific outfit for Bangalore, which is also seasonal, and I'm not sure how I got it, whether I was grinding. I never purchased anything there, but it was some sort of grind. It was a seasonal event. So I have the fantastic outfit of hers and fantastic skins for weapons, which are commonly used, like Spitfire. So when I go to Xbox, I don't have any of this, because I've not been grinding the same season on Xbox. So it's the way the developers make money, and I'm afraid that's just the way it is, and that is the way it is going to stay. They will not. I mean, at the end of the day, these games are extremely expensive to make, so they will have to have the means to which to make money. But I guess there's a threshold somewhere. There's the threshold between we actually need to make extra cash in order to develop other games, compared to, well, we need to really be satisfying the profit margin in order to get more money from our investors. So they just keep flogging the sales as much as possible to inflate the sales, and therefore the annual account will indicate, we've gone up 20%, we've gone up 15%, that sort of thing. And that is certainly what would concern me. So anybody who's playing Dead by Daylight, Nicolas Cage is joining the game today, and you would have seen the trailer's introduction and his presence live during the Summer Game Festival, which I thought it was delightful. And so if you're playing the game, he is in there from today. Grand Theft Auto 5 joins Xbox Game Pass this July. So let's see what the date is. They actually did have it in the past. I did play it on the Game Pass a few years ago, and 14th of July. Okay, so anybody who is a great GTA 5 fan, from the 14th of July you can be then playing it on cloud, console and PC through Xbox Game Pass, unless you already have got it. 16-bit sci-fi classic sequel Flashback 2 shows off its leafy bits in the new trailer. So the new trailer's out. Everyone needs to have a look at it. Flashback was a very, very popular PC game in the 90s, and I played it. I thought it was very, very good. This sequel comes out 31 years after its original release, and they're sort of specifically the Jungle Boy bits, and the new trailer is preparing everyone for its November release. So that's really good. Really look forward to it. The bad news today is, and I was dreading the news, that the Game Pass, after 6 years I think, is going up price-wise, and the prices are actually being increased today. So that's really very, very bad news for us all. And they called it Checkmate, right, on Eurogamer, with a different spelling. So you could imagine check as in paying checks, right, and mate as in checkmate if you're playing chess. So yeah, so they're increasing it from today, and basically in Britain, $10.99 a month, and that was for the ultimate. That includes everything, and then console subscription was $9, and that will be now up. So from $10.99 going up by £2, £3 in fact actually. It is $12.99, so it's a sizable increase. It's probably 33% up. And then basically the prices are as follows: $12.99 if you're paying in pounds, $14.99 if you're paying in euros, $16.99 if you're paying by dollars, right? So that's for the ultimate, and then for the console only, that is $8.99 in Britain, $10.99 in Eurozone, and $10.99 in the US if you pay by dollars. So that is effective for most countries, with the exception of Game Pass console pricing, which remain the same in Norway, Chile, Denmark, Switzerland, Saudi Arabia. These are the countries that were receiving the Game Pass a lot later than the rest. Gail says, I will be right back. No worries, we are not going anywhere. We're going to be here until sometime in the evening. And Xbox Series X is also going up, and that is something that has been debated on various podcasts during the last couple of weeks. They did mention that after the showcase, part of the Summer Game Festival, and that really concerned everyone, like the guys from IGN that run Unlocked. They said they do not remember at all, at any time within the last 20 years, that the consoles were actually going up out of the blue. You would have a new console introduced on a different price, or even being offered on the similar price to the old gen consoles, or the original price, right? But this is the first time it's happening, and I think that this is basically like financial or commercial suicide. The Xbox Series X will cost $449.99, and no, sorry, I read it wrongly. It's presently costing $449, and it's going up by £30. So it's being raised to £479.99. Most of Europe will see an increase from €499 to €549. That's far too expensive. I mean, not every European country has Microsoft Ultimate subscription support, and not every country will have access to cloud or the Game Pass services. So why on earth would somebody want to purchase this console for $549 if they're not going to be enjoying the benefits of these services? They will never purchase it. And we've heard from Phil that they only have 16% of the global market, the actual share of the market. The rest, which is 84%, goes to Sony and Nintendo. I mean, hello? It just seems that Microsoft is certainly doing something wrong in terms of their kind of global operational policy, and they need to really make these services successful. And I've had a problem when I was in Europe last year. I want to show the new instant access to cloud and various things on Game Pass, which you could play on your mobile phone. When I was in Europe, I couldn't use it. It was just not, it didn't work. It just said that it doesn't work there. The services are not supported in this country. I've got a UK account. I pay full membership, and I pay them every single month. And it's just it's being sold on false pretenses. If you say that you can access these games and the product anywhere, wherever you are, it's just simply false. And there were people on that podcast the other day indicating that in the countries where this works, like for instance in Germany, you need to be having fast fiber, and if you don't have fast fiber, the xCloud will not work properly. And that's true, because I have now very fast internet and it works properly. But beforehand, when I was having the usual broadband, the services didn't work. They were just constantly crashing, constantly buffering, and not working at all, because it's the next gen type of service, you know, next gen console, next gen speeds, next gen. If you don't have everything that's necessary, the infrastructure, then none of that will work. And that is one of the reasons as to why things will not work, and as to why they are suffering huge losses in terms of the sales. So, you know, that's just a fact. They still have huge domination in North and South America, but then the rest of the world, you know, do you think in China they're using Xbox? I don't think so. They're using PlayStation. I'll be quite curious to see how many PlayStation users there are in China. So that's something that interests me. Anyway, I need to look into these stats. That's a story for another day. So anyone who is listening, and if you are on Xbox, just make sure that you got enough of those shillings and pence in your wallets, because the console is going up, as well as the Ultimate subscription and Game Pass services from today, as indicated. So we have the free arcade challenge on Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush is one of the most popular games of the year. It's been a huge surprise, and a game where you are using instruments and choosing songs, you know, to fight battles. So it's very original, very unusual. Looks very much like Street Fighter games visually, and I played it. It was great fun for anyone who likes these kinds of games, and just an interesting concept. Also quite a bit of a story. And if you are not even having it, because the game's not for free, you need to purchase it, you are able to enter the free arcade challenge, and that really is kicking off today. So make sure you try it. Assassin's Creed Mirage will let you take a virtual historical tour around Baghdad, which sounds fantastic, says Rock Paper Shotgun. Well, I've got to tell you that I watched the gameplay during the showcase event recently, and I watched a trailer and a few other bits and pieces, some vidocs and some introduction from Ubisoft. Visually it looks incredible, and also considering that we had 20 years of war in Iraq, and you know, the country's been obliterated by this absolutely ghastly conflict, it will be very, very interesting to see what this 9th century Baghdad was like. But don't forget, what you will get in there is similar to what they had in Odyssey, like a historic travelogue, where you go back in time and you can learn everything about the country, about the city, about the history of the time. And if popular, and I'm sure it will be popular, particularly in the Middle East, they will be doing extra expansions like what they've done with Odyssey. So that's fantastic. I think this is the first game, together with Minecraft, that is offering that degree of educational content, where you are really learning about the history of the country. And what better way to teach children about history but through video games? I mean, I can't think of anything better. I'll tell you, for instance, when I was a child, I was an avid reader. I loved reading, and I read many, many, many books. You know, my favorite place really was either was library, and then later cinema. And it was easier for me to go to library because, you know, we had a big library in school where I went, and I also had several libraries in my immediate vicinity, so very easy for me to access books. I've been reading like one book a day, and I guess you probably can figure from the way I talk that I'm an avid reader, right? And I discovered that many of the classics, you know, like Shakespeare and I don't know, Jules Verne or Alexander Dumas, or, you know, all the big ones, Thackeray, Scott, you name it, Jane Austen, Bronte Sisters, etc. Many of these were also delivered in a graphic novel format. So if you picked up those comics that were based on the stories, you would read them with ease. And for me, it was very interesting because I read most of these books to find out how they were visualized, to see, you know, what they actually looked like, not just in my head, but actually on paper. So I read all of them, and I had a collection. It was called the like a best of classics, you know, quite a few of these, and it was the best possible way to learn about those books and everything which was those books related. And that's exactly the same flavor that Ubisoft are having with these games. So absolutely applaud Ubisoft for doing this. And what's particularly good, this is not like any kind of country, not any kind of city, it's Baghdad. You remember what's been happening there, what sort of tragedy had befallen upon so many people of the country, and we're going to learn about history, and that history is going to be loved by so many out there, and it will be introduced so easily through the actual new game that will be very popular globally. And so anyone who actually knows very little about the history of Baghdad, lots of people assume that Syria and Iraq always have been within the same borders and everything, which is not the case. You know, they had like phenomenal history attached to the history of our civilization. The civilization in the Middle East at one stage was extremely advanced. You've heard of pharaohs and the ancient Egypt and all this, and you know, it's something that's frequently forgotten amongst the younger generation. So having that sort of integration within the game will provide you with a fantastic access to knowledge, and you will be able to learn with ease, and you will get a really very good picture of what significance the city held at that time within the way the world was. So we've heard today something related to Microsoft and Activision acquisition, and that's very surprising, I have to say. I wonder whether Microsoft are I guess reducing the expectations or molding the agreement, which still yet has to be finalized through the FTC. And it says here that Activision will be a limited integration company post-merger, similar to ZeniMax, right? And they said Microsoft will mostly be hands-off if the 70 or 68.7 billion merger goes through, and Activision was limited integration company similar to ZeniMax. So that's been confirmed, and it says here that it's been made official. They will have limited integration, and meaning the publisher will essentially have its own operational unit outside their purview and control of Xbox Game Studios lead Matt Booty. This is similar to how ZeniMax, so it means that they will not be part of Xbox Game Studios. That's the key difference, and I think that is fundamentally what can be more acceptable to people like Jim Ryan of Sony. The worry was if they were becoming a full integral part of Xbox Game Studios, that anything produced will be proprietary one way or the other, and Sony will not be able to get their hands on these products. And as we know, Call of Duty franchise in particular has been extremely beneficial to Sony. We've seen yesterday the stats which I was presenting, that the overwhelming majority of people was playing Call of Duty either on PC or PlayStation. I think it was only about 5.3 million people who were playing it on Xbox, so you could see as to why the concerns were there, and I think it was about 16-17 million playing on PlayStation. So it's a very significant difference in numbers. It's 3 times more almost compared to Xbox, and you could obviously understand what the concerns were. Although I think that Jim Ryan is doing it in the wrong about way. I don't think it's just I don't think it's a forward-thinking approach. He's spending all of his time trying to ruin this deal at all costs, and I'm not sure that it will work. And I particularly think what the policy that he was describing as applied to Sony for their future development, like with the exclusives and non-inclusion on streaming services of the first-party titles and all these other things, is a wrong way. It's just completely sending them back to Stone Age, and they will lose out in a big way halfway as the next gen progresses forward, because Xbox will have this benefit of offering all of these services like day one across the platforms, PC, console, and cloud. So it's 3 of them on the same day. So just think about the numbers, because people will play it on separate platforms. Some people will try it on cloud, then they'll download it to PC, others will be using it on the console. You're just literally beefing up on the number of users, and if you're not allowing that on day one, well, you may get the game in about 18 months, but it's not going to have the same buzz, and you know, it's going to be yesterday's news. So that's been confirmed. It means, I don't want to bore you anymore with this, but that means that the merger, if it goes ahead, will be somewhat different than what's been said previously. And our friend Derek Strickland indicated that Activision Blizzard will not be part of Xbox Game Studios and will report directly to Xbox Gaming CEO Phil Spencer. So it will be how to put it, a semi-independent status within the overall umbrella ownership. Game Pass Tracker is telling us that we have quite a number of games coming to the Game Pass, and I'll tell you what these are. Today is the 6th well, that was yesterday actually. The posting was from yesterday, and it says on the 5th of June we are getting Grand Theft Auto 5 Sword and Fairy Together Forever coming to the streaming platform of Xbox. So very excited about the game Theft Auto 5. I played it somewhat at the time. I longer than it did, and I didn't really complete the initial stages. So I really look forward to get back really to crack on and to enjoy the game. Anyone else played Grand Theft Auto? Anyone has any ideas, be it number 5 or any other predecessors? We've also seen the remastered versions of San Antonio and the other ones, and definitely very good. I'm not sure whether they're still on PlayStation. They were in the past. I need to double check whether they're still on PlayStation Premium. I mean, one of those legendary Rockstar games. What else do I need to say? July the 6th, that's today, McPixel number 3 is going to be popping up, and Gail tells us, yes, I have played it, but it's not my favorite game. I think lots of people who are not into driving and people who are not into gang warfare and slang and the violence, they will not really endorse GTA 5 or GTA 4 or GTA 3. It's a specific type of niche that combines RPG activities with the overall driving. So I'm not really a great driving fan. I don't drive in real life, and I'm not a fan of driving games, but there are some exceptions, like Forza is a proper exception. Through that driving you get to know a lot about the country through which you're traveling, and that's fantastic, in the same way as you get to know a lot about different countries if you use Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator is Microsoft's this fantastic I can't even call it game, because obviously it's a simulator, but it's a project that gives you this fantastic opportunity to fly through different parts of the world and see those places from the air, and you can choose a variety of different types of aircraft. So it's a fantastic experience. So what I'm trying to say is that generally I'm not keen on driving in games, but at the end of the day there are some exceptions, and GTA 5 is an exception because obviously it combines. For instance, they have also Rockstar, the same publisher and same developer, the game that I really like a lot, LA Noire, and it's very similar to GTA 5. It's just in a different environment. Well, I should say it goes back maybe 50-60 years prior to the environment of GTA 5 and 4, and or GTA overall. And you are this guy who comes back from the army after the Second World War, gets drafted into the police, and then eventually becomes a detective who investigates all kinds of murders and misdemeanors in Los Angeles of that era. It's a beautifully designed game. Anyone who's familiar with film history, Hollywood studios, you get lots of locations there. I mean, I remember doing a mission which was at the old studio setup of The Intolerance. So it was so well reconstructed, and it looked like a proper period piece. I highly recommend it. And they also integrated quite a lot of driving, but it's not like driving per se. It's properly blending in with the story, with the action. If you're a detective, you need to be driving in order to chase suspects. So that's really quite good. Anyway, July the 11th, Common Hood, and then Insurgency Sandstorm. I guess Insurgency Sandstorm will appeal to people who are very interested in or playing Call of Duty, Warzone, and other shooters. This is a tactical shooter, so anyone who is into Warzone, Call of Duty, Rainbow Six Siege, that's going to be your bread and butter. This is, I think this is an add-on. Let me just see. I think this is an add-on to the game. On July the 14th, it's Exoprimal. So this is a big Capcom game. We've seen quite a lot about it. It's, I think, similar to Jurassic Park, if I'm not mistaken. There are some mythical beasts, and there are some characters that resemble our Guardians from Destiny. So I'm very excited, want to see what it's like, and you will be familiar with Capcom games like Monster Hunter World that are a perfect blend of fighting, RPG activity, open world. It just, these games are just truly delightful. If you have a chance, everyone needs to play Monster Hunter games. They're really absolutely terrific, and the characters are so lovable, and also the guys that you pick up as you go along, some of your accomplices and some of the friends and foes, they're so funny, and they're very much like the characters from Japanese animated films. I really love it, and definitely highly recommend to everyone. So Exoprimal on July the 14th, Tectonica and The Cave on July the 18th. Let me just see, Tectonica. Yeah, that reminds me of Destiny a bit, and that's a game preview. I've not played any of it, and The Cave, I think it's a platformer, if I'm not mistaken, cloud and console. So, well, I mean, you've got Grand Theft Auto cloud and console, you got Cave cloud and console, Common Hood cloud and console plus PC, and then Exoprimal cloud console PC, Insurgency is only on PC, being obviously like a proper shooter, and then game preview of Tectonica is on console and PC, and then MacPixel is both cloud console and PC. Well, anyone who likes the old styled 90s graphics, MacPixel is going to be your bread and butter. If you are into posters, Displate is now producing major steel-made posters of Destiny, and I've got posting on my Twitter. You can see all the iconic images of the Guardians that we've seen previously. They look absolutely stunning on these large metal sheets. So anyone interested, check it out on Displate. Also, it is on my Twitter. Alan Wake 2 is confirmed by Remedy. 2 co-protagonists, 2 realities, 2 desperate journeys, nightmares becoming real, survival horror gameplay, majestic Washington State landscapes, twisted nocturnal New York. 17th of October 2023 is the release date. So if you're interested, have a look at the posting, go to Remedy through my Twitter, and you'll get all the information. We're all very excited. In addition to that, everyone on PlayStation, you guys need to be saving Alan Wake Remastered, offered for free. Repeat that, offered for free. Alan Wake Remastered is offered for free on PlayStation Plus this month. It's one of those 3 freebies that you get. Make sure you download, you purchase, you keep that game, because Alan Wake Remastered is an amazing game, much improved version of the original. It will be a perfect prelude for you to play today before the other game comes out on 17th of October. And we all loved the trailers and everything we've seen from Remedy, so definitely worth a shot. And obviously, if it's offered for free, I said to everyone, subscribe, a bit like on Xbox Live Gold. Make sure you download every single game and you purchase every single game that is offered for free. I should say, not purchase the freebie, right? You get freebies on Amazon Prime Gaming, you get freebies on Epic, you get freebies on Steam, Golden All Games. You know, obviously there are many platforms you can save all of these. But if you got like really good titles, I was saving everything on Golden Games for quite some time, but you know, I guess I've kind of departed from that routine, and it's not possible to keep tabs on everything, because you know, if you look at all these platforms I mentioned, it's got 6 different platforms, and then you just hop from one to another. But you can do it once a month. You can just have a look, you know, on a certain day or halfway through the month to see what's offered for free. Epic, they offer weekly freebies. So anyone on PC, make sure that you go to Epic. Epic doesn't cost you anything like Steam. You know, you just subscribe and you can be downloading the freebies. And sometimes they had really good. I remember it was a little while back, they offered the entire collection of Tomb Raider that otherwise cost $50 for free. So that was unbelievably good. And I didn't claim it. I forgot about it because I was not playing any PC games, busy here with the streams, and you know, shame on me. Paul Tassi tells us how to get Wicked implement through Destiny's 2's newest. You could see that my voice is still cracking somewhat, so I had to get some water with lemon. So he's telling us how to get the new exotic. It's the new exotic quest, secret exotic quest, and he says yesterday on the 4th of July, Destiny 2 finally unleashed its secret exotic quest that's been teasing all season, and that has a new timed exotic mission which throws us back into the days of Whisper and Zero Hour, albeit not quite that elaborate. So Paul Tassi tells us the gun in question is we could implement a stasis scout rifle, and you know, you've got the different steps. I won't actually go into this I won't go into the detail, but you got step 1 exotic fishing, that's the first step. Step 2 broken blades. Step 3 mission start. Step 4 first boss. Step 5 tormentor boss. And step 6 wicked implement. So, and bonus is catalyst, so that is just fine from running deep dives. Our friend Zenith was doing it yesterday with some people. I'm not sure whether Zenith is watching. I'm curious whether you had completed it, because you said some people had to bail and you were not able to complete it early in the day. So I'm quite curious to see whether you did implement it, because guess what, we can do that in here maybe on another day, and we'll do the secret quest and get the exotic. Seems like a very, very good, very enjoyable activity. I still have leftovers from last week which are not completed. I had a very busy weekend, so I didn't spend time doing Destiny, and in fact we were to do that, Zenith and myself, and then we were hit on Sunday night by an unexpected. So the way I play Destiny 2 is on like a regular weekly basis, so I always eat weekly content, I do a bit of gaming, and then just move on to other games. I don't play Destiny 2 every single day like some people. I don't feel that I've got the need to do that, and as we are not fully integrating it here in the stream due to the reasons which I explained several times previously, it's just a game that I really enjoy and really play frequently, but within a sort of measured quantity. I don't really hammer it every single day like some people. I don't have the need to be constantly given new content. I think what is being offered for standard community-based sociable gamers presently within the seasons is sufficient. So I definitely like what's been given. And let me see, I think that's all from us on the news. We have a few more things that came on the wire yesterday that I failed to disclose, but let me see. Well, I'll tell you this, we have some recommendations on the open world games where you start out as a random nobody and then you kind of grow the person into a significant character, and I quite like the idea. The games they mentioned are all the games I played, and some of them I really like for instance they talked about the Outer Worlds, where you start out as ordinary job logs and then you just level up. And the Outer Worlds is an amazing Obsidian game. It's been grossly underrated and grossly underrepresented because it is obviously exclusive to Xbox and to the Game Pass. And I love the game. I think if you were a fan of Fallout, if you're a fan of Mass Effect, of No Man's Sky or Borderlands, that game comprises everything in one. And you will find that the dialogue is very funny, and that's funny not like acidic compared to Fallout, but like properly funny. You have very, very enjoyable, very lovable characters who you can also build and level up, and plenty of maps and places to explore. Not as short as they describe it to be. I mean, they said like you finish the game in about 30 hours. That's nonsense. I played a lot longer than that. It's rule engagement with the characters who you are discovering in separate places, and sometimes it's a bit hard to find them, but make sure, like in Bioware games, you go everywhere, talk to everyone, and you will have a lot of fun and plenty of content unlocked. Also, for anyone who's interested, they also released a new remastered version which is of a much better 4K stroke 8K graphics quality if you play it on the next-gen console. And you also have several DLCs which are a bit like Murder Mysteries also developed in there. So altogether a very, very enjoyable, very good game through and through. Highly recommended to everyone. I loved it, and I just completely disregard all these poor reviews that I've seen. The Forest is the other, because in the forest you are doing like your own survival techniques and you need to explore the forest. You are being challenged by all sorts of enemies. Again, you start as a ordinary job logs and then you level up, and it's a bit tricky because you have both cannibals and freakish mutations attacking you in there. So I'm not gonna give you any spoilers, but if you are on the forest, make sure you play it properly and make sure that you survive. Another game that I played I really love, and I have the full content, the DLCs and everything, and it's a very big game, similar to what I said about Assassin's Creed content, what you get in Kingdom Come Deliverance is the history of European nobility. So you will get all of the noble families from Central Europe involved in a brutal conflict, and you learn about every one of those families and the way they're interrelated, interconnected. It is absolutely amazing, and a lot of content, beautiful graphics. Really, I think it's a game again that's not really received the acclaim or the exposure that it deserved. Not sure why, and definitely shoulder to shoulder with any type of game with knights. And I mean, there are lots of simulation games like Age of Empire or Civilization and so forth, but this is a proper RPG. You have many characters. Again, you will walk around the wild, you will talk to different characters. What I particularly liked about it, it's a bit like a very adult of Elder Scrolls in some ways, and the Joe Bloggs is romancing lots of different, depending on how you approach them, what you do, you will get a fantastic situations where in fact you can excel in a way that perhaps you would have not predicted just by looking at the game on the outside. So my sort of game, I loved it and I recommend it to everyone. That's Kingdom Come Deliverance. You can get it quite cheap on Xbox and PlayStation, and if you're buying it, buy the premium edition that contains all the DLCs, and you will definitely massively enjoy it. Then you have Fallout 4. We know that Fallout 4 is a fantastic game, a step up compared to Fallout 3, and anyone who's been with the franchise from the beginning, I should say with the series from the beginning, because it all came from Bethesda, will love it. I played Fallout 64, and they're also trying to develop the concept similar to what we have here in Destiny, but it didn't seem to work that well for me. I thought the single-player games were a lot better. I found the number of activities and the way things were presented in 64 to be somewhat confusing, and there were questions launched by Todd Howard the other day when he was interviewed about Starfield, and he also indicated that there's been slight change, slight different game, but still they consider it to be a huge success and constantly generating extra gamers and players, participants. I think what I liked about Fallout 64 is that they are providing a lot of seasonal content, and they're providing DLCs, and they're providing different types of events, so you're never short of things to do. And I've not played it as extensively to be able to give you a proper verdict, but I will do so. I told you I will do the games like 64 and also Elder Scrolls in order to compare the status of these games with Destiny. So that's my task for the forthcoming period before we have the conclusion of the Darkness and the Light saga. I want to recompare the system, because the system is identical. It's a world which is constantly evolving with lots of new characters, events, and introductions and all sorts, but I'm just quite curious to see whether it works as well as it does in Destiny, right? And then we'll be able to take a lengthy discussion here on the system and the participants and the way everyone feels about it. Another game that they're recommending is Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age Origins was a fantastic game. Again, it's one of my favorite games of all times. It's massive. It has a huge amount of activities, quests and sub-quests and side missions, similar to Mass Effect, but just literally placed in the Elder Scrolls style environment. Very enjoyable to play, very comedic, very entertaining, and Dragon Age Inquisition is just a step up. It's a game that brought in some complexities that were previously not seen in the original, and I think overall it's one of the most popular BioWare games of all times, and still remains one of the most popular RPGs of that sort on all platforms, so definitely worth a shot. And also I want to say that you got to buy the premium edition, because there's a lot of DLC extra content similar to the Origins. You want to buy always the premium editions to access everything at all times. Far Cry 3, highly recommended, and they're saying that you play Jason Brody, and you need to be surviving in a very, very hostile environment. He was enjoying his vacation in the Rook Islands, and then they basically get kidnapped by the pirates from the island as the vacation goes terribly wrong. So therefore he's random, but he needs to become resilient, and then obviously he needs to survive, save his friends and everything else. Generally, Far Cry series are fantastic, and you can pick and choose amongst many titles in the series. Every one of them is very interactive, the big open world, plenty to do. The earlier games were more shooter based rather than the explorative type of approach that was visible in 4 and 5, and is it 6? Yeah, the latest one in South America. And you know, you can just pick and choose. You can divide them basically 1, 2 and 3, 4, 5 and 6, and you have plenty of fun. Most highly recommended. Cyberpunk 2077 I've not played extensively. I played the first section of the game, and again they recommend the game as a large part of the game is seen from the beginning of the RPG, and it's basically yearning that many mercenaries in Night City have of becoming a somebody, and therefore making it big. So they want to big up and become somebody, even when the player finally pulls off the largest job yet, and V is forced to have Rockstar terrorist in the head. They continue to be a nobody for the majority of the Night City. Well, I think that is certainly what is also seen as its major attraction, and a lot of people love Cyberpunk, and I really very much look forward to the expansion, and I'll be looking forward to see whether there will be the price drop on the original game, or some maybe some pack that I can get where everything is included, and I think I will buy it on Xbox. I know that it didn't work at all on PlayStation. I'm just a bit worried that the new expansion will have some problems, and then I'll be able to tell you a bit more. And the game number 1 that keeps popping up as being by far the best, with a multitude of different customizations, character choices, and fantastically well developed, very in-depth narrative, is Elder Scrolls 4, which is Oblivion. And many people prefer Oblivion to Morrowind and Skyrim because of its own immersive environment, the versatility of the characters, and its replayability, because when you choose a different character on a new replay, the activities will be significantly different, and there is always something to discover in that wilderness in there. I remember doing it many years ago on release, and I was always surprised if I changed the character, I go to a certain area and there's something else taking place in there. To tell you the truth, I also particularly enjoyed the it's not Oblivion actually, it's Skyrim, the Game of the Year edition, or the Platinum edition, whatever it's called, and they integrated all the PC mods, and I could turn that Skyrim into more of an adult looking game, and that was really good, because you know, if you're replaying it, suddenly the environment looks so different. It feels a bit like you're walking into a Hammer horror film, where these weird red cloaked, hooded types of individuals are popping up, yet they are sort of scantily dressed, and they come across as sort of a very unusual, very interesting types of additions. And also what's good in Skyrim, you get an accomplice that goes also through the mods, who does have a massive big inventory space. The problem with Skyrim initially was that you had a very small inventory, so you would always have to be either selling or ditching, and that was, you know, a bit of a headache. But with that companion, I can't really remember whether it's indefinite, whether it's like limitless, or whether it's like just massive. And I don't remember having any problems with anything in my inventory as I played the game with my companion. So anyway, coming back to Oblivion, lucky, even unlucky timing is what makes many of these random nobody characters become somebody, and that is particularly visible in Oblivion. And players may not know why they find themselves in the Imperial City prisons, but that is what really makes the game very, very exciting. So there's no significant backstory to the player's character, no way of knowing if others will trust them, but you basically start from the beginning. You're Mr. Nobody, and you level up, and you try to find out, you know, the meaning and the sense of everything that's happening around you. And Emperor takes a chance and realizes on this random possible criminal to take an incredibly expensive piece of jewelry to whom it needs to go to, and players essentially stay as a no-one throughout the whole of the story, as the true main character is Martin Septim, though they can make a name for themselves through the side quests. Alright friends, so that's all about the news. That is definitely what we can recommend if you're interested in RPGs with immersive open worlds. I think it's a very good choice. It's the selection presented to us by Game Rant, and the writer was Megan Smith, and I absolutely 100% agree with them. You know, definitely games you are going to be enjoying tremendously. Right, so we still have some questions from our community that I need to answer. And first of all, the question that came in response to my discussions about the Summer Game Festival was coming from Stella. And Stella is in the US. I know that she was sometimes communicating here with us through the chat. And she said, you talked a lot about Starfield, Todd Howard, and Bethesda. What are your expectations of the game? Did the presentation live up to the expectations and the potential? Well, thanks very much, first of all, for watching the stream and analysing some of the things that I said about Starfield and Todd Howard. Very grateful for your contribution and for the question. And certainly, I can tell you that I have been very excited about Starfield and very much elated by everything I've seen and heard. But like many other people, be it industry professionals or gamers or streamers, we have been eagerly awaiting that showcase, the presentation that was coming out within the festival. And I've got to say that that was probably one of the best presentations I have ever seen. Don't forget, the game has not been released yet, so the presentation was giving you a lot of cues on what we are going to be seeing. And what we've seen so far is incredible. It actually points us to a direction in which we can be expecting that the game will be the biggest, the most kind of generation threshold breaking type of title of all times, i.e. the game for that would change the direction of both space operas and open world games of that type in the industry. Whether it will deliver, we need to see, but I would certainly say that what fascinated me was that enormous customization that we've seen there with everything from people to machines. We have seen that in this game we are going to be able to create and build our own vehicles and start from scratch, so anyone who is an engineer or somebody who's technically literally build their own vehicle from scratch. So that's fantastic, opportunity for people to do it either through customization and manually, or they'll use the algorithm or the game to do it for them. And every bit of armor and every bit of equipment can be fully customized. So it reminded me a bit of Anthem to a degree, from what I've seen in terms of the customization. It will be even more versatile, although Anthem's customization was very detailed and definitely much appreciated and loved by myself and many other gamers. Anthem got really bad reviews, due to the technical problems, but it's a very good game, and definitely it has huge potential, and hope that BioWare will come back to it at a later stage, maybe in view of Starfield's success. We'll see. Coming back to what Todd Howard had said, well, my expectation is for the game to be a bit like Elder Scrolls meeting Mass Effect and No Man's Sky, right? The idea is you have this massive big open world and the galaxy, or as many galaxies that they had created there with many planets. So they indicated there will be 1,000 planets. And the fact there are 1,000 planets will give them the opportunity to carry on with DLCs and extensions and additional content for quite some time to come. And I guess it's a huge experiment as they attempted to integrate the open world and the concept of Destiny into the Fallout, which we've seen on Fallout 64. But I don't really think it's turned out for them, from their perspective, to be as successful. I mean, it's not an unsuccessful game in any way, but it's not been as successful. Bethesda have been very popular and very well known for the single player games. You go back in time and you will see all the games they produced, the actual first party games like Fallout, like Elder Scrolls, think of Skyrim, think of Oblivion, think of Morrowind, think of Fallout 3 and 4. And the expectation is for that to be working in the same fashion. So I would like to see very good storytelling and a perfect blend of side quests and any additional missions or tasks to be merging with the story, which is the greatest strength that Bethesda have. I also the activity to be meaningful. Presently I'm doing Mass Effect Andromeda. It's a massive game. I mean, people talked about it in very derogatory terms, but this is a massive game. It's probably, I'd say, if you want to complete the majority of the tasks, you're probably looking at more than 250-300 hours of the actual gameplay. And I played it quite a lot, and I've looked at it today. It looks like I've only completed about 75 hours, and I thought I've gone deeper into the game. And then you look at the planets in Andromeda, and it tells you what's left in there in terms of your exploration and activity. So I said to myself, I'm doing something wrong, so I'll do one planet absolutely in full. I'll do literally everything. And guess what? I've done it successfully, because on that planet we didn't have that many meaningless tasks. So there weren't like 15 tasks to collect minerals or to do some farming, or the things that didn't really gel with the story in any way. And I don't want to see that in Starfield. If we have tasks, I want them to be connected to the narrative, and I think Bethesda excelled in this for their first party titles, and that is certainly my expectation. So what it means is you will have quite a number of characters that you can choose in order to play the game, but there's 4 characters who you will be able to use for romancing others. So it tells you that 4 characters will have like the bigger weight given to them in terms of the story, the narrative, and everything else. And I just say, Stella, that having 4 characters seems reasonable, because if you're talking about the game being played for, let's say, 2 or 3 years, you will be able to rotate them, you will be able to get through them. And then sometimes people will choose different character to do maybe different sections of the story. It doesn't have to be that you'll start and end on one character, and also the question is Starfield going to have a proper ending? That's not clear from what we've seen so far. And I got to say, I've listened to at least 6 or 7 interviews with Mr. Howard. He was very evasive on the content. He did not want to give away anything. He just talked about the technical side of things, how they managed to get the game into this shape, and explained the reasons for downgrading it from 60 to 30 FPS, and etc. So it's very, very interesting. So that is my primary expectation. So the primary expectation is simply to be able to have a lot of activity with stars and planets, and we want to have definitely many things blending in with the story, and that will make it very interesting, very engaging, and highly replayable. So that is my expectation. And coming back to Stella, I feel that the activity the presentation and the activity we've seen did live up to my potential, and we had some worries, maybe they'll keep it down to the last minute, you will not hear anything about the game. That's not happened. They actually did put the cards on the table, and I think the similar to what it was very similar, but it was more expansive, it was more in-depth with more information given, and the release is more or less imminent. So we are talking the early access from 31st of August, and the actual official date is 6th of September, so we don't have to wait for long, and we'll be able to see it for ourselves. Also, for anyone who's interested in Starfield, what you can do is you can subscribe to Xbox Game Pass, and then you can try the game either on console, cloud, or PC. You can download it to your PC if you want to have top-notch graphics and you want to be very good and very precise with your weapons, and try both the game and the streaming services. And what better opportunity to have but to grab it on the day where you have Starfield released. And Phil Spencer did say in the latest interview, which I watched a couple of nights ago, that they wanted to, and they did actually make this, they wanted to make the subscribe unsubscribe as easy as possible, so that people wouldn't have the repeat charges on the account or some sort of clause, you have got to be subscribed for 6 months, or that sort of nonsense. I think this is a really very progressive, very modern approach. So if you want to be trying out Starfield on day one with Xbox Game Pass, and you want to play it on cloud, for instance, or on your subscribe to the Game Pass on 31st of August, you'll get access on the 6th. And in the meantime, you can try out all the other games that Game Pass is offering, and you'll have the experience. And also, if you don't like it, if you find it doesn't work for you, just unsubscribe. You're not going to sustain any charges. There's no obligation. And like I said, tell you, the system does work properly, and it will be providing you with that degree of benefit. Think about it. They have about between 400 and 500 games accessible through cloud and Game Pass, and you can try all the heavyweights of Bethesda, or anything you get on EA Play, and the first party titles like Fable and Gears of War and Halo, and you're never going to be short of gaming. And I don't understand as to why you get postings on Twitter where people say, oh well, it's hardly anything to play on Game Pass. That's utter nonsense. You know, maybe if you are a mature gamer who's been playing all these games on their release, that's a possibility, and particularly if you're hammering the games so you're able to complete everything. Because there are some games there that require 500-600 hours input, so you know, anyone who is in full-time work will be completing that sort of game within a year, within a couple of years, doing it a bit by bit and enjoying every section, every step of the way. So evidently we have different types of gamers, and we have games which are being produced for a different mindset. But one shouldn't really underestimate the quality content and the quality of everything that comes that way from Xbox Game Pass team, and I always applaud them for this. I think they had revolutionized the gaming industry. They had introduced so many titles to so many different people worldwide, and quite frankly, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today had it not been down to the Game Pass and then also to the PlayStation Now stroke PS Plus services of today, because I did not enjoy needing to pay for every single game and then not knowing what the games were like. You know, in this instance, I'm purchasing the games as I go along. And obviously, if I like the game, I will also download it and play it on the system. And that gives me a huge opportunity both to enjoy games, to meet new friends, to expand on my community, and to purchase the titles on greatly reduced prices once these titles are departing from the streaming platform. So these are all the benefits, you know, so loads of benefits. And Microsoft, it's a no-brainer. The huge trillion dollar corporation, multinational corporation, and you know, they have huge amount of assets. It doesn't really create a major headache if certain games do not make certain type of revenue on these platforms, because they are proprietary to them. They're the owners of the entire network. The system of xCloud is actually owned by them. They don't have to pay anyone anything because they own it. As they own it, the costs are for them compared to the companies minimal. Obviously they have costs, but they're minimal compared to others who will have to be borrowing from them or leasing from them and having significant costs attached to these kind of services. So that's my view on that. Okay, so thank you, Stella, for the question, and thank you. Hopefully I answered the question, and hopefully we are going to be getting a lot more information soon, maybe some other vidocs or some other trailers. But generally, I do not like watching too many of these, because gameplay in particular could spoil the overall experience for me. I'll watch a bit of it, you know, like 10-15 minutes, but doing like 1 hour, a couple of hours of gameplay at the beginning of a game, it's not my jazz. I don't like that. I don't like it because a bit like watching a section of a film and then not being able to, you know, to finish it. You have to wait until it comes out. It just doesn't cut it for me. I like being surprised. I like being introduced to a game. I'll get trailers and I get bits and pieces and, you know, things which are interesting to me, but not to be actually given that gameplay and somebody else is playing it, and then you will be revisiting at the stage, and then you I remember that, I've seen it, yeah, you just doing it for me. Alright, so the next question was let me just see, Colin is in Newcastle, and I've had some messages from him in the past as well. Colin, thank you for writing. And his question is, well, I have been watching your streams for some time, and I can see that you changed direction somewhat, and you're no longer streaming some other games. What is the best advice you can give to me as a new hopeful budding streamer? Also, how do you find time to read all the news and prepare for the streams which are so in-depth and informative? Well, Colin, I am very grateful for your very kind words to start with, and thank you for watching and listening to my streams, both live and maybe sometimes on playback. I believe you're listening to them when you're at work or so. And well, I talked about this quite a bit. You know, I talked about what it takes to be a streamer, and I'll just summarize. We talked about that, Lupus Arius and myself. If you're quite interested about the in-depth discussion on how to become a kind of an ethical streamer who's also very health conscious, then that session on the highlights will give you a very, very good in-depth explanation. You just have to find it as a lengthy session, but you know, we talk about lots of interesting things, so bore anyone. And Gail is asking us, have you done a Destiny 1 raid before? Yes, Gail. In fact, last Monday, Lupus Arius and Zenith and myself, as a three-piece, had completed Kreuter raid a raid that otherwise would have been completed by 6 people, and we had a lot of fun, although it did take us a bit of time. And also I did do other raids, Vault of Glass and Wrath of the Machine. I don't think I completed Wrath of the Machine. We had some problems with the internet speed at the time when we were doing it a little while back, and you know, we are going to be doing raids indeed here on the channel, and there are going to be sometimes like warm-ups here during our regular streams, but generally we'll have special community sessions based on the fundraising. So when we reach a milestone, then we'll be throwing in a full session of one or couple of raids with the armor, the weapons and everything else selected and suggested by our community members through polls and quizzes, and there'll be rewards. So that will be happening, but we need to be getting donations. I got some donations, but it's still early days. I'm hoping that people will be donating, and then once we reach these thresholds, that's exactly what we'll do, because we're keeping some prime activity in stock, so to speak, to motivate the viewers and people to donate to help the charity that we're supporting, most notably the Mind Charity UK, and that is the idea. Anyway, coming back to Colin was asking about the systems. You know, to be fair, the first thing that needs to happen is you need to research the market. You need to choose the game that you like, that you feel familiar with, and the game that will stream well. So what does that mean, stream well? It needs to be a popular title, needs to be a blockbuster, needs to be a big game that has got several installments. So, you know, the games like Destiny, the games like Elder Scrolls, the games like Far Cry, the games like Assassin's Creed. It's the best to choose the game that's a multiplayer, because with the multiplayer you will be getting people who will be wanting to come in on a regular basis in order to participate and join you with your live session. So that makes it easy for you to play the game as well as to build your own community. And you have regulars who will come in because they need to complete certain tasks, they want to help others, they want to crack on. So that's the key consideration. What title, what installment, and whether it's a multiplayer. Because with Destiny, if you stream Destiny 2, for instance, you will not be getting a lot of passing traffic. The reason for that is many people stream the game and the algorithms will not pick you up. However, if you're streaming Destiny 1, all the people who are playing Destiny 2 will come and have a look at the streams of that. Huge passing traffic, right? Just an example, the same thing applies to Elder Scrolls. If you do Skyrim or Oblivion or Morrowind, it's the same sort of thing. Mass Effect, you know, the games of that sort. And the only difference is that those games are not multiplayers, so you will get a different type of viewer. It's a person who is enjoying the activity and will be helping you, not by actively interacting within the game, but telling you, you know, through chat or live comms on what you can be doing. It's very useful if you want to do any of these games, and if you need to complete certain tasks, because there's a huge amount of content, and therefore they are more than able to give you the overall suggestions and advice, and it's a different sort of comms. Anyway, the suggestion is you carefully choose a title. It needs to be part of a series. It needs to be multiplayer. Then you need to consider how you are going to do it, whether you're going to do it as a community-based session or you want to do it competitively, whether you want to be chasing scores when you teach people, whether you're an expert in that game, or you want to be running it in order to get people together to talk, to, you know, like here on my channel. Then you need to consider the schedule when you are going to be doing it. The key thing is regularity. You have got to be delivering your stream on the regular basis and on certain days. It doesn't have to be 7 days a week, doesn't have to be 7 hours a day. It can be a few streams a week, 3 to 4 streams a week, which will be within the parameter of about 4 to 5 hours at the same time. That will make it easy for people to find you. They'll know exactly when you're streaming and what you're streaming, and they'll come to you. So it's the regularity, it's the frequency, it's the discipline, how you do it. You have a concept. So when you got all of that in your head, the first thing you should do is you need to get pen, paper, get a notebook, and write a business plan. Write a plan how you're going to do it. You choose the game, you choose the times, you choose the other aspects of the streaming, which I just mentioned, and draw the schedule. Make sure you know exactly what's going on, right? In addition to that, you need to create different social networking forums that will include Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Facebook, TikTok, and what else? Discord, right? Discord is very important for that degree of connectivity. A lot of people connect with you through Discord rather than through PlayStation or Xbox, or even through different forums on PC. If you're a PC gamer, Discord is a must, because everyone's going to be connected to you through Discord. Once you do that, make sure that the content that you're providing on different platforms is not automated. So it's got to be diverse. Every platform will have to have something different for people to read. If you keep making it automated, which is what some companies offer, you will not get many people watching and reading. It's true that people who read Twitter don't read the information on Instagram, and vice versa. And you may get some people reading it because it's interesting. But when you are an avid Twitch streamer, viewer, or member of a community, and you keep clicking on what that person has on different forums, it's all the same. So it's not particularly interesting. So it needs to be that degree of diversity of the content. And then you make sure that your schedule is always posted on your Twitch on About page, right? And in addition to that, what you need to do is you need to have on Twitter your daily announcements, and also the announcements on your Discord if you're running Discord, right? So the Discord will give alerts to people to know that you are going to be streaming at a particular time and that you are going to do it on that day. You can have like a pre-stream alert, and you can have the stream alert when you actually start broadcasting. That on Discord can be automated because it's just like a one shot of information, and that's very important. Many people will disable notifications for your stream or anyone else's stream because they don't want to be getting too many notifications to the smartphone. It's a standard practice. People use it on default, prevent notification. They put the button through the settings on the smartphone to avoid having that many, particularly from Instagram, from Twitter, from Twitch, because you will be getting constant information that's disturbing, right? Because you keep getting alerts, the phone rings and or buzzes, vibrates, whatever, and you're getting that information. So it's very important that for other platforms you have the means to which you alert people when you are streaming. And then when you've chosen all of that, you need to practice a bit how you will be broadcasting, how you are going to be delivering the speeches. The most important consideration once you got everything on paper is whether you want to be seen or you will do it radio style without camera. So that's critical, right? That is most important. Some people will prefer to see the streamer and they will be focusing on how he is or she, right? How they are behaving, the way they talk, the way they look, what they wear, what their room looks like, and all this. That is a distraction from the high quality content, right? Obviously you can have that, but high quality content is to be delivered as a spoken word. So always think about this. If you want to have a longevity, why do people listen to the BBC News worldwide? Because they have that specific method through which the news are communicated, which is giving a view that many consider to be as objective as possible. It's not always objective. Sometimes it's pro certain government or pro certain party, but it's very, very neutral compared to some other news outlets. So people know that this is a method, this is the system for which they will get the news. They'll always go to it. Like BBC World Service, people listen to almost in every country of the world, particularly in war zones, because in war zones people want to get objective information on what is actually happening. So you have that sort of consideration before you. You need to work out how you are going to be delivering your broadcast with or without the video. And obviously if you're not doing it with video, you must be practicing a bit how you will deliver your speeches, how you will talk and everything else. People will receive you and get to know you entirely through your oratory abilities. If you have your picture up, i.e. your video, then it's a different ballgame because people will resort to the combination of how you talk and how you look. That's very important. You have channels that are phenomenally successful either way, and it's all about the personality and the delivery of the presenter. So that's critical, and you need to consider that. Don't buy into the idea that in 3 months you'll have 20-30,000 followers. That will never happen unless you are purchasing your followers, and purchasing is done through the third-party apps and companies that throw in the anonymous types of individuals that mainly are fake accounts and all this. What you want to do is you want to first of all start with 5 people, and then extra 10 and extra 15, and you will be asking people to join your forums in order to join forces, to do a bit of gaming together, to talk live on air. you've got to stick to the rules. I forgot to mention earlier, the other thing that needs to be written in a notebook is the rules of the channel, whether you're delivering the channel for mature audiences or family friendly and literally for all ages. So it's very important, you know, and you need to conduct your approach and your overall style of broadcasting accordingly, and that is you know, what will be definitely then observed. And when you are building a community, as I said, look at a small number of people, and people who are first of all very dedicated to the game you're streaming, and people who are really well spoken, people who are happy to be live on air, get recorded, get archived, and people who can really, through the quality of the interactions, draw others to come in. That's critical. If you get people who are swearing all the time, are very mature, and people who really are, you know, hammering it for some sort of teenage angst type of reason, well, you will attract people of that age, but that will reduce the number of overall participants that will want to be watching this. It's got like a temporary flavor. It's interesting maybe for 10 minutes, but the high quality content stays with you for the rest of the days, because you learned something. You want to be there in order to join forces with others, to talk, to share communication and knowledge. And so that's very important, you know. That's a very, very important consideration, and make sure that you basically have all of that in your notebook. And then you stream, you know. You have to follow the plan. Every few weeks you need to review the plan and see whether it works, whether it's aligned with your original idea. You compare the idea and what's on the paper with what's happening stats wise. And you know, the second part of your question, Colin, was about the time. Where do I find the time to get all the information and everything? Well, streaming can be a way of life for some people, as you've seen with younger streamers, and I think it is important to do everything in a disciplined fashion. So if you are doing, let's say, your streams 3 times a week, for instance, let's say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you need to allocate times and you need to prepare. Which means you need to allocate, first of all, what content you will be providing. So in my case, I have 2 hubs. One is for gaming, video gaming, and the other is for film history or film industry. And the first thing I do in the morning when I wake up is I go through the news. That is lengthy, that is arduous, and it does take a bit of selection. You know, I need to be fully alert and awake to see what's interesting, what isn't, and the news I get are not just from the industry hubs. I get it also from various community members, participants, people who are coming in, followers on various forums. The news I get almost exclusively from Twitter, and Twitter will have the postings from quite a number of internet hubs that are catering for either of these industries, and then I will select. So I will be like curating my own news, which I will be posting to Twitter, right? So Twitter will have the news that I have selected that are of interest to myself personally, but also they're of interest to other people who are basically following the trends and whatever is happening in those industries. Sometimes they swing towards new games, sometimes they will be about old games, sometimes it's about festivals or conventions, and the same thing applies to the film forum. You will have the division between people who watch the new releases, are interested in what's in cinema today, and those who are dedicated to, you know, the kind of film museum, cinematheques and classic films. And I comprise then the news from the both sides, and that comes across as, you know, kind of you know, very interesting overall, as people can make links for themselves, connect the newer films with something from history and vice versa, and maybe sometimes people who are really into the film history will be, you know, coerced and driven to watch some of the recent titles, and the other way around. And that takes a bit of time, and it's always done. The way I do it is I do it on Twitter, and then the news that I'm interested in I'm posting to my Twitter, and those which I consider to be interesting to the listeners, the viewers and readers, I will be bookmarking. So bookmarking gives me a selection that is very easily seen. I can browse through it with ease, and that is the pinnacle. That's the best, the most interesting news that I want to be not just presenting. I want to be discussing them. Like today, the big news was about this integration of AI in Google, but I didn't want to touch on it because it'll take us too long. It's actually a subject for a completely different session, so I left it out, and we'll talk about it on another day. And then obviously you plan for your actual session. You need to plan whether you will run separate sessions with news, which are delivered in a separate format, or whether you want to do gaming straight away. It's down to your own vision, you know. But in terms of the time, the way to do it is by being extremely disciplined. So you've got to be really disciplined on how you organize your day, your time, your schedule. It sounds easy, you know. You know, when you consider you've got your equipment like a console and you plug everything in and you can stream straight away, but at the same time it does take a bit of consideration and effort for everything to be delivered professionally and on a level that will be attracting viewers and participants. So these are the tips, really. I think that's what, when I say discipline, that means that you're not streaming at night, you're not keeping yourself awake all night long, you're not drinking liters of coffee and energizer drinks and, you know, anything else which is unhealthy. You need to adhere to a very healthy lifestyle. I find it very easy to deliver mine. I live a very healthy life. I'm very health conscious, obviously somebody who's a former health professional, and I always find that doing swimming, doing exercise, eating healthy breakfast, eating things which make me feel good. Like, for instance, I came back from swimming yesterday. I fancied a risotto. You know, I really fancied it. I really wanted it. It was a bit late. It was after 10 o'clock, but risotto doesn't take long to prepare. And I made a wonderful mushroom risotto, which was terrific. And I made it in about half hour. I ate it. I watched a program which has been on my desk here for a little while. I tell you what the program is. It's Cracker. I've got a box set of this classic police thriller crime series from ITV from the mid-1990s, and I've got a box set. It's the full series, about I think 12 episodes or so, and I watched the first episode yesterday, and it was just delightful. It was a great day. Healthy eating in the morning with breakfast. I mean, firstly exercising, then healthy eating. After that, reading the news, preparing for the broadcast, having a wonderful community session live on there. After that, going to swimming, and after that, having a really good meal. You know, it just makes everything worthwhile. I think if we are doing it in a healthy fashion, in a manner which is disciplined, then the activity becomes really rewarding. You feel really good on the inside, and it's all about the comms. I've seen people streaming the games and they only have 3 hours a day to play the game because they work or they're away or they have to commute, and what they do is they're just playing the game. Playing the game is not doing broadcast live online. Broadcast live online is all about communication, you know. This channel will have nobody, not a single participant, if I was just playing the game and not engaging with my community. We had lots of people in straight away as the channel began in, was it 2018, as the comms were seen as being permanent. And you will ask any of our friends in there, they will tell you what we like about the channel is that we talk. What we don't like about some other channels is somebody's doing some activity in Destiny and they don't talk, and I keep sending messages, they're not responding, and they keep doing it, and I'm interested in the activity, but I want them to respond because I want to learn from it, you know. So keep this in mind. Broadcasting is all about communication, interactivity. More interactive you make it, better it will be, and obviously depending on your ability, your age, your perspective. But just remember what I said about health and discipline. That's critical. I've seen people doing streaming and then being completely burnt out, completely dissatisfied, left it all, and wasted their creative potential, because actually they were fantastic streamers, they were doing really well, but you know, they're just completely overwhelmingly tired, and you know, they couldn't think, and that's loads of coffees, loads of energy drinks, 24-hour streams, doing it all night long. That is not the way to do it. It's just plain and simple wrong. You want to do things live online in order to feel good, in order to enhance other people's lives, to have fun and entertainment with others. So remember that. That is my advice, not just to Colin, but to every other streamer who is trying to make it on the internet. To put in perspective, there's been a lot of hoo-ha about people making millions and millions on live streams, etc. That's utter nonsense. That's ridiculous. I have seen the stats recently that was sent to me by the Twitch. And I have seen that there was less than, if I'm not mistaken, it was like 2,700 or so, 2,700 streamers who had qualified for the new premium option to be the partner. And the partner for that premium option will get 70% of the revenue that people donate or generate through Twitch activities, and 30% will go to Twitch. So that's like a new program. But that's less than 3,000 people qualify for that, which means they have got to have certain earnings already on the platform. And amongst those 3,000, you will probably talk about a few dozen who actually can make a living out of it. And just think how many people stream worldwide. People are tempted to do everything. So the stats tell you the true story, the true state of play as far as the streaming is concerned. You know, that's the fact. And I'm not saying if people are very versatile, very creative, they may well be making revenue outside of Twitch. They don't have to go through Twitch. They don't have to do bits and cheers and, you know, subscriptions. Obviously, all of that will be commissioned 50% by Twitch, and you will have also the additional dues to pay. So finally, you end up with maybe 15-70% of what was being made through the entire hub. If you are obviously monetizing, if you are considering doing it like that. The additional platforms, which are direct tipping, or you know, you set up other forums, but in order for people to feel confident to be funding you through these other forums, you have got to have a very trusting, very well built, very interactive community where you're completely at home with you the way you are, and that takes time. So I'd say the business on Twitch, or the running of Twitch channels, is no different to any other business or any other activity that people will do elsewhere, i.e. like a business plan. And if you actually were involved with any private enterprise, you will know that in order to succeed, you need to be allocating 5 years. Right? You have 1 year valuation, 3 year valuation, 5 year valuation, and you need to be constantly revising your plan. When I say business plan, it doesn't have to be based on monetary. You need to be looking at how everything works, whether it gives benefits, whether it's growing, and all other kinds of factors. And all of that is essential if you want to be a successful streamer. I'm not saying in the near future there may be other opportunities arising, but what's important is not to do it the wrong way. Do it the wrong way, you know, you first of all lose enthusiasm, then you feel too tired, you're not up for it, and then you actually lose the opportunity to be very creative. I think streaming, together with the full integration of social networks, could provide phenomenal access to somebody who wants to be creative and present their creative effort. It doesn't have to be painting or sculpting, you know, it could be other forms of creativity to the world. And one can be creative in building communities, for instance. You know, people who build businesses and buy them and sell it. It's a creative way of thinking. It's something that requires that degree of creativity. And I really always feel sad when I see that the creative potential is wasted because certain things have gone seriously wrong, purely as they were being done in the wrong fashion. And the opportunity is still there. Do you see what I mean? So that is, it's very important not to fall into the fake news and all the other things which you read online. Obviously, we have a lot of information online that's instantly accessible. You've got to always do what the intelligence services do. You know what that's called? Check, check, check. 3 checks. And where does that come from? It comes from the military. It's something that has been well known in the military for many centuries. You've got to be always checking. So if you're receiving the news on a particular news hub telling you, oh, this person made £2 million, new contract, they made it just by doing something on Twitch, check that. Do find out who this person is. You've seen many adverts for multi-level marketing. Gave up my work, I had made millions of pounds by selling soap. Right, really? Where? How? Under what circumstances? Who was facilitating? Do you see what I mean? So you need to double check, triple check, 4 or 5 times you need to check the information before you get it. Because if you have a tangible information which is checked, then you will not be disappointed. You will know what the score is. I'll give you an example. I know I'm talking quite a bit today, and we've not played any games, but it's all of this is extremely important. Also, it's in response to our community participants who are sending messages and asking for help, and I send a message back saying, I talked about this live on air. Just have a look, and maybe that's the reason as to why some people are watching it and play. I don't know. Anyway, thinking like, doing it wrongly, doing it rightly. So, for instance, I was curious. Before restarting my season here on Twitch live, what the current states of play for Destiny stream was with the actual daily schedule, i.e. at what time do people play the game or stream the game the most, right? And I got a very good idea because I actually streamed Destiny 10 to 3, so that was the morning hours. I streamed it like 2 to 6, 2 to 7, and I did stream it sometimes 8 to midnight. So I know what the mindset of those participants is, and I know generally what the Destiny veterans and players will do in the course of that period. So I looked it up on Google, and I dug up maybe 20 or 30, if not even more, postings from a variety of different hubs who indicated that the best time to stream Destiny was between midnight and 6 o'clock in the morning. Every one of those copied and pasted the same information, and it was identical. If you're my opinion, that is the worst time for you to stream. Evidently you'll be accessing the global markets and global access, and somebody who is in Australia, New Zealand or South Africa may well come in. That is not the best time. The best time to stream is the one you will allocate first of all for yourself. You have got to be in a sound, sane, alert frame of mind, which is also what? It says that Destiny will go into the maintenance. What is going on? Why? That is crazy. Why are they going to the maintenance now? It's going to ruin my stream and everything. That is crazy. I just got a message in there. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll try to log in with Destiny 2 if this one doesn't work. If they're doing something, maybe it's the weasel and baboons of this world that are causing problems. Or maybe we'll just keep it on the we'll keep it on the menu there, and I'll keep talking. I'll see. Yeah. So you need to be, coming back to the point, in a sane, alert, rested frame of mind to be delivering a broadcast. That's the first parameter. The second one is you need to pitch it so that your time of day is good for yourself, right? So if you're not an early riser, don't start streaming 6 o'clock in the morning. Never will work, right? Choose the time which is the best when you are in the zone, where you can actually be the very best when you talk to people and all that. You need to consider your age, and you need to consider your other occupations, your work and everything else, which will be a decisive factor in that sort of consideration. But anyway, it's important to pitch it correctly, and then you'll be looking at your own community. So in my opinion, streaming any time during the day is perfectly good. It doesn't matter. You'll get sometimes more people coming in, some fewer. Very many people today after the pandemic work from home, and because they work from home, I'll give you an example. Our local council has generally about 1,700 people that work on site, roughly 2,000, right? Or maybe it was 2,000. I read the numbers yesterday. And ever since the pandemic, and during the pandemic, more than 1,400 to 1,500 have actually worked from home, and they carried on working from home as the pandemic eased off. So what they're going to do is they're going to carry on the same system of people working from home for the local government, right? For the local institutions, for the local public services, and they will close down the facility as they discovered that less than, I think, the fewer than 200 people were coming in on the regular basis to use the facilities within the building. So you could see it's a huge change in the public sector where the majority of people work from home. So what does that tell you? Lots of people work from home. They can actually combine online activity with the work, right? And you will get many more coming in today compared to maybe 5-6 years ago. So it's kind of considerations that one needs to be keeping an eye on, and they could be connected with the changes in the wider community. But I think in order to engage online today, if you're a streamer, you are getting many thumbs up, it's much easier to connect with people who work from home. I'm not saying that somebody will be hammering a game for 5-6 hours with you if they work for public services. They will not do that, but they will have breaks, and they will be sometimes engaging with the chat, or they will be doing some other work which is easy for them, like working on computer and doing some stats, and just literally typing or rewriting things, and they'll be listening to your stream. They will connect. So that is a huge opportunity, and that is something that everyone needs to consider. So when you're looking at the hours during the day, I'd say any time from 9 in the morning to midnight, and you just choose yourself like your best 5 hours, and that is going to work perfectly for you. And most importantly for your community, if you have regular streams, they will know that you're there at that time, and those people, when viewing with their high quality contributions, will attract new members, and this is how your community is going to grow. Sometimes people cannot come to every single stream, and they'll watch you through playback. Just make sure you do always exactly the same thing, right? I just remember now what some traders used to say to me. They said, it's simple, but it's not easy. That's what streaming is about. Streaming is simple when you look at it. It's not easy, because it does have lots of considerations. So it's very important that a young streamer doesn't get disheartened. And I always want to see people who kind of watch channels and then they get encouraged and they set up their own channels and their own streaming services and their own broadcasting. I did see that, I have to say, with a number of our community members. Some were related to Destiny, others were playing Apex and Warzone. In fact, one very dedicated Warzone gamer never did any streams, and he joined our community. I actually brought him in after being with him in one random session, which was the random matchmaking session, and he was asking me quite a few questions about how the streaming works, and he was quite curious and interested. Incidentally, he lives in Sweden. He's also a mature gamer, somebody who is married with children and has quite a bit of time on his hands, considering his age and all this. And he is doing regular Warzone streams today. He actually learned from what we were doing live online, learned from the broadcast, from the approach and everything else. And I'm so truly delighted to see that. It's absolutely terrific, because he lives in a very small hamlet, so he's quite far away from everything. And this is giving him a fantastic opportunity to be connected with so many different gamers worldwide, and constant comms and interactivity, and that is the way it needs to be. So these are the tips, these are the ideas that I've had as far as the streaming is concerned. Thanks to Colin, thanks to Stella, thanks to all other people who have been sending us the messages. Thank you for your contributions, always really appreciate it, always great to see that people are both reading and listening to all of our activities here live online. If you have any questions, if you want to learn more, anytime, just feel free to pop in, speak out live, or indeed send us messages, and I'll be able to respond. As I said, I read some messages here which I consider to be very much of interest. Otherwise, I respond through PMs and DMs directly to people who ask questions. I get lots of questions about streaming, I have to say, and we probably will, I'll run sometimes maybe sessions which are specifically focused on this. I've got some of them already on my highlights. I need to re-listen to the highlights and then allocate the actual title, so people know exactly it's about this is about epilepsy, this is about streaming tips and all that, so that you'll be able to access it. I think a lot of people are struggling with the idea of how to stream successfully, because they get given wrong sort of advice. And there's so many younger streamers who are doing it for the multi-level marketing purpose. They want to gain some money through the ads, through various inclusions, through their short videos, and very many of these tips are just literally like copying and pasting from someone else. It doesn't have the personalized experience. And I think if I want to still expand on what I said to Colin, one of the best ways of learning how to do it is by being connected to somebody who has been an experienced streamer, somebody who's been doing it for quite a while, somebody has already a community attached to the online activities. They don't have to be having 1 million followers. It's completely irrelevant. In fact, somebody who is having 1 million followers is sponsored. They have other bosses, people who invest money in them, and they have a very different perspective on their own community and how to deal with everything, purely because they are seen a bit like a footballer. They're an investment, and it's a different approach altogether. So I wouldn't even consider asking for some tips from those guys, because they have been supported and helped from an early stage by the third party or third parties in order to be raised to that pedestal. I'm not saying they're fantastic gamers and they produce phenomenal content, but if you want to learn, you will want to go to somebody who is doing it and who is doing it well with his own community, and they'll be able to tell you, provide you with some advice every step of the way. So that's extremely important, being provided with the correct advice, and therefore being able to mold it to actually your own liking, to your own ideas, and to everything that you want to be achieving. Streaming is a bit like doing music. If you start making music that people are definitely going to be liking, you will have no longevity. It's going to be commercial type of dribble that sounds like everything else, and you have 5 minutes of fame if you manage to hit it big, and then that's it. If you're making music which is deeply personal and well connected to what certain sections of the listeners community want, but it's personal, it's got your personal signature. There you are, just talked about Billie Eilish early on, which is a phenomenally successful musician, has been supported from an early age, but she's honest, she's personable, and she talks about her ills, she talks about her difficulties, and that is what really both makes her remarkable, and this is why she stands out, while she will have that degree of longevity certainly for many, many years ahead. Even when she becomes somewhat older, people can always resort to these statements and the experiences that she was giving to everyone at an earlier stage. And it is the personal elements, she molds the music, she molds the atmosphere, the trends into something that is very much part and parcel of what she does, and that's the greatest quality. Not everyone has that, but I'm saying streaming is very similar to that. You've got to learn from others and mold it in order to excel yourself, and how you do that is down to yourself. There isn't a clear-cut recipe. It's a bit like people making films. You learn how to make films by the use of cameras, or how to use a professional crew to do things for you, how to attach lighting to certain sets. That does not give you the ability to make masterpieces. The masterpieces will be made in someone's head. It's going to be done personal imprint, the signature, as we call it, onto the project that will make it truly remarkable. So many examples of that sort, and I think broadcasting is exactly the same. Obviously delivered on a different level, but still it'll give you that degree of quality, and certainly can stimulate creativity in many different people, and it is something that can be very long lasting. These communities stay together. We've seen that many times with the communities attached to video gaming, for instance. And I want to see somebody's saying the Destiny servers are down now. Gail's saying, well, if that is the case, then we will not be able to do any gaming. We'll just talk. That's all we can do. I need to see as to why these servers are down. Can you see whether Destiny 2 servers are up and running? Because if Destiny 2 servers are running, I'll just switch to Destiny 2. We'll do it there, and we can play Destiny 2. I don't know. I'll have a look at the maintenance. Anyway, let's have a look what the reason. Anybody else knows? You tried it? Anybody else who's watching? Just tell us what the problems are. Let me see. We've got Destiny 2, Bungie, Destiny 2, Destiny 2. No, there's no mention. So that Bungie help will be probably the yeah. Hang on, where is it now? Oh, there it is. Bungie help. Yeah. 14 minutes. Destiny 1 and 2 maintenance. Destiny 1 and 2 are being brought offline for expected maintenance. Expected login 10 o'clock, expected end 11 AM. And that is specific time. Destiny 1 and 2 maintenance has begun. Remaining time and player removal 8:15, expected login 10 and 11. Why is the maintenance done today? Why? So that's Destiny schedule maintenance, right? So what is this then? 10? That would be 10. I don't know. Probably still for another 30 minutes or so that the maintenance will be conducted. I'm not sure. According to the yeah, it says 11 a.m. Pacific and -7 it's UTC. Destiny 1 and 2 maintenance is expected to conclude. Players who observe issues should report to the help forum. Right. I apologize for that, but I'm not experiencing any problems here at the moment, but I don't think I can launch the game, so I think that's probably the reason. And they said, so anyone watching, anyone who's out there, if you want to be playing Destiny, it says that both servers for Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 are in fact brought offline for the expected maintenance. So they had advertised this in advance. I've not spotted it, I've not actually even checked here. And they said the expected maintenance should last roughly for an hour. So that's 10 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Pacific. Gail says if you press on the character, you will get a downtime thing. Well, I don't want to do that because I want to carry on talking. I want to be here live online with our friends so people can just watch and talk, right? So let's see, as we cannot get into the game, which is what I was just intending to do, and that's very annoying, right? Let's just talk about something. Let's ask questions. Let's run another Q&A, and then once Gail sees that the maintenance is finished, hang on a minute. I just want to see whether it's going to boot me from the actual. No, it's not going to boot me from the stream, so that's good. This is carrying on, so that's fine. Right, so let's talk about other things. Let's see what people want to know. Let's see what questions and answers we may be getting in here. Gail, ask us some questions. Fire away so that I can carry on talking. We can't get into the game. It's maintenance for another 30 or 40 minutes at least, so we just have to wait until that's resolved. But we can talk. Other boys watching, come on, ask questions. I want to know what's of interest, Destiny or non-Destiny related. I'll wait to hear. Who else is watching? Any of our regulars? Gail's asking, do you like Lightfall? To be fair with you, I purchased Lightfall after it got reduced, and I've not played Lightfall at all, so I'm not a person. Matthias is here. Matthias is saying no one here but us, the bots. How are you, sir? Good to see you. You got my message about the cancellation the other day. Zenith was caught up with 4th of July celebrations with his family, and then I sent you a message saying, yeah, cool. I really wanted to make sure that you knew that we were not able to do anything on the day, and we will reschedule the session, you know, at a time of which is going to be suitable for yourself and Zenith. So that's no big deal. We'll find another day, and I don't want you to be getting up at 3 in the morning or anything like this. We'll find a good time, and yeah, maybe later on. Yeah, our friend Matthias Duck Haunting says, yeah, I was going to ask and see if today would work, but obviously not. Well, I mean, I've just looked at it on Twitter, and they said it's going to be an hour. But you know, like on Sunday, Zenith and me were doing a session which was offline, right? And I mean, off my broadcast, we were doing it just for fun. And we wanted to go through some of the seasonal content on Destiny 2. And just out of the blue, first of all, he was getting several error messages, Baboon and Weasel and I don't know what. And then the next thing that happened was we got like an unexpected maintenance message, and they indicated online through Bungie Help that the maintenance was going to last an hour or an hour and a half or something like that. But actually, I checked the whole thing a few hours later, and it was still, you know, ongoing. So we need to see. I mean, considering it was Sunday night, they probably thought doing it at night will be. It was actually at night UK time, but it was obviously daylight in the US, and actually daytime. Sorry, my throat is a bit agitated. I caught some sort of after strolling the other day, a bit of a sore throat, so it's affecting my brain somewhat. Yeah, I was going to say that I'm surprised with so many maintenance sessions, scheduled and unscheduled, but I believe that it is to do with the I think it's probably DDoS attack. You know, they were trying to resolve Weasel and Chicken and Baboon the other day, and they sent a message on Bungie Help indicating that all of the problems have been resolved, but actually I knew some of those will be persisting. I can't believe that these are just inherent problems to the service, you know. If it's a DDoS attack or some sort of hacking, like for instance what Blizzard declared, then indeed it's a serious problem, and it'll take a bit of time to get resolved. I want to come back to Gale, because Gale was asking about Lightfall. I had not played Lightfall at all. I've got it as a full expansion, and I purchased it in order to stream it online as part of a Destiny universe. I wanted to stream it and then do it together with other friends. I couldn't do this once I had set everything up for my new season of streams due to that Twitch app problems on Xbox. Twitch doesn't work on Xbox at all. Okay, so Xbox is just completely obsolete for anything to do with Twitch streaming as it stands today. It worked perfectly in the past, or I say perfectly, it worked well in the past, but at the moment you can't get the broadcaster sound to work, the picture is choppy, the stream is constantly crashing, so it's literally to be binned straight away. And I can't stop thinking that that is there because both Microsoft and Twitch want people to be playing Destiny 2 on PCs. I can't stop thinking, because the problem of that sort should have been remedied within the first week or the first few days of its occurrence. It's been going on now for almost 4 or 5 months, and that's the reason as to why I've not played it, because the idea was to play Lightfall like any other content in the past with our community, and I couldn't really do that, you know. So that's the reason for that. Generally, I had a lot of feedback from many community members, and I've seen it also on Reddit. Lightfall is seen as the weakest DLC that Bungie released, which is terrible. I mean, it's terrible that the community really had felt like that, as I think the Witch Queen was one of the far the best. So I don't know what's happening in the meantime, but they said it looked to them like this was done on a cheap, there wasn't enough story-driven content. They intensely, the vast majority of people, and that's not myself, disliked the new characters, you know, the characters that look like something out of DC, DC Comics, I mean, or Dark Horse. You know, they look a bit like the guys from Silver Surfer, and it's just totally different visually to what we have generally, and that's the reason. Coming back to Matthias said, I can confidently say that I definitely prefer Destiny 1 to the sequel. Well, Matthias, you're not the only one. We have many people who always come to the stream here, and you know, I'll tell you, I was looking at the stats. I have really a lot of passing traffic every single day for my streams. Presently, we've had between 70 to 250 people coming in, having a look, and you know, passing by. Not many of them would say hello, but that indicates if you look at the overall traffic every single day, that is thousands of players generally still playing Destiny, being interested in the game, and that is not something that is presently present on the sequel. There's a huge dissatisfaction with, first of all, the server-related problems, right? And lots of people complained about different glitches and crashes and problems experienced primarily in the sequel. But we did have serious problems here in Destiny 1. We were doing Crota raid the other day, Zenith and Lupus Arius and myself, and then I kept getting a baboon error message continuously, right? And every time the baboon message popped up, I'd be booted, and then I would pop up in the raid as dead, and I didn't do anything, right? It was just down to the glitch. It happened probably more than 10 or 12 times, which is just pampering both the stream and the effort that we had. We completed it as a 3-piece. It did take us a bit of time, but it was definitely causing an undue pressure on the teammates, and it wasn't particularly good for the viewers to see either, because they wanted to see a steady stream, kind of a trickle along. And so maybe Matthias can tell us a bit about as to why he feels so categoric, or as to why you feel at this point that you definitely prefer. What are the main reasons? I'm sure Gale and Zenith and other friends would be quite interested to hear, because just to say to others who are watching, and I want to say that people are watching this stream on various platforms, it's not just Twitch. I use various other services for restreaming, and Lightstream and Stream Elements and Rainmaker amongst these, as well as doing the charitable fundraising through Tiltify, so Tiltify streaming as well. So it's quite a few other viewers coming from elsewhere. Anyway, coming back to Matthias, I'm what's going to say? Yeah, I'm just sort of quite curious to hear what is the basic difference for you. I know you mentioned it before, but I'd like others to hear. Matthias is a true veteran of Destiny 1 and has been playing the game right from the beginning, and loves the game. And Matthias also had helped me to get some of the pinnacle weapons, Dark Drink and Sleeper Simulant in particular. We did lots of different things in the past as well. We also attempted a couple of times some raids, although in the past I wasn't doing the raids because of the internet speed, and I'm sure that he is in a great position to provide us with analysis as to why he feels that the sequel is not living up to its potential. And Matthias says, well, I probably sound like a broken record with it, but the short of it is that Destiny 1 is a complete game. That is the view that many people who've had kind of longevity in the video gaming actually state as well. The problem for lots of gamers is that they prefer the mindset to which you are getting trophies or achievements and you complete the game. And the open world with constant activities feels like you're being driven to lots of things that you perhaps do not want to do, but you still spend time on them, and there isn't a proper result or achievement at the end. That I've heard from many people, not just on Twitter or Reddit, but also here. And we have probably it's hard to say really, I wouldn't like to give you a number. We have quite a number of people who categorically refuse to even enter the world of Destiny 2 for that reason. And our friend Dark Haunting says, with the exception of Iron Banner and Trials, you can do everything in Destiny 1 that the game has to offer. Yeah, that's right. And also what's particularly interesting is, like, we've done the Taken King missions yesterday with Gale. Gale was trying to complete that on one of the characters, and we just literally just walked through it, But it was interesting to see that actually the original Taken King story missions were quite difficult, and they were designed for a team of 3 to be completing them. So when we were defeating the beast right at the end, obviously I've done it quite a few times in the past, so I knew what to do, but it's very difficult if you do it just by yourself. And you'll know from my streams, I absolutely dislike doing any activity in Destiny which is solo. I definitely want people to be fully involved, be it as a 3-piece or 6-piece, and makes a big difference. But I really think in the mindset of a gamer, if you're doing Destiny 2 and you're doing all the grinds, right, you have lengthy grinds for certain weapons, then that indeed is very annoying if those weapons are then later, first of all, with the new season, leveled up automatically. So there's no point, of the grind, and they're not really necessary for certain activities. They talked a lot about this, you know, the Bungie. They said we want people to have certain mods and certain weapons to complete certain activities, but that is off-putting to many newbie gamers. You know, people don't want to be grinding, and the biggest difference for me, really, I mean, first of all, is this leveling up. Do you remember how long? I mean, I personally didn't have to grind for too long because I've had yourself and other guys helping me out, so we were able to. I mean, I was able to reach 4400 relatively quickly. But you remember Sniper King, yeah? I've not heard from him of late. Have you heard from him at all? Is he, you know, alive and well and everything good? Good. He said that it did take him originally. He was with Destiny, I think even on beta, on sort of pre-release. He said it did take him about 18 months to 2 years to complete lots of different things, and this was pre-Twitch years, so it wasn't as easy to get together with others. And I was just reminded of this yesterday. We played Taken King, and I could see really for a solo player it was very, very difficult, and that you know, that itself has its own great attractions. That is what I think is definitely very, very appealing, and not just to the new gamer, but it's appealing for any form of replay. And you will remember that we've had some time, a little while back, the chronological replay of the missions. So I was replaying the story missions, and I was surprised to discover that the actual perspective on the game, the experience of it, was significantly different. In fact, the first 6 missions, you know, in Cosmodrome right at the beginning, if you play them in a linear fashion, they come across as a repetitive. You start out at a certain point and you're doing it again and again. I didn't enjoy that, I've got to say. So I could see as to why they integrated it in this non-linear fashion. It worked perfectly, really, within that concept. And I guess there's different ways in which one can play Destiny 1. Also, what I really like, and I'm sure you like that, you can replay at any time any of the missions of your own time and of your own volition and choosing, and that's critical. I think that's most important. Destiny 2, we can't do that, you know. And also the vaulting of the content, what's the idea behind that? I paid for that content, I can't access it. So I'm very happy about this, and I would really like to visit some of the old DLCs, even if I was not particularly keen. Let me see what Matthias is telling us. Matthias says Destiny 2 has changed to a money machine. They drag out the smallest crumbs of story over the course of a season. Sometimes they drag it out even longer. For example, we had hints of the Witness and all of the Darkness related story at the end of the vanilla campaign in Destiny 2, which was vaulted, by the way, i.e. removed, which was originally shown in 2017. It's been 5 years and they still haven't finished that story. I don't know whether you listened to my broadcast from the beginning today. I actually talked about that earlier today. There is a big interview with the narrative design director of Bungie's on Games Radar, and I obviously picked up the news and I talked about it at length earlier today, and he made it really very half-baked in everything he said. They were asking him exactly the same question, the thing you asked, they're asking him, and he said something like, we wanted to make all the loose ends untied because we really thought this was going to be drawing people to the conclusion that will happen within the last year, or within the last DLC. And I thought that's just red herring, don't you think? It's ridiculous, because the story, generally the actual storytelling was quite weak from the beginning. It was like Halo, but with the story thrown in. The Ghost was telling us the story in Destiny 1, and I thought there was a lot more scope for the actual narrative within the game. And what he said now was just trying to find a get-out clause. We'll explain it in due course. And how will you explain it? You will throw in a couple of cutscenes, and you think that's all right? It's not. I think it is just underscoring the huge potential that the story have. Matthias, I thought maybe there are people at Bungie, people who were there with the company from the very beginning, who do think that the original Halo concept needs to retain its prominence, and there are people who are resisting the storytelling RPG open world element, and they observed very carefully Halo Infinite with the integration of open world, which was completely rejected by almost everyone in that community. And I really love Halo Infinite. It was a great game. Loved it. I thought it was just a major leap forward, yet the veterans thought it was the worst. The only thing they want to do is to hammer that in the PvP. It's just weird, you know. And I've not even done any PvP on the. I mean, I've done some of it, you know, not significantly on the Infinite, and didn't grab me. You know, it's like the Crucible. Bang bang, dead dead. Get up, get up. Bang bang, dead dead. Get up. You know, it's completely pointless. You know, that's for me. And Matthias says that these guys are not giving us the snippets of the story, not developing it, and it just literally crumbs, as he described it. But they're perfectly happy drip feeding you storylines for $40 every few months. Gail will be right back. Gail's still with us and says that she will be back, and now picked up a donut. You know, you make me really hungry. I have that risotto I made last night, which is terrific, and I will have it a bit later. But I really always get, you know, in London they say I'm feeling a bit peckish. I want to know whether you guys know what that means, because I asked Zenith yesterday, a couple of days ago, whether he knew what bubble and squeak was, and he said no, never heard of it. It's a Cockney expression, feeling peckish, you know, which means, I'm not telling you what it is. Let's see what you guys think peckish is. I'm curious. Coming back to Matthias, well, I was extremely unhappy with the price increases, because up to this season I was able to use my silver through the game in order to Gail knows that. Oh, really good. Wow, fantastic. Cool. Well, you know, I never know. Sometimes people know, sometimes people are not certain. It's just some of these weird the funny expressions, you know, like famished and peckish and all of that. Ravenous. I have a friend actually who uses this. He picks this up directly from the classical literature, and sometimes he keeps throwing it at people, and people actually don't know what it is. It's quite funny, you know, certain kinds of words. Anyway, coming back to Matthias, I won't say that I was very unhappy with the change of the system, because previously you would use silver within the game in order to purchase this content, and on Xbox they were selling it for £8.99, so that's £8.99. This time around, no silver, straightforward financial transaction, £12.99. So it's like, what is it, 33% up? And that just didn't gel with me. I thought, you know, paying all that money, $50 to $90. I think generally the DLC is far too expensive. The DLC is not massive content, is it? You think a new game coming out costs you like $50, and he sells you the DLC for $50. He just, I mean, it's a relatively new concept, because I remember the old DLCs were costing a lot less, but whether it will survive financially in the long term is under a huge question mark. I think, considering that the companies like Respawn or Blizzard or the other company, Activision, right? They throw in games like Apex and Warzone, which are completely free of charge. And to be fair, they're not introducing anything, nothing that has got any significance with your actual gameplay that you would feel driven to buy. You don't have to buy anything. It's purely optional. It's optional. The game's for free, yet they make £1 billion a year on the sales of cosmetics alone. So you can see, that is the future. That is the way to monetize. I think the servers or the workforce, or there's something at Bungie that's eating up the money. And my assumption is it's the live service. It's the live service which is costing, you know, with the energy bills up, and then the maintenance and everything else. That must be the reason, because I feel that they are just basically constantly wanting more money to be invested in a company. And what's hated by so many people is you know, the new system, to which you need to be purchasing dungeon keys. Why? They always said that everything will be easily acquired through the grinds, and you will not have to purchase anything. Everything's going to be game related. You purchase the content. That is not popular. That is hated. Matthias says, because that's what Destiny 2's become, just a money grab. Speaking of money, they removed all year one content, including paid DLC. No, I mentioned that earlier. That is one of the most hated things about the. Would you know, for instance, I talked to someone else the other day, and I asked whether they're familiar with the judiciary. Are you familiar with the US federal judiciary at all? Do you have any ideas? Because from my point of view, I'm not sure what they had in the contract or what they have with terms and conditions. You know, when you purchase the new thing, you need to click on accept. I've not read everything on the contract. But quite frankly, from my point of view, as a kind of a UK game of Destiny, right? So it's an intercontinental transaction. I'm using the services of Bungie's, right? It's a live server game, and I purchased the content. The game is live and active. So the game is up and running. The game hadn't actually died. The game is live and active. Yet this company that took my money, or the company I invested my money into, I'm a patron, right, because I'm purchasing all this content, they decide to withhold a large section of the content that I paid for, the content I played, the content I streamed. I can't access this content, yet the game is progressing. The game is still live. They're still running it. Well, is that not a bit dubious, a bit questionable in terms of the actual trading standards in the US? Is this something that is, legit? Because we paid for the game, we paid for the services, we paid for the content. We can't access it because they bolted it. So what's the position from a legal standpoint in there? I mean, why isn't anyone taking them to FTC or to the court or to because I've seen them many times on Reddit. People ranted about, why can't I access Forsaken? It's one of the best expansions. Why can't I access Red War? Matthias is saying that they're also working on Marathon, and that indeed has been of concern to many different people. Gail is asking, do you know what hockey is? I know what hockey is, but what does it mean in slang? In slang, I wouldn't know what it is. Because I watched a couple of games and a couple of films when they talked like LA slang, and lots of things I didn't really understand when they used certain expressions. Matthias says, according to most contracts with digital content, we are technically renting the content from the company and they own it, therefore are able to do with it as they please, or at least that is how most terms and conditions are worded. Yeah, that's the reason. I know that your system out there is highly litigious, and if there was the slightest possibility for anyone to take them to court, they would have done this. And like you said, that must be that's cast in stone. I didn't actually, I remember reading about it, but I didn't really understand the contract to be based on renting. But I can see it as to why. I can see that the idea, somebody thought about this in advance. They knew that with renting means it begins and it ends, right? If you purchase a house, obviously you can lose the house, but it's a different sort of mindset that people carry. And as long as we've got this renting in the service, then finally we invested a few £100 or £1,000 into the game over the 10 years, and they can just unplug the service and that's it. The game's no longer operational. In fact, I've heard today, did you hear? Didn't read the news out on this. The Friday the 13th game is disappearing. It's going to be the plug's going to be pulled on the game, and the developer's gone into liquidation or something, bankruptcy, whatever. They can't really make the ends meet, and serious problems for the company. So I guess that's the argument that lots of gamers have about digital content versus physical product, because with a physical product, in theory, you can always play it irrespective of where you are and what you do. That's in theory. Has anyone played PlayStation 1 games on the present day and age television sets, and have you seen what this looks like? You know? So, I mean, I played actually quite a few Xbox original games through backward compatibility. They're playable, but they look terrible, and your eyes hurt afterwards because it's just, you know, terrible graphics. And our friend Gail says, yeah, I wondered about like the sport. I know what hockey is sport-wise. Yeah. You skate and you score goals. Yeah, but I thought the hockey might be a slang, you know, like an expression about something. And our friend Matthias says they didn't go into bankruptcy, the rights were transferred, and as such their license for the game was revoked. Oh, I see. I apologize, I've not read the news properly as far as the company is concerned, so I stand corrected. And obviously you know, I know that you quite like some horror games, so you're definitely in the know. And I apologize for the misinformation, because there was something about some degree of financial illiquidity rated, maybe not the publisher but maybe the developer. I know that I've read something. Anyway, I need to research that again, but I've seen that the game's pulled, so I know that I've got it on PlayStation. I've not played the game. I had it as a freebie through PlayStation Plus a little while back. And what happens then? Can't access the service, he'll tell me that the game's no more. The game's gone. And I think that's not something that I want to see. And I would prefer for the games to be always accessible. Also with Destiny 2, I think the old content needs to pop up as Destiny Legacy or Destiny Vaults or something, and delivered on a separate server so we can access all the content we paid for it. Needs to come back. They did say, you know, in a very woolly fashion, that they will bring the content back. It's just that it's temporary, as they're trying to resolve these server issues. And maybe it's to do with the tech, I don't know, maybe in couple of years we'll have different types of storage facilities, and therefore the servers will be operating differently. You know, honestly, you don't know what the tech will bring next. I'm astonished by the advances and everything else we've seen so far. I'm astonished at the moment with the quality of the signal I have on 5G, 4G internet connection. It's astonishingly good. I mean, I always thought it had to be the landline wire connection, but that's changed, that's different, right? And our friend Matthias says so they can no longer support it, as it would be seen as a corporate issue. Yeah, that's to do with the license. Well, one of the reasons that still quite a few companies go to the big cheese like Sony and Microsoft is to ensure that degree of liquidity. I think a lot of people don't realize what the difference is, right? You have companies that don't make the money and therefore they go under, and they have companies that have got to be waiting for the money, or they're delaying the release date, and you know, there's serious liquidity problems because they're dependent on capital investment coming from the investors and shareholders, and there could be different reasons as to why these things happen. And also licensing laws are really tricky. I don't know what you've seen, Matthias. Yesterday I opened my laptop, right, and I could see that Twitch had introduced a big message that pops up automatically. That's automated message immediately as you go to the video producer content, that is reading you the rights on the copyright. Did you see that? So that's a serious threat, because obviously if you are running the games like I do, all the content is game related. But you know, when people stream something from their room and they got videos on, what you get there is simply sometimes music being picked up, you know, on sometimes they play maybe something off Spotify, and can be also sometimes that the music is being played in a house. You don't even hear it properly on the stream, but the algorithm, you know, the Google algorithms, they pick up the sound, and the song is not within the game, and that's a copyright strike. And on the rules that I've seen yesterday, they didn't even state that there's going to be a warning. they're just talking about an outright lifelong ban. I mean, what is this? It's just crazy. It's different if somebody's abusing the system and constantly playing the music that they shouldn't play live on air. But I've seen and heard stories where the music was picked up from elsewhere in the house, and you can barely hear it on the stream, but the algorithm did detect it, and they applied a copyright strike, right? So it's really crazy. I think generally the feeling I'm getting is that there are people in the know, and that's not necessarily connected to the owners of Twitch or Twitter or any of the platforms. People who are involved in the public sphere, they're deeply concerned that many of these platforms are completely out of control in terms of the content. And I've seen, for instance, here in Britain, there is a very great kind of move towards so-called online safety. And, it's a bit dicey because online safety could mean lots of different things. And the difficulty is that you will need to introduce certain measures to provide that the content is safe and regulated and prevented from bullying and abuse and everything else, right? But then if you squeeze in all other things, which will be, I guess, imposing a much greater sense of control over the content, you will lose the freedom for which people talk about certain things, or monitoring, let's say, the system to which certain messages are being monitored. All of that is definitely of concern. So we have a new online safety bill, which, to be fair, should have been passed before the pandemic. But due to all the other problems in our country, Brexit, the pandemic, cost of living, and all this, it's been just delayed and delayed. But as it's sitting in the upper chambers, so that's the House of Lords, at Westminster. And once they pass this bill, it will be extremely draconian towards what content is present on certain platforms. So, I wonder whether these kinds of things with licensing are part and parcel of some of these measures that keep coming in. And I just think that the overall entertainment industries, they would need to be a bit more open, a bit more up to scratch, a bit more present day and age in terms of what can be accessed. I'll give you an example. I have a very large community of film veterans and people who love film history on Film Dialogue. And I have been running the Film Dialogue for more than 10 years now. About 10 years now. That is about 10, 2013. Yeah, about 9 or 10 years. Anyway. And I know lots of people from the industry, face to face and all this. And I just think it is a complete fluke. It's ridiculous. Okay? It is mind-boggling as to why this form of interactivity that we have here on Twitch is not allowed on the streaming platforms. Just think about it. If you had Disney, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and you had this sort of interactivity, you bring in as many people as you want, and you talk about what you're watching, it's drawing attention, it's bringing people in, it's making it into a truly interactive environment. Everyone kind of teams up with each other to discuss the film they're watching. They're categoric. They absolutely do not want to allow that degree of sharing. I used a few years back an app called Rabbit. At Let's Rabbit was the user ID or the profile on Twitter, and this app was fantastic. You could basically stream whatever you wanted that was on the web. So that included also Netflix. If you were a subscriber, you could really stream whatever you had on your subscription through Rabbit. I never did that. I streamed everything that was without any form of license, right? So it was primarily the films from the silent years prior to 27. No danger of any form of copyright strike or anything, because none of them have license. They come in, in different category. And I had huge numbers of viewers. You had younger people from the US watching his films, discovering comedians like Langdon, Ben Turpin, Edna Purviance, Mabel Normand, people from Max Sennett's years, early Carole Lombard when she was still doing the Max Sennett stuff, and I don't know, Fay Wray in Charlie Chase's comedies, etc. So the list goes on and on. So it was a fantastic forum, and initially I would just stream maybe a couple of films and then test it and together live online. But then I've seen that there was a lot of interest, so what I've done is I left it on 24/7 stream. So you get like a YouTube playlist that has like 500-600 videos, and you leave it in there, and you can just simply crack on with the film viewing, and people would watch. I had a couple of participants who had problems with sleep, and they would watch this all the time. And one chap, he discovered Charlie Chase. He said he heard about Chase, but he was identifying the name with some sort of adult film actress who is also popular and has got the same sort of name. Delighted to discover this was actually another comedian from the silent years who was also successful in the 30s with the Talkies. He was a very good singer and very good performer, and had a very good voice and everything. He died very young, actually. He was in his early 40s when he died, in the 1940s. And the platform was enabling me to build a community and to connect with everyone who indeed was watching classic films through Rabbit, and then they talk about it. So it was a fantastic way of communicating. And I had lots of postings and lots of content on the platform. So the first thing that happened was that they, out of the blue, purged the whole content. Suddenly, the app didn't have any more like a Facebook type of front page where you put content and get messages. And a huge amount of content. I had like enormous number of titles which are promoted with photographs and with posters, like film noir. Every day was a different day for different types of films that were being streamed. Seasons per day, so to speak, and lots of viewers and everything. So the first thing happened 1 week. All the content disappeared. So I thought, hang on a minute. I complained to the company. So what's going on? I want to get. Can I please retain it? Can I please copy it or something? No response whatsoever. 2 weeks later, they pulled the plug on the platform. The platform's no longer active. Out of the blue. I didn't pay anything for it. It was free of charge, right? But all the content, everything I put on the platform, everything that was thoroughly enjoyable, I lost, and I couldn't stop thinking that the platform that was attracting so many different people who were interested in sharing the content was being definitely snuffed out one way or the other because of the big cheese, who realized this was a threat to the copyright and the licensing. They couldn't monetize if people watched it like this, and the platform was gone. The explanation was that it was no longer financially viable, which is nonsense. It had huge number of followers and users, and I've seen that. Maybe there were some issues with the overall finance because the investors apparently decided to pull the plug, and I think it's just a huge shame. It is utterly despicable and ridiculous that people cannot be watching films, television series, and all the other audiovisual content through such platforms at which they could communicate with others, build their own communities. You build your own film community, you watch classic films, you watch television series. Think about merging the two communities together. Let's say we stream The Last of Us television series, right? And then we do the game and we get people together. Or we stream The Witcher. So it's two communities merging together. They don't want to cave in, and they will lose out. You will see. I can tell you that in Britain, as we reopen cinemas after the pandemic, the attendance of cinemas has gone down very considerably. So I watched the other day 3 films. One film, the new one with Jennifer Lawrence, did have few people in attendance, but there weren't many. There was maybe, I don't know, a dozen and a half in a cinema that's got like 200 or 300 seats. And the other films I watched, there was like 3 of us and 4 of us, and that was it. So they will not be able to sustain growth, and they will not be able to sustain that degree of interest in picture houses around the country and around the world, within the present system, because the present system is extremely costly. The cinemas, like the one I go to, is owned by Cineworld, and they're extremely expensive to run. They make money on drinks, but they need to have a better traffic. So those people, as it's been seen in the music industry as well, they're not really forward thinking. Their ways about life and investment are based on old school, trying to really keep up with what was giving the revenue and the benefit in the past, and that is not happening anymore because all the other opportunities have been opening up. This is what I think is going to happen to Sony. I watched Jim Ryan the other day on TV and various platforms, because he's sort of his meaning of life at the moment is to be ruining this Blizzard Activision deal that Microsoft wants to be finalizing on. Yet he's not going to be allowing first-party games, the exclusives, to be streamed on PlayStation Plus. He doesn't want to allow them to be cross-platform. He doesn't want to allow them to be day one, etc., etc. This is ridiculous. That is just completely out of sync with the current trend, and he will, on that front with the streaming services, he will lose everything, absolutely everything. They actually put some games of the heavyweights on PlayStation Plus Extra, and then you get 1 hour or 2 hours of trial for them, like the Ragnarok, the God of War. And you've got all the heavyweights on Xbox there coming in and being accessible through the subscription platform day one. And it's just, that's the future, and I think they will pay the price if they sit on it. It's just not a good idea. I can see that Gail's saying that we can be playing Destiny 1 now. Okay, let's see whether Destiny 1 indeed is playable, whether the maintenance had concluded, and if that's the case, we'll bring in a few people, we'll do it. We'll have a bit of fun, and let's see who wants to join us. Let's see whether I can connect, and if I can, we'll do exactly that. Well, it's connecting, and ultimately not connecting. The servers in the US are different to the servers we can access in here, so that could be also the reason as to why I'm not able to access it straight away. Well, looks like probably we are going to be able to get in. Let's see. I have another question for the viewers and people who are here with us today. How are you finding my charitable fundraising campaign? Are you finding that to be of interest? Are you supporting other charities? And what do you think about that? I'm curious. Lots of messages of support coming in from Twitter and from other forums, and people have seen postings on Instagram as well, responded and offered some services. I want to assist. Some people want to get involved, to go in contact with Tiltify. So this is something new that I have on my channel, and this is something that I've not been running formally in the past. We supported organizations and charities in the past, but not as formally as this, because this is a commitment to Tiltify and to Mind to align the services or the fundraising to the channel and to this stream. And so far it's been very good. I've really enjoyed it, and I think it is a very good way through which we can bring in some other members of the gaming community, people who are perhaps watching the stream and always are quiet and not wanting to be vocal in an online forum. We want everyone to be vocal, to come in and talk. Talking is absolutely fundamental, and people need to be communicating and connecting. Gail can tell everyone about the experience of the Taken King yesterday, as we were doing it as a three-piece. It was so much more enjoyable. We were so able to complete all the tasks, and Gail was able to collect all the kit, all the gear and everything that had to be completed in the course of this expansion, and it's just a completely different idea. Plus we talk live online, so it's it's really good fun, us talking, discussing things, and proceeding with the DLC and everything else. And I could just not recommend it high enough. It's just for me a no-brainer. I want to be doing any multiplayer with my friends because it is better fun. Alright, guess what? Everything works. Surprise, surprise. Well, let's see whether it will continue to work as we've had so many problems in recent times. Alright friends, I just need to reposition myself, just bear with me. Gail says that charitable fundraising on the channel is a great idea. Well, I've monitored, other streamers in the US who were doing the same thing, and I felt that you had all of that better developed than ourselves. And I looked up to certain streamers and certain companies, the way they were doing it. I've got to say I was particularly encouraged by Microsoft and what they did for St. Jude Hospital and the whole system, which was both built and created at the hospital for very ill children to be able to play games at any time, and to feel really completely engaged with other children worldwide, as well as their own schoolmates and people from their own environment through video gaming and Twitch and various other things which were offered in there, particularly through the accessibility controllers that Microsoft invented, and these are very, very good. So I really kept an eye on the whole project and everything that was evolving, and Tiltify really helped with some of the introductions and the major change of the whole system, and therefore I joined, and I very, very much feel that this is the best way forward. That there are going to be many, many benefits for everyone involved. Just from the point of view that we talk about mental health, video gaming and mind every single day, we talk at length, plus the postings, plus everything else, is hugely important. I mean, I know from my own personal experience of being a senior mental health professional that a lot of people will take too long to ask for help because they're afraid, and I think sooner the better. Sooner one asks for help if there are any difficulties, will provide a much greater possibility for an early remedy, like in any other situation. Earlier you go there, the better. And I think us talking about this will definitely help some gamers and people who are experiencing certain emotional difficulties and pressures to come in. Why not join in and join forces with other people and gamers worldwide to play Destiny, to play Warzone, to play Apex, and have a lot of fun, make new friends, and it's just plain logic. But I know it's very difficult for some people. I always want to encourage everyone, and I think with us having the charitable fundraising always up front, and people being involved and that being talked about, and other community members sharing such information, will certainly help other people to feel more included, and they'll break the barrier. They'll break through the fear, and they'll come in. So that's the idea. Plus, obviously, our friends who will be contributing and donating, that is also going to be of huge benefit. Well, let me see who is out there who wants to come in. We have Gail. Okay, we'll bring in Gail. I'll invite you to our fire team. Sending invitation. Gail, I'm inviting you to our fire team, so you come in. We do some things here. Anybody else wants to join us? Anyone else? So you just go to your notifications and then accept. You know, that's not in the game. You need to click on your PlayStation button to get up to the top toolbar and then go to notifications, and you will receive in notifications there will be an invite, and you just click on accept. I'll send it to you again if you want. Just tell me whether you can find it and see it. I can't show it to you on the screen the way it works because PlayStation is not allowing it. So I'm, you know, at any time I'm accessing anything that's got private data, confidential data. No, that's something wrong. Hang on, you send me an invite. Go on, you send me an invite. There's a glitch. I don't have anybody in my. Hang on a minute. Just a minute. I need to check something. Yeah, there is enough space. Oh yeah, you have joined me. Okay, good. So that's sorted. What's possible is that sometimes you will get that the tower is full and then it's not allowing people to come in. Okay, so what activity do you want to do today? Is there anything else that you want to do? Anything that you need to be doing? Because we can do it together. Yesterday we were doing the Taken King. Is there anything else? Let me just check what I need to be doing here.
Checking.
Oh, look at this.
Check.
What annoys me here is that it's very fiddly and fidgety with this inventory. I need to be going in and out all the time, and I'm not that keen on that, I've got to admit. What's this? Scout rifle. Okay, I've got that. I should have checked really to see what role it had, but don't really like that weapon too much. Hood of the Night Sun. Alright. Ah, don't like it. What sort of perks does it have? Hang on. Let's see. Vanguard Champion, Pulse Rifle, Sniper Rifle. Okay. Increased strength. Well, not that greatly significant. Quite like the other ones. Okay, this we do not need. Oh, I must have worked that piece there. Spectre Infinite Grips. Okay, we'll choose something else. Just very quickly, Gail, I need to see my inventory in here to see what it is. Sidearm, fast ball, impact, increasing discipline. Okay, so let me see if we can bring in another one. Matthias will know this actually. Is this any good, Dogged Gauge? I mean, I have lots of different perks, but unfortunately I can't upgrade it. It will not go above that 152, I don't think. Our friend Gail says nothing in particular, I think. Okay, we can just choose any activity then. We'll do some Sivas, maybe we'll do Nightfall, you know, we'll try out different things, no big deal. Okay, so we'll leave that for later, and Spectre Aspirate Grips. Let me see, we can masterwork these. Mind you, we can masterwork the better quality gauntlets. Just bear with me a second. Don't Touch Me has automatic rifle loader, sidearm loader, momentum transfer, gaining bonus energy, decreasing melee. Okay, that's good. Switchblade, increasing this. Oh, we'll try that one. Let's see what the other one is. The other. Oh, Young Ankara Spine. Oh yeah, that's quite good as well. Automatic rifle, rocket launcher. Oh yeah, that's right. I definitely want that. Impact induction, fast ball, increasing intellect. This one can be infused, but obviously we are 400, we don't need anything. So we'll take that. We'll try the Ankara. We'll try to level it up, masterwork it. The other ones we put in the vault. and we've got this one sorted. Not that keen on the actual appearance of my hunter at the moment, I've got to say. Not that keen on it. It's a weird outfit. I still want to masterwork these, you know, then we'll change, no big deal. Okay, so there are some engrams we need to resolve there.
My pleasure. Good weapon.
Okay, these weapons are not really needed. Anything blue is to be immediately discarded unless you want to level up some other weapons by infusing. There we are. Okay, so that's ether ACM.
I should get back
So
to
that's of no use.
A5530 BLNR. Underway. Done.
Wait a minute. What have I got there in inventory? So I can't pick up that treasure bag. Ah, all these keys. Ah. Find what artifact. Okay, I can wait still for a moment. This one's out, and that one's out. We got anything else?
Transferred.
Okay, these engrams. That's fine, we'll leave the other ones. That'll be it for now with the inventory, I think.
What did you find, Hunter? Oh,
So it's strange coin, multi-flight. I want to see how many strange coins I've got. $18. Not that many really. We'll try to beef up on the strange coins with some advanced activity today. So that's what we'll do. What didn't get much glimmer. So what we'll do is we'll use some consumables in order to beef up on the glimmer. So we'll take that, and then we'll take okay, that ether seeds, glimmer. Okay, and then Vanguard reputation booster. Okay, we've taken that. Okay, that's that. And then I've got enough space now for that treasure box. So let's see what I'm getting.
Sign here.
Gail says, I have 36. Well, you need to look forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow you are going to be able to use this 3 of coins with Xur. Xur has the best gear, the best exotic items, and you can also buy some synths as well. So that's pretty good.
Check, check, check.
Better quantity compared to what you get from the Quartermaster.
Result.
And let's see, inventory settings. Matthias says that Xur does not actually have the very best gear. Yeah, but what I meant was, you know, better than some of the other vendors here at the tower. That was the idea. The best gear you get from the grinds, right? The raids, you get some good weapons and armor, and so that's obviously better compared to what Xur has to offer. Right, I picked up Light Runner, so that's a brand new Sparrow. So let's see what this looks like. I'm curious because I quite like the one I got, which is basically a Future War Cult one. This one. Okay, let's see Light Runner, what it looks like. Destabilizers, strain thrusters. It's alright, it's not too good. I like the one that I've got better than this. I just want to ask Matthias, do you want to join us at all? And Matthias says the stats on Zer's gear tends to be on the lower side compared to other sources. At least weapons are static. Well, Matthias, I picked up this weapon last week from Zer, right? And this weapon is hereafter. So like you said, the actual level of the weapon is 350, so it's not 400 to start with. And then secondly, this weapon presumably is quite good once all the perks have been unlocked. But I sort of tried to use it the other day in order to test it, and I've got to say it was not particularly good. It didn't perform too well. Massive recoil, slow reloads, loads of issues. And I was disappointed because I thought, I got it from Zer, it would be quite good. I picked it up purely because I do not have it. So the idea was to have a weapon that's not in my inventory, something I've not picked up amongst the exotics. And our friend says, well, that would be the presumption. It's unique, I'll give it that. This weapon hereafter. Yeah, I didn't come across it many times. I picked it up the other day and just picked it up for its, I guess, for its kind of rarity, if anything else. It doesn't matter. I need to empty out the vault. I want to empty out everything and then I'll masterwork, and everything in the vault will be masterworked, That's the idea, because I have too many things that I never use, and it's no big deal. Keeping the exotics and then some masterwork weapons is the next objective of mine. Matthias, do you want to join us? I can bring you in if you want, if you have access to PlayStation, and we can do some activity as a 3-piece. Maybe we do like a Nightfall Strike or something. Just tell me whether... Yeah, Matthias says it's quite unique and it's quite niche. I guess I need to unlock whether Matthias says, yeah, I can if you need help. I don't actually need personally help. I just if you can ask Gail as well. Gail, do you want some help with anything? Do you have Dark Drinker, or do you have anything like this? And we can do some activities for the top weapons. Do you need any help with anything, Gail? Because Matthias will join us if you need some help. With me, I'm just, easy, really. Can do any activity at any time. Just kind of curious to see whether Gail wants to do any of it. Okay, so we'll take that. So that's for masterworking. In here, there's still a bit left, not a lot. Okay, so that's good. All right. So let's see. Where's Gail? I don't see Gail anywhere. Where are you? Just come forward and come to the front,
I got the message.
Looking at what Gail has there. Finale Sparrow hand cannon. The Laughing Heart sniper rifle, Galahorn, Talwatch shell, Rack Poltergeist, Young Amharas. That's the same, exactly the same like mine, just minus 400. Iron Saga vest, Red Eclipse cloak, and Memory of Galleon. Tell you what, we'll bring in Matthias to do the Nightfall. Do you fancy doing this week's Nightfall? I'm not sure which one it is at all. Do you fancy that? Or do you want to do something which is more difficult. Gale, just write down if you need any pinnacle weapons or any special things, because you know, like Sleep Stimulant and Dark Drinker and Boltcaster, there's special activities that need to be completed in order to get them, and they will not pop up otherwise in any other activity. So Gale says I will. You will? Well, we need to decide if we want to bring in Matthias. Hang on. Okay, Matthias says he's fine with doing a Nightfall strike, so let me invite Matthias. Okay. I don't see you on the list. I guess you need to log in, right? I'll wait for you to log in, right? Just tell me when you're logged in. And Gale's saying, yes, let's do a Nightfall strike. Okay, we'll do. I need to see whether I still got that bounty. Secondary. Yeah, the bounty is still with me. I've got Vanguard Elite completed, so that's increasing my reputation. Tandem Fire and Heavyweight. So these have been completed. I'll just pick up some other ones for Siva. Oh, upgrade unlocked. That's good. And oh, look at that. That's very good. Unlocking lots of different perks by the looks of it, just by completing bounties. Everyone needs to remember, picking up bounties is very important, because they'll give you the perk level up, as well as your reputation up. Silent ammunition. And then the last one is on the cloak, and that would be pulse rifle. Okay. See if I don't see you yet. I'll wait for Matthias. Hang on, Matthias is saying. Ah, okay, fine, we'll do that. The tower's full, so we'll go to orbit, and Gale can come in here. We'll take a screenshot. We come over here, and then we'll take a screenshot. We'll depart to orbit, and then Matthias will join us in the orbit. I'll just send Matthias also that's fine. We'll take a screenshot of this. That's cool. We are looking good. And just bear with me. I need to invite Matthias for the party. I didn't see you there on the friends list for some reason. Don't know why. Yeah, we'll go to orbit. Let's see whether that will work. I guess it's your previous settings. You must be on invisible or something. I don't see you on the list, because I want to invite you to the audio party so we can talk live online if you want. Just let me know where you fancy it, because I can send you the invite. Okay. Let's see whether I left it open. Okay. Okay. That's open. We'll just wait for Matthias to join us. And then we'll crack on with our Nightfall strike this week. Zenith is not here today. He said that... there we are, that's excellent. Let me just bring you in. I want to send you my party invite, because it's going to be easier to talk. Just bear with me a second. That should be more or less immediate. Oh, no, that's wrong. I do apologize. Let's see. I don't see you on my party list there, with the friends list. Are you on invisible by any chance or anything? Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, there you are. So that will be cool. Just bear with us. Chatting party. Let us see. I hate that blue screen that pops up, you know. Oh. That's unavoidable, unfortunately. We can't do anything about it. Protecting the privacy. There we are. Can you hear me? Ah, still can't hear you. Can you hear me? Can Matthias hear me? I could hear you through the in-game sound, but I can't hear you at the moment. Hello?
Well, it took a second to load in.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Connected.
I got you. I got you. How are you, sir? Long time no see, no hear, hey?
It's been a little bit, yeah. It's been a little bit, yeah.
Time flies. Time flies. It's incredible. Well, well, well. Let's just crack on with this weekly Nightfall strike. Let's see what sort of
Does
strike.
Gale not have a mic?
No, I can hear, right? You probably are going to the controller, right?
I am, yes, but I'm asking if Gale not has a mic or not.
No, Gale doesn't have a
Okay.
mic. No, so we'll keep it between the two of us, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't have recognized your voice because on the controller it's a bit different, you know. it's always the same. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it. You're perfectly audible, so everything's cool. But I've had serious problems with the audio on Xbox, and I tested lots of different headsets, and it's just incredible how different somebody can come across. You know, depending on what headset you use. And this one, which is Turtle Beach, the house, a very expensive one, it's really quite good, but some of the other ones didn't really work properly. Xbox goes downhill as far as Twitch is concerned. You can't stream on Xbox at all. It's awful.
That's unfortunate.
Well, they integrated Twitch into the menu bar, and it's similar to what was there with the Mixer. It just ruins everything. Picture quality is appalling. It's crashing all the time. And the broadcaster's voice is like if you were in Montana talking down the wind. So 1 minute you hear the animals, next minute you hear yourself, and it's just very intermediate. It's absolutely awful, and it ruined the plan, because the plan was to be streaming, you know, within one lengthier stream, part of Destiny 1, lengthier, or, you know, greater chunk would be Destiny 1, and then a bit of Destiny 2. The idea was to do Lightfall and the seasonal content. I couldn't do a thing because of that. So, what can I say? Disappointing. Let's see the perk, the mods. Fresh troops. Some enemy squads have been fortified. Chaff. I hate that one. Player radar is disabled. Small arms. Primary weapon damage is favored. Berserk. Also a very unpleasant one. Minions of the Darkness will not flinch even after massive damage. And then Epic. Well, well, well. What do we know? Let's see which one it is. I just want to say to Gale, just follow Matthias and you'll be alright. So
I also want to say to Gale, do you have a better pan cannon or better primary? Because yours is at 333, the rest of your stuff is around the 390s to 400. Your primary is kind of holding you back there for light.
yeah, the primary needs to be with a better light level. That would be the key, right?
You want to infuse it, that's fine, but entirely up to you. Whatever you like to use. There you go. Doctrine of Passing works perfectly fine.
Okay. If you got it all sorted, we are going to be cracking on with this weekly Nightfall strike. Well, Zenith is today away. He is going to watch Transformers with his family, and he said he was sorry not to be able to come in, and he'll pop in another day. I'll actually ask him for a selection of times for the Sleeper Simulant. He was really sorry not to be able to come in, and I didn't want to really cut into you know, the family celebs, and in any case he was not able to come. She just simply said her family's going to come around, and he was very busy. Forgot it was 4th of July on Tuesday. same here, really. Mind you, we all forgot, right? Did you remember?
No, that's why I said I was off on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I thought so. We all forgot about the Independence Day, but you know, it does happen. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it's going to be a dreadful beast there.
A lot. This one isn't too bad. What the? Huh? Why? Why are you dead?
I'm dead already. What is going on? I need to change my heady, because I left that Galahorn in there, which was not particularly wise.
Galahorn isn't bad, but
I need my Dark Drinker for the ads. That's the
well, keep in mind
idea.
it's unflinching, so if you get in their face, they're just gonna keep hitting you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
What?
Those synths are very useful.
The door is sealed with runes. Let's get to work.
Oh, look at him. He's very strong. He's not taking any damage. Look at that. 2 spins and 3 hacks. That knight in there. I hate these guys, the exploding thralls. There was something we did yesterday, and oh yeah, I remember, it was Alak-Hul, last week's Nightfall Strike. It was myself and Zenith, and we kept getting these exploding thralls right behind us all the time. It just popped up. Curious to see whether Baboon, Weasel and Anteater will disappear, because they confirmed already on Sunday that was all gone.
It'll be better, I'm sure, but I doubt it's going to disappear entirely.
Yeah, same here, I doubt it.
Guarantee that.
Well, initially I thought it was some problem with my internet connection, you know, because sometimes the network settings can be affecting it, but the new internet I've got is a lot better. But it's just beyond comparison really the way it was. I know that previously just like one upload was absolutely despicable. But that's the way we are in the UK, you know? We're way behind on the internet front. You remember we were doing the sessions in the past, you just couldn't believe how poor the internet connection was. And there's nothing I could do.
Yeah, let's go.
Yep. What's the new job like?
For me?
Yeah.
It's customer service based.
Alright. Can you organize your hours, or is it like fixed schedule?
It's a fixed schedule.
Alright.
Yeah. Not my favorite, but it pays the bills.
That's what counts nowadays, I'm afraid. It's very important. Everything's so expensive, and we've gone astronomically high expenditure-wise. It's... Give an example, my internet and my mobile were costing me £130 yesterday, just for 1 month.
That's for both.
Yeah, and that's all kind of unlimited. It's the best package, but still it's very expensive. Like for one bill.
Yeah, that would be the price of one for me.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
No, I managed to get a good deal on the both. and otherwise it would be a lot more expensive with the unlimited and everything, and that includes also my Xbox. I got it through my ISP.
Toland hinted at secret pathways between our realm and the Ascendant. Malak crawled through the wall of our world to reach these caverns.
I think she's just being deliberately creepy now.
Wizard.
Oh, the other one got me. That speed didn't resolve them all. Sadly.
My controller's almost dead, so that's not good either.
Well, my controller is not allowing me to take any clips. I need to work out why.
I just need to get a new controller, it's old.
I guess this one. Yeah, I mean this one's been with me from the day one. So considering all the time spent, and you know. But these controllers are generally very expensive as well. Everything's expensive, what can I say? The biggest problem with us is public transport, then mortgage stroke rent, and energy. Energy is so expensive, you know. Just the gas, water is just absolutely astronomical. So high. Come on. Look at him. Didn't take any damage at all. I gave him like 4 hacks and 2 spins, that wizard, and he's still standing.
Unflinching. They will just stand there and take it. They're not flinching anymore.
What's the weapon? There you go there.
There we go. Alright, I'll get you guys up again. There we go.
It's a scout rifle, right? There you go. This one.
I'm using a scout rifle, yes.
Yeah, which one?
This is the Dead Orbit one that's not currently available, but
Yeah.
it's called Keystone 01.
Oh, that's good.
The roll that I have on it's quite good. It has triple tap, crowd control, and explosive rounds.
Okay.
It does a lot of good damage very quickly to the enemies. I was going to kill things pretty quick and simply.
Can she see this?
Normally it staggers them too, but since unflinching is on, that doesn't work.
Oh, cool. Well, I mean, I was just. I got killed again. What is going on?
Both of you are dead.
That's that sniper. That sniper up there. I think being a bit nasty,
Dead.
taking a few pot shots.
Oh boy. Clear out some of these enemies here.
Well, our friend Lupus Arias told me that on Imago Loop wasn't the very best. I need the one that's got explosive rounds. And
You don't need an Imago loop at that point. Just go get Fatebringer. It's the same gun.
just saying, yeah.
It is both. I never understood that about people. Like, oh, you need the Imago loop. You need the Imago. Just use Fatebringer. Legendary
Yeah.
Fatebringer. You're fine.
We'll use whatever works. That's that's most important.
I'm using the waste time going. Oh. Daniel, are you okay?
Yeah. I'm getting wasted many times.
Yeah.
I'm getting wasted many times because I've gone into kamikaze mode. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
That's why I'm asking you. Are you okay?
yeah. What I'll do is I'll take a different approach. So we'll do it a bit in a more sort of a relaxing fashion. Thank you. I don't mind dying really.
I
depends,
mind you
obviously.
dying.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes, because then that puts all the burden on me.
That's true, but guess what? I'm sort of arrogant and I am ignorant, and you know how just oh well, Matthias gonna sort it out. I'll be right. Not really, just joking.
Prepare, Guardian. The blight will drain your strength,
this
your
going.
speed. Do not let Malak dominate this shrine.
Alrighty.
I'll change my heavy now. I think we'll need a Galahorn. Okay.
Let me clear up. Oh, I see. You're afraid, are you then?
I told you I'm not gonna be doing kamikaze anymore, so there you are.
No, I'm talking about a Vandal that popped the bubble.
Ah.
Hiding from you.
Can't get to Gale. It's like 6 or 7 Vandals in there in the bubble. You see that? All of them pops up there.
Oh, you guys are over. I wonder.
Well, they all popped up there next to Gale, and they got me killed.
Alright, let me get Gale up, and then I'll get you. You're way down there. Oh, wow. Okay. Calm down there. Oh, no, boss killed me.
No, it's the boss. Never mind, we'll do it differently now. The second run. All good.
So, note for you guys, don't go running out there in the middle of everything when the boss is out there. Not a safe place to be.
Not a good idea.
No.
No, I've gone to revive Gale. I wouldn't have gone out there otherwise.
Oh, yeah. There's. Someone destroyed the orb in here. So if you leave the orb alone in this middle room right here, the ads will not spawn again.
That's
Those
right.
Two, Centurions. Leave them
Gale
alone, you don't have to worry about it.
Gale chucked the grenade, so he just blew up.
I mean, it happens. I'm just kind of bad about it. Alright, so let's let them spawn, kill the 2, and leave the orb alone. It'll be fine.
Yeah, that's the idea, to leave it from there.
Yeah, they're dead. You get rid of the orb over here now. You can heal. There we go.
Is the
This
boss.
side's clear. But yeah, you start clearing ads. Good.
Oh, he's gone.
Boss left.
Shame.
He's on the other side.
Yeah. Let's get my synth in.
Here. Go.
Oh, I missed him.
Keep your head out. Come on. Quiver. Okay.
No, I got hardly any life. Ah, I got killed.
There we go. Ads are clear on this side. Clear to mid. You get the other side now.
Let's get another rocket in.
Okay.
Guardian down.
Yep.
One rocket left. Gale jumped literally at the front of my Gallahorn at that point when I was firing off the action. So at this very second.
Nice pop line. This is here.
Oh, I haven't got any more ammunition in there. I don't believe it. Like, I don't know what killed me at all. Cyan? No. Just had so little life. Well, he's taking lots of shots off your Persimmons, isn't he?
He's running. Oh. Yep.
Tanker!
Hiding. Uh-oh.
He should be gone. He should be gone. There. Well, still there. Still standing. The Gallahorn didn't do him. That's annoying. Alright. All finished. All done. Some engrams in there.
Did she
Oh,
just
boy.
compliment us?
Skeleton key. What did I get really? I used my skeleton key and nothing popped up, so probably I'll get it as we depart. Let's see. Did I get anything which is important or worth it? I just got 20 strange coins, that's all I got. And you got like your exotics.
I would rather have the strange coins, to be honest.
Would you? Fourth Horseman you picked up, and then Crest of Alpha Lupi, I got both of these. So I fancied some exotics, just I'm saving these skeleton keys for Nightfalls, you know.
That's fine. Well, that was a Nightfall, so...
It was, yeah, therefore I unlocked it. 20 strange coins, so that means I have 38, I think. Let me see.
I just have an
Inventory.
exotic shard.
Yeah. What is it? Yeah, 38. That's right. So that's not too bad. What do we fancy doing next?
What do you need help with?
Well, we need to ask Gale. Gale said that I should be happy because I said I needed more. I'm happy. I'm very happy. You know, that I fancied another exotic. That's all it is. I'm happy with 20 strange coins. It'll help me to buy something of there, and probably another exotic weapon or armor. We'll see. Gale, is there anything else that you wish to do? Is there anything that you wish to do? Like, do you want to do Prisoner of Elders, for instance? The challenge or anything like that? We've done this Nightfall because it's just if we do it again, then I'm not getting anything, right? It's just like one bounty,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's just once a week. Can do Sivas. Sivas are quite good as well. So what do you fancy, Gale? I'm easy. We can do anything. Just tell us what your preference is. Could be Sivas, could be Prisoner of Elders. Prisoner of Elders is something we do not play that frequently. And Gale says, I'd like to have Prisoner of Elders. Okay, we need to pick up some... I need to get a sigil there from the reef.
Can I take us some everything?
Yeah, and some bounties. Let me see what I completed, if anything. One I did. Oh, that was that Nightfall, okay. Picked up the Swarm, and that's probably 400.
Heavy machine gun.
Yeah. Progress character inventory. Oh, it's 398, okay.
Because you're currently at 397.
Yeah, it's just because I'm still leveling up the... I'm 4400 generally, but I should have really left the other helmet on. Actually put the other helmet on now. Just a minute, I'll just quickly do that. Should have checked it before we went in, really.
Yep, it's done is done.
Yes, it is.
3 of these? Alright, well, that's trash.
Go to Cryptarch, got a couple of engrams, but nothing exciting.
That all?
Sinner Lamprey, don't want that at all.
Let's do this. Let's do this. And
You know, the gauntlet I quite like is Khepri's Sting.
you like that one, huh?
Yeah, I like it. I like the appearance of that bug in there, and
I expect you to
some really useful perks as well.
You will work again.
So that's the job.
Interesting.
Goodbye, my friend.
Okay.
Oh.
So just tell us when you're ready. I've got some space for 1 or 2 extra bounties, I think. Let me see.
What's the problem?
What's this? Mouse Venus. Okay,
We're
not
still picking up the pieces. For the queen.
Okay. I'm ready. if
Yeah,
everyone
I've been
can,
ready.
yeah, if everyone can sit in here for a minute, I'll take a screenshot of us seated.
Okay.
I got one
You want me to sit
screenshot.
with you?
Yeah, just here up front, all three of us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool. Yep, excellent, excellent. Looking into the future. See whether we can. Oh, we can. Okay, that's good. Swing it. Excellent. And now we can depart. Not done Prisoner of Elders that frequently on the stream, and it's also one of those very popular activities, so I'm sure our viewers will enjoy this.
Alright.
Off to the reef, and we'll go for Prisoner of Elders. Level 28. That's a judgment. Launch. I'm curious about the number of hours you invested in Destiny, Matt. It must be quite a few hours, right?
I can check.
Roughly. Because our friend the other day was saying he was within the range of about 15,000 hours, so that's sizable. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, that blows me out of the water. I don't think I'm up that high.
Yeah, he's played it since the day one and very extensively. I think the other person who had the most was what was his name? Our friend from Germany, Happy. He had about 10,000 hours, and this was a few years back. It was pre-pandemic, so he probably has about 15,000 by today.
Prison of Elders welcomes you. Do not fail, Guardian.
Yeah, I'm about 3,100 hours. Not quite. Up to 15,000, which I think is an exorbitant number personally.
It's a very very high number.
Are we doing regular Prison of Elders? Or is this challenge? This is
The
regular
challenge
Prison of
will come afterwards. We'll do this one first, the regular, and then we'll do the challenge.
Elders. Okay.
That's the idea. Okay.
There we go.
Vex incursion. Meld of mind and machine unleashed.
Oh, you got him. Okay.
Like I said, I quite like this gun.
Vex
Look at these remaining bits in here. Oh no.
They are dead.
Our friend from Germany, he had it set up in his restaurant, you know, so he was playing Destiny quite a lot whilst waiting for staff to come in early in the day. And I've not seen him for a while.
To Airlock. Yes.
I have a cup of tea in here, hey? You drink tea or coffee? Or just
I prefer
juice?
tea.
Tea. Caffeinated or herb tea?
Either or.
Yeah.
Depends on the time.
Yeah. We have quite a great selection of teas over here. You know, lots of those from India and Pakistan still. We don't have many of those tea shops anymore. There used to be very many, and it's all industrialized. You get it in Tesco's and Sainsbury's of this world, but the good ones really cost quite a bit, and they really have good flavors. But I don't really drink tea because it has obviously caffeine in it, and there's an adverse effect on me. So for me, it is always herb teas. Variety, chamomile, rosehip, rosebush, you know, any mint. Actually, the drink that I consume every day is a mixture of grapefruit freshly squeezed juice with chamomile, and then with a bit of turmeric and cinnamon. So this is what I drink every day.
More enemies have been unleashed. Seek mines, destroy them, or die.
Uh-oh. I gotta destroy these. There we go. Bad time to reload.
Success, Guardian.
Oh, that's good. That's a bit more difficult, this one.
Yeah.
Cabal.
Not that bad. Trickles on though, so I gotta remember that.
Seek mines, destroy them, or
Do you want to pick up that Scorch Cannon at all? Anyone?
No, I don't want it. Personally.
Where's the other mine?
Did we ever destroy A?
Yeah, one of them. We did.
Okay.
Where's the second
get
one?
B.
I don't see it. Oh, there. Okay, got it.
I'll go for B if you guys start for C. B's down.
Oh, he's still alive. Boo!
Okay.
Victory. Well earned.
Indeed. Well earned victory. Ah.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
There we are. I'll sit down for another cup of tea. What other games are you playing at the moment, Matt, in addition to Destiny?
Well, Alan Wake just came free on PS Plus, so I downloaded that. I played it when it originally came out, so it's kind of good to see it again as a remaster.
Sorry,
Persona, I got into Persona
Okay.
a little bit.
The first one? I didn't hear. The first one.
Oh, Alan Wake?
Oh, yeah. It's come out on remaster now, yesterday. A freebie.
Well, it came out free.
Yeah. Freebie on PlayStation Plus, yeah.
It's been out for, I think, a couple years now, but
Yeah.
I was interested in getting it. It was on sale. I didn't, and I'm kind of glad I didn't now, because it came out for free.
Of course. It always helps to get it for free. We have somebody else popping in saying hello, and that is Since Risen. Hello, how are you doing, Since Risen? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for joining our community of Destiny gamers here on my channel, and as you can see, we're doing Prison of Elders. Well, I'm quite excited about the sequel. What I've seen so far, it looks pretty good. And let's see how it develops.
They came out with some new stuff for it recently too. Something about a two-player co-op.
That's right.
A couple other things that I've seen. Looks interesting.
Well, the gameplay and the trailer looked really very interesting, so I kind of look forward to it. It'll be out in October. In fact, I talked about it earlier today. Oh, that's gone. Okay. Where's the next one? Oh. That troll nearly got me. We need to get that mine ASAP. Oh, we need to stand underneath, right? Yeah.
I switched. You gotta stand under it. Shooting is not anything. I switched my exotic chest piece around. I keep trying to use Twilight Garrison, but I switched it to Armamentarium for the Challenge of Elders, and I just never changed it back.
Okay.
So I keep trying to boost forward, and it's not working. I look silly.
Dismantle mines, yes. Or
Uh-oh. Wizard almost got me trapped there.
Oh, that was really close. Finally. Those wizards. And the last one is there. Got it.
success, Guardian.
Oh, nearly blew up in his face. But it didn't eventually. Yeah, I was going to say that I quite like the presentation. Oh, hang on a minute. What's saying? Sinzusen says, yeah, I played with Haunting once, maybe twice with a mutual friend. How's everything going? Well, it's going really well. We had a lengthy community-based chatty session here today, as we were not able to access Destiny due to maintenance. And now we've gone in to do some cool activities like Nightfall and
Return to Airlock.
Prison of Elders. Our friend says that he knows you, Matt.
Yeah, I've played with him a couple times.
Yeah, cool. Well, Destiny community is a bit like, we can say, small world out there, right? We all know each other.
Indeed.
And incidentally, very many of the regulars and dedicated Destiny gamers, particularly those from the US, are here in our community here on the channel. So, always good to see and always good to hook up. And also, the community is growing. For instance, Zenith, he played Destiny 2 very extensively, but he had never played Destiny 1, and was quite curious and interested to see, you know, our community here on the channel, and has become a very dedicated regular channel member. He's interested in exploring different parts of Destiny 1.
Yeah.
I guess for anyone who's played Destiny 2 extensively, Destiny 1 appears to be kind of small to a degree, but a lot harder to complete. You heard about Starfield, 1,000 planets. What?
Yeah. At 1,000 planets, but what they didn't tell you was generated, and like a lot of it's not even going to be interactable. There might be a couple things on each planet. Like there's a lot of things coming out about it. It's almost sounding like it's going to be bare bones for certain just random planets.
Yeah.
There's some that are going to be fleshed out, and then others are going to be like just like almost like a settlement in Fallout. Like it's just like a small little thing there, and that's it.
That's right.
So while it sounds grandiose in talk about, oh, there's 1,000 planets you can visit, well, one of them's just going to be a small little nothing planet. So like, what does it matter in this grand scheme of things? You have like a small little hut you can visit on that planet, maybe some wildlife. That's it. So.
Well, remains to be seen. I mean, I'm hopeful. I think, considering that it's the first party game in a long while coming from them and Todd Howard.
Oh,
10 years.
I have high hopes for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, 10
I want it
years.
to be good. But
Absolutely,
knowing
yeah.
Bethesda's track record, I'm assuming it's going to be full of absolutely insane glitches on launch. It's not going to work properly. Things are going to be otherwise chaotic with it. And hopefully they don't do the same thing as Fallout 76, where they turn it into a live service game. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen.
No, that was really huge problems. I've not played it on day one, but I tried it, you know, a few weeks later, and there were too many problems to count. It was from weird glitches where you had people sort of semi-nude walking around to everything else, login problems, you name it. I think it was a huge challenge for them, you know, the studios that are not used to making multiplayer, or similar to BioWare and Anthem, which was probably one of the worst releases ever. It was unbelievably bad. The game...
Well, see, here's the thing, Anthem had potential, it just never took off, because
that's right.
They kind of just popped it out there and gave up on it almost immediately.
No,
Anthem could have been a great game, but they started off half-cocked when they did it, and then they never put the love into it after that. They just kind of like, well, no one likes this, we're just going to give up and move on, like, just cut our losses.
No, I think that the problem, you know, absolutely. I mean, I had obviously huge expectations, and Mass Effect being my favorite game of all times, and when you look at the game,
Andromeda.
Well, I'm just playing it at the moment. You probably heard, and again, I think for me it is completely unbelievable to see that two games, Andromeda and then Anthem, were being done on the wrong engine. You know, the engine that doesn't work, and that's crazy. Have you played Andromeda on PlayStation?
Yes.
Did you not see how, for instance, on PlayStation, I'm not sure if it's the same on other platforms, you've got the campaign missions, the story-driven missions, and what you get there is like perfect framing, as if you'd expect with other Mass Effect games. And anything which is side quest you see the space in between characters. You don't even see them on screen. It's just abysmally poor. And then the open world, for instance, you walk and you look for minerals, you mine, you collect trivial things, go to empty bases. There's nothing. So many tasks and completely meaningless. But the story is very well written. The dialogue's very good. I think it's possibly even superior to some sections of the trilogy. But that gets lost because of all this other. The worst thing for me in Andromeda, I'm not sure whether you agree with me, is the vehicle. The vehicle is beyond appalling.
I will say comparatively, the vehicle is a lot better than what it was in
Mako. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mako was. Compare it to Mass Effect 1, and I will tell you that it's gone leaps and bounds since then. But yeah, compared to Mass Effect 3, it just didn't have that I don't know. It just didn't feel as good, and like. I especially didn't like the whole like Frost Planet area with the Andromeda, because it's like they drew it out a lot more than it needed to be, and and there wasn't really much to explore on there too.
Yeah. Well, the other problem is that slippery surface, be it on the sand or on that frosty planet, is just making that vehicle slide all the time. And it happened to me. I was just sliding, ending up in a hole and can't get out. Oops.
Oops, boss is dead.
The boss is gone. He's gone, is he?
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that's good. Let me just revive our friend. Ah! I was being cut out.
Need you back in airlock, Guardian.
We are coming. Yeah, it's just very disappointing. But also Mass Effect Andromeda is a massive game. And I think a lot of people who not talk to many different characters probably finished in about 50 hours, but I've gone already done 75 to 80 hours, and they said it will be up to 300 hours to finish everything, but lots of meaningless tasks.
So that's kind of, it was at the height of what would be considered bloat in games. Like Assassin's Creed started doing that too, with all the collectibles and everything, where it was like, oh, there's feathers, and then there's books, and then there's pages of books, and then there's stuff that ultimately didn't really have any meaning other than just be another fetch quest.
Yeah.
Let's wait for the other guy to get down here. There we go. There you go.
We all there, yeah?
I always wait because it puts a timer on it once one person opens it. So if that person gets stuck or dies on the way down, then
they don't get the loot. Yeah.
Yeah, then they don't get anything, and that's not fair to them.
No, it's always the best to wait. We got it all.
Oh, you did the basic one, okay.
Well, I didn't have any of the options. I would have gone for harder, but it just gave me one option.
I didn't realize that was level 32 Prison of Elders. I just looked at my reward and it's her benevolence.
Yeah. I didn't get anything particularly good either. Can always redo it, but it wasn't giving me the option doing it on a hard difficulty level. It was just giving me that one option when I went in. We'll just have a look again.
You have to select the other version of it. There's two sections you can select.
Okay, let's have a look. Maybe I selected one. We did it again. It's no big deal. Let me see what our friend is saying. Sin says, I see Zenith watches you too. He still plays. My schedule is kind of specific, so it's been a while since. Absolutely, Zenith is a new member of our community, and Zenith has been popping in every single day. But today he's gone with his family to watch Transformers, so he wouldn't be popping in today. And he'll join us on another day. So if you're up for it, just press follow and then come back on any other day, and Zenith will be there. We've had loads of sessions together in recent weeks with Gail and with a couple of other people, and it's been really great fun. And Zenith also plays Destiny 2, as you know, and he is also helping out other people with the sequel when they want to be getting exotic quests or anything else. In fact, yesterday we were trying to get the new exotic secret quest, and they were not able to complete because people had to depart, but that was the task of the day, so to speak. And we had some fun here yesterday as well, so it was all good. You'll find that in this community there are lots of Destiny veterans attached to the channel, because at one stage I was streaming Destiny every single day, 7 days a week, and then I've had a break. I had some bereavement in my family and some serious losses, and I was not doing any streaming also due to my internet connection. But I've come back, and the new season of streams is up and running, so also with the new internet connection, which is a lot better, so we are getting better picture and sound quality, and everything is prettier with these overlays and all other things which are added. So definitely very good to see you here, and Zenith is absolutely in here, and he'll be able to join in both for the original game and for the sequel. Let's see the where is it? No, Challenge of the Elders. Okay. No, hang on, no. That's not it.
Before you select that one, so you have where you selected Challenge of the Elders. There's one thing that's in orbit of it, right above it to the right. It's called Prison of Elders. That's the one I thought you were doing. That's the level 41 Prison of Elders.
Yeah, we'll do that now.
Okay.
Prison of Elders, the Reef Asteroid Belt, level 41 arena, easy. Is that the one?
That would be the one, yes.
Okay, we'll do that
The
one.
Challenge of Elders is the harder one. That's the one that most people do.
Okay, we'll do this one. So, light level is 260, easy. Rewards legendary marks. Everything in order. Yeah?
Now, oddly enough, if you selected this before you do anything else in your weekly stuff, you can actually get forego the normal prize from Prison of Elders, and you'll get a translucent box, which is kind of in the sense like a getting a, what are they called? The boxes.
Yeah, the treasure boxes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of those.
Well, we'll try that on another day, because obviously we've gone into the other one. I'll remember this. Yeah. I'm not really a regular Prison of Elders player. I've not played it that many times, and it's always, it's one of the most popular activities together with Nightfalls and raids. So it's always good to be revisiting, and definitely keep it in mind. Just want to say to our friend who's popped in, he said that he was getting ads. Well, that's something that I have been strongly contesting, because Twitch had introduced this without any form of consultation with anyone, and previously you could actually schedule when the ads would come in, and at the moment they do it randomly, and they keep throwing in ads, and what you get is muted stream in top right corner, and that's completely unacceptable. But a bit like Bungie and other companies, they're trying to heavily monetize, and it's so annoying. Anyway, our friend was asking a question about Zenith, and I think our friend since Risen didn't get the answer from me, so I apologize for this. I was actually responding to the question, are you watching the ads? And these ads are also voluminous. You keep getting not one ad, but they're like lengthy, and they literally cut you out of the stream, which is completely unacceptable. And I tell you what, they will introduce in no time. The same thing like YouTube. They'll say if you don't want any ads, you need to pay premium, so you'll pay $20 a month in order not to be watching the ads. That will be the next step in view of all the other changes. Anyway, come back to the question. Zenith is away today. They're watching.
Before you go too far, actually, to do that. When it was originally announced for Twitch Prime, it was meant to, you pay the $4.99 or whatever for Twitch.
Yeah, I remember
for Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
It's integrated in Twitch, and we'll do this where you won't have ads.
Yeah, I remember that. And
then it just became, here's your free sub. We make too much money on ads to offer that anymore.
Yeah, and they're introducing all sorts of things which are extremely unpopular. Now, I talked about it earlier in my broadcast. Just before I respond to you, Matt, I want to respond to our friend, because he was asking about Zenith, and he hadn't heard what I said. Zenith is basically a new member of our community, and he is popping in every day, and we play Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 if need be. And today he's gone with his family to watch Transformers, so he's not here. But otherwise, if you wish to squad up, come in on any day when the broadcast is live, and he will be there. And Zenith is also a member of our community who is frequently listening to my introduction and the news and all the things, and contributes also on all levels really. I was particularly grateful to Zenith for the gifting of the subscription to so many different people. So the majority of the new members were actually given a free subscription by Zenith, and that's really so incredible. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And as I said, today he's away. Yeah. Matthias also got. Is it Matthias or Matthias? Is it T or TH?
It would be TH, but that was my old tag. I just go by Haunting now.
Okay. No, that's fine. What do you prefer? For me to call you by Dark Haunting or by the name?
Oh, I mean, you know me as Matthias, so that's fine. I'm not going to correct you.
No, that's fine. I apologize, because I thought it was MAT, rather than MATH. Just I mean, because it's a different version of the name. Basically, it's the same name, right? Some people have it with TH.
It all sounds the same, so I have no preference personally.
That's right. Yeah. No worries. Yeah. Where was I? Yeah, I was just saying to our friend that we'll crack on as usual once Zenith is back. But really great to see that the subscriptions were given to so many different members, and just like Matthias said, he was also one of those recipients. So that's fantastic. Very, very truly grateful. And you find that this community is very helpful and supportive. We talk about different things which are sometimes not necessarily gaming related, and also a community that is focused on the maintenance of health and then mental health. And I'm supporting the biggest charity in Britain that deals with people who are experiencing mental health issues, the charity called Mind, and we are running a charitable fundraising campaign as well. You can see the Tiltify sign down there. We did get some contributions so far, but still the early days, because I only restarted my streams a few weeks ago, and kind of looking forward to it all, And Gail's saying, today we're still playing Destiny 2. Well, this we're swaying from one to the other. I mean, I've got to say, I played Destiny 2 quite extensively, up to the point where I've gone back to my broadcasts, and then I've gone back to Destiny 1 extensively, so it's a bit difficult to fit in all the time and everything that's necessary to do the both games, but I still do.
Well, if you guys want to switch over to Destiny 2, I have no problem with that.
No, not at all. No, the actual channel is tied to Destiny 1 in terms of the community membership and traffic and everything else. So the idea is, in the course of the week, we'll throw in maybe a session of Destiny 2 towards the end in order to do the weekly missions, and that otherwise I play it outside of my broadcast, or on request. There are people who will come in and say, I need to do such and such in Destiny 2, can you help? We'll throw it in. The only problem I have is I got full content of Destiny 2 on Xbox, which is presently unstreamable thanks to Twitch and Microsoft, and then I've got the seasonal content obviously on the both, but on PlayStation I don't have the expansions. So if anybody wants the expansions, then we'll be playing the game and we won't be talking, because nobody can hear me. I can't play the game and type at the same time. I guess there is a way through which you use the program or the app. You talk and then it types all by itself, but I don't like doing that because sometimes it doesn't detect the words properly, and it can sort of come up with some obscenities and some really garbled types of constructions. Anyway, let's just crack on. I've seen that it's already approaching 7 o'clock over here, so time flies. And
no, there's Zenith.
Oh, you're back. Well, it's fantastic. We were just talking about you. Have you heard? We were just describing how incredibly generous you were with the subscriptions to all of our new members, and I was so truly grateful. So thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for bringing in a new community member, a new friend who just popped in and said hello. I've got a new system actually with moderators on the chat, so I can tell exactly who is the existing, who is the new member. It's quite good. They massively improved it compared to what it was in the past. And let me see. And we're all saying hi, but I'm wondering whether Zenith is in cinema. Just checking out what we are doing, because you did say you're going to see Transformers. So, and indeed, if you spotted our new community member, then indeed, thanks so much for that. Yeah, okay, let's crack on with this a bit more challenging experience of Prison of Elders, and I don't want to miss out on my swimming later on. So it's a bit of a lengthy stream. Trying to look at the time. Yeah, actually, it is 10 to 7. What's the time up there where you are, Matt? It's probably about... Is it 6 or 7 hours back?
It's about almost 11 o'clock here in the morning.
Oh, yeah, it's quite a bit back. It's 8 hours back, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we have quite a mixture of community members from various parts of the US, and frequently we'll get somebody who's 8 hours back, somebody who's 5 hours back, and 6. It's a bit hard for me to remember, but I think for the regulars, I know that you are 8 hours back. I remember that from before,
Right.
because of our, streams. And when you get up, when you're getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to do certain things,
I also don't expect you to remember that because that's just my situation. I hadn't
No, I
been around
remember.
for a while.
no, I
I
remember.
do appreciate it.
I actually have
Survive.
photographic memory, but due to that SARS virus which I contracted in 2008, it had been hampered to a degree, But previously I was able to remember in a minute detail every single thing. I mean, my PhD second to none, but unfortunately it's a combination of the SARS virus and age and other factors. It's few things together that have been affecting it. But these kinds of things I remember. I mean, I will never forget the sessions we had, because I incredibly greatly appreciated the dedication that you actually get up at that time of night and then go to work after doing it. I find that astonishing. So really appreciate it. That will never be forgotten, either by myself or my community. Well, talking about my memory, I'm sticking that scene to get more ammunition. So, poor judgment, poor memory in action, on display, live on air. So it's funny because yesterday I talked to I think it was Zenith about Christopher Nolan and his films, and then suddenly had this block. I couldn't talking about kind of when he came for now I can't remember the other film. No, I'm just joking. We're just talking about Chris Nolan and the fact that I was able to celebrate my birthday on the day when he released Dunkirk, because his films are released on 21st of July, and that's my birthday, So really the best possible kind of birthday celebrations for me, because I really love his works, and this year is going to be Oppenheimer, also released on the 21st, his new film.
I've seen a lot of jokes about people going from the Barbie movie to Oppenheimer right after that.
I watched these trailers yesterday, no, day before yesterday. Well, they're not too bad, the trailers, really. It's just that I think the actual the casting of Gosling and Margot Robbie is a bit off, and that's to do with the age factor, just the way she looks and he looks. I'm curious to see what that's going to be like within the film. And also there was another kind of bit of trivia. In order to make Barbie 100% perfect, the producers wanted Margot Robbie to have like several doubles for, I guess, certain parts which are to be seen in close-ups. But then both, Greta Gerwig, the director, as well as Margot Robbie said, well, that's not on. We'll do it exactly as it should be, like with me doing it. So it's been a big debate about this on social media and through IndieWire about it. But the trailers look good. The trailers look good. It's just the question, I'm not that much in favour of her partner, Noah Baumbach. I watched some of his films which didn't really gel with me, and I'm wondering whether his script was going to be as strong as expected, because it's a very popular theme and it looks good. But if the film's unfunny, like some other of his films were, it will flop. He'll, will not have much of success. I'm still to see Indiana Jones on Monday. Gonna watch in IMAX double bill, Indiana Jones, the new one, together with the new Mission Impossible, which in fact it's like a pre-release date on Monday here in the UK. So that will be terrific. I really enjoy watching films in IMAX the best. It's just so good. And we have Cineworld Unlimited Pass, so I can go and watch as many films as I want. It's similar to Netflix. It's on a subscription, and I really look forward to this. There's another one there, but no enemies. You seen anything up late at all?
Last movie I saw in theaters, John Wick 4, I think?
Oh yeah, yeah, I watched that in IMAX as well.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
Well, I wasn't that keen, I got to admit. I much prefer the original, and I found, well, it's just the concept didn't gel with me, you know, the way they've done it. What is going on?
I don't think it was a one previous to it, but I did enjoy it nonetheless, so I can't say that I was upset with it.
Well, this one had a lot more of Hong Kong movie references, you know, with martial arts and fighting, and the chap there who's blind, and I just thought that...
I will say that the one part that really intrigued me, though, was they took some inspiration from a video game, actually, and made a part that was... Yeah, I think you know exactly what part I'm talking about.
Yep.
And I thought that the cinematography of that was quite good.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
It was unique to see something like that in a movie.
Now, visually, the film is staggering. It is superior to all the other installments, you know, camera-wise and editing-wise and all this. It's just that I thought that it came across as a bit overly ambitious with the merger of the genres, and I would have liked to have spent more time analysing the story. On the other hand, this film could have been incredibly punchy had it been within a format of 90 minutes. But it's so long. It's incredibly long, you know?
It is,
and
yeah.
that didn't gel with me. It was like fighting, and for instance, you know, the daughter, the restaurant owner, like she's injured and she disappears, and then what's happened to her is just completely inconsequential to the whole story.
That sets it up for another, you know, part of the story.
Yeah. Probably, yeah. With that in mind, without a doubt.
This would be close.
But you know, watching John Wick in IMAX was a bit like listening to Motorhead or Swans live. It was so unbelievably loud, beyond deafening. And that was the thing that it also created with the first film. They wanted the tension to be massively amplified by the music. And the music was unbelievably loud. So, you know, watching it in IMAX on that volume, and I didn't bring in my earplugs with me, was deafening. Literally deafening. It was unbelievably loud. I don't remember watching any film ever, and believe me, I watched very many in my lifetime, in IMAX elsewhere, that would have been as deafening. It was literally like being seated next to a major PA on a big
So I don't know if
open
you
air
have
concert.
this over there, but there's something called Dolby Digital over here. And it's very similar to IMAX, where it's like kind of a very immersive experience.
Atmos. Atmos. Dolby Atmos is the one.
Okay.
Retreat.
That's the one. And the difference, the difference is that Atmos will have the sound not just left, right, back, front, but also it's got above and down below. So it is more immersive sound-wise than what you get in IMAX, because you can actually feel. Also, if they integrate it 4DX, you know, that the seats are shaking and rocking, going backwards and forwards, then it is as if you were in the film. We have Atmos cinemas. This IMAX I go to doesn't have Atmos, but you know, it's literally fine tuning more than anything else. I watched the latest Mad Max in Atmos Theatre on the day, well, prior to its opening. It was a new cinema in central London, and they were doing preview screening of Atmos. of Mad Max with this Atmos. It was the first cinema in London. It goes back about 5-6 years, and that was an astonishing experience. It was really terrific. You really could.
So
you know,
actually, Sim asked you a question, and actually kind of pertains to your complaint about Kira, which is the daughter of John's friend, who was the head of the Japanese thing. Did you see that post-credit scene?
No, I don't think I did.
So there was a post-credit scene that kind of explains what happened to her.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
I missed it because the credits were extremely lengthy, and I was not particularly enthused by the film, so I just literally waited. I mean, I usually watch everything until the very end, but when I go to cinema, I'll usually watch like 3 or 4 films, you know, and then what happens is I think this film was slightly running over time to catch, and that's the reason I'm not seeing it.
Well, do you want me to just tell you what happened?
Absolutely. I don't think I'm ever going to watch the film.
Okay, so anyone that's watching, spoilers for John Wick 4.
Press mute. Press mute.
Press mute for the next 30 seconds. I'll be quick. Starting now. Alright, so at the end of it, you have Kira. You know who Kane is, right, Donnie Yen?
Yep.
So he's watching his daughter at school and going to go pick her up, while Kira sneaks up behind him with a couple knives, ready to kill him, because Kane was obviously instrumental in taking down her father and the whole thing there. So she's trying to get revenge on Kane at that point. It doesn't show what happens, but it just shows her like kind of coming up behind him
Enemies come
while he's heading over to go pick up his daughter.
thirst for your light. Minds must be dismantled or dead.
I definitely did not see that. Yeah, they do that also with Marvel superhero films with these post-credits.
I thought that's what you meant by like it didn't show what happened, because because it technically doesn't show what happened with her and him, which I get that it was setting it up for like something in the sequel. One of them could come back, but I thought you were talking about that.
No, it was just like I watched the rest of the film and she just disappeared after that injury, so I didn't know what was going on. Nevertheless, even if I was watching the post-credits scene, I just thought that the story was flimsy and it was all about action, back to back. And in addition to that, my problem was with the length of the film. I thought it was far too long for what it was presenting us with, and that was just my experience of it. I'm a fan of Hong Kong films and martial arts films. It's not I'm against that sort of genre, but the length.
Okay.
The length,
Retreat to airlock.
So Sinzer hasn't corrected me. He is blind, so technically he can't watch his daughter. That is true. But the point of it is he's still watching his daughter, like waiting for her to get out of school.
It's
Not
a bit like,
watching his daughter, but semantics,
Yeah, I just want to say that I thank our friend for indeed following our discussion on John Wick. Really appreciate it. And you could see, like in the film, although he's blind, he's fighting, so he's got this sixth or seventh sense, and he knows exactly what he needs to be doing, and it's I guess the thing he applied there. So it's one of those things, and
but technically they're right. He can't watch his daughter physically because he cannot see.
That's right.
That is true.
That's right.
I will concede that.
It's just been watching over her, one way or the other. I just think that the actual series of John Wick, they turn out to be a lot more successful than initially expected. So it's a huge surprise to everyone who was
absolutely.
involved, and you know, they obviously tried it with the original film, and I remember watching it in Wood Green Cinema, and it was deafening. I actually had my earplugs with me, which really helped. And even after using the earplugs in that cinema, and this wasn't like a Dolby Atmos theatre, you know, it was well, it was a high quality cinema as well. Even after the use of these earplugs, I was still
Destroy
deafened. I could hear buzzing in my ears afterwards. It was crazy. So I have to say, I'm not that keen on the strategy. It reminds me of MTV ads in the old days. You watch some music, and then after that, you get these ads that actually destroy your eardrums. It's so loud. Well, I understand the strategy behind it, but I'm not that keen on it. Look at that. Everyone's a here. Let's get to that Splinter Mine. Where's the last one?
Hasn't spawned yet. Should be all the way to the right though. All over there.
Been pinned down with a servitor. Oh, look at that.
You have
Oh, he evaded. Oh, boo. And our friend Since Risen says he's an Asian daredevil.
Yeah.
Well, he has all these extra abilities, you know, and I guess he's almost like a sort of superhero there in the film.
destroy mine.
I mean, that's
Superhuman
not
or
far
something.
off of the actual source material, considering
No.
John Wick is based off a comic.
That's right. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Definitely
it's
following
not
the
far
trail.
off.
Yeah. I just want to ask the guys watching and everyone obviously here in our squad, have you played the game? John Wick the game?
There's only one John Wick game I've tried. Is John Wick Hex. It was okay.
It's
Can't say it was my
platform, isn't it?
favorite, but, no, it kind of came out when there was a popularity of these like kind of strategy game type things. They came out with like a Hitman version. They came out with a Lara Croft version, and basically the premise of it is you kind of use your character like almost like a chess piece. You
Yeah.
have to carefully strategize everything as you move, because you get one move to do what you need to do, and then everything else moves automatically around you. So you need to strategize what happens. So each turn you
see.
take, your actions will ultimately influence the rest of the actions around you.
Uh-huh.
So it's a strategy game in a sense, but they almost made it into a board game,
Mm-hmm.
because you basically move along a set of tiles, and you just kind of go forward and backwards as strategy dictates.
Need you back in
So.
airlock, guy.
Yeah, I've
There's
not played
certain
that one.
areas you go.
I've not
It's-
played that one.
It's okay. Like it was entertaining at first, but it kind of lost its shine for me after a couple hours.
You
of trying it out.
face
That's true.
final round.
Our friend Since Risen says, I've not played any John Wick games at all. Well,
If there was a proper John Wick game, I would probably be interested. But that kind of game, I tried
they
it.
probably,
okay.
yeah, they probably will create it in due course, you know, considering the popularity, and it will be a bit like Mortal Kombat or something, you know, lots of fighting and lots of action. For me, a really good John Wick game would be the one with more emphasis on the story.
I think of it more of like it could be a Max Payne style. You know what I mean?
Max Payne, yeah, that'd be it.
So it'll be
Also,
like one
like an
guy
assassin.
versus the world type of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Pull up his missions and do that. Oh, I wanted to originally say Hitman style, but I don't think that's going to describe it as good.
No,
Because
no, no,
Hitman
no,
is all about
no.
stealth.
All
and
about stealth, yeah.
You know, you get in and get out without being seen. John Wick is more about the flashiness of it. Like
Yeah.
all the fights. Yeah, you can get in unseen, but you're definitely fighting your way out. So.
Well, in stealth game, Hitman, it's all about hiding and being sneaky, and in John Wick, it's all about being able to get the results by, well, through fights and.
I mean, you could
yeah,
technically do
capabilities.
the same thing in Hitman. You can just go and just not stealth at all.
You can, yeah.
That's not the way that you get the best score. You always want to do stealthy, accidental kills, stuff like that. Have you ever played Hitman games yourself?
Yeah, I did, yeah. I played them over the years on PlayStation 2 and played them on Xbox, played them on...
Yeah, I did the same. I played them a lot when I was younger.
Yeah.
I never got into the new version of it where it was like...
No, it's significantly different, yeah.
I mean, it looks great. The graphics are obviously updated and it looks like a very great game. I just didn't like the whole you need to purchase everything separately from the original aspect of it.
No, I agree.
Not a fan.
No, I agree. Just completely different.
They are dead. You.
And then they came up with like random challenge ones where you just basically go into a set map and it just randomizes who the target is, where they are, and you just have to figure it out. That was interesting, but it kind of goes along the same lines of you're going to be, if you know the maps, you know where things are going to be, and you just use what's around you at that point. So after you've played it for so long, it doesn't become a challenge more as a speed run. So if you like that kind of thing, that could be right up your alley. If you don't, then it's just you, okay, how fast can I get this done? Or, what would be another thing? How hard is this going to be? How quickly can I get out of here? Maybe I can do this a different way, things like that. So, hold on. Wait for Daniel. Or not, okay.
Yeah, we all in. Yeah, cool.
I was saying to wait for you, because you weren't down here yet.
Yeah, I was taking time. Get double loot. I got synth and got strange coins and modes of light. And don't think anything else I would have picked up.
I got a ghost shell, motes of light, and some glimmer. Yay.
Well,
but I'm also full on most of my stuff, so.
It's all good. We can go to the challenge. We completed now the easy and medium, and then we go to the challenge. And I was going to say, in response to what you were describing, oh, no, I actually did get something. I did get that Sterling Treasure mystery bag. There you go. So, we'll leave this. That's good.
I did not.
Huh?
I did not get that.
Well, that's grossly unfair, considering that you eliminated many enemies and worked extremely hard, and Bungie and Destiny can be pretty brutal. They just don't appreciate hard work, you know. They want to monetize, just like you said. And that's the saddest fact of life.
To be fair, I don't need it.
You
the
got
Sterling
everything.
Treasure is basically just the cosmetic stuff you would get from one of those things anyways. I think it's guaranteed cosmetic armor. I just don't know what cosmetic armor you would want. So for instance, last time I did that one, I did get one, and I got Spectar gear, which I hate. But my friend that did it with me got the Taken gear, which she needed, so...
Well, that was of use to her. That's right. Well, I mean, when you do it in a team, people do get different bits and pieces. Hang on a minute. And Gail's asking, can we go to the reef real quick? Yes, we can. Yeah, no problem. We'll go to the reef, and then after the reef, we'll go back to the challenge, and then that's probably going to be the final activity for today on the stream. Yeah, what I wanted to tell you was in response to your description of the Hitman. I played Splinter Cell very extensively on PlayStation 2 when it came out, and I played the whole trilogy. I really loved the game, and you know, it's like really smooth stealth, proper big stealth game. I think for me that was the biggest first stealth game I played altogether, compared to you know, the computer games which had puzzles and all sorts. And I loved it. And then that was followed up, I guess, by Hitman a few years later, so it was definitely top notch. Anything that is not falling in line with the original concept will fail with the veteran stealth game players, because we kind of evolved from the original, and also Assassin's Creed had this, the stealth element in it, which directly transpired from Splinter Cell. I'm actually surprised, aren't you, that they never even considered doing like a proper remake of Splinter Cell, considering how popular the game was. It would be great, and maybe with a few other things thrown in. Don't know if it's to do with the politics or the story or something else, but
I think it could be because they kind of switched it up a little bit. So Splinter Cell used to be more about the stealth and all that, and in the later games it started kind of going more towards a shooter.
Yeah.
With stealth aspects to it instead.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
that's
I
right.
think because of that, the popularity of it kind of dwindled compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
So I don't think they have the staying power that they used to, where they could make whatever game they wanted and the company would just greenlight it no matter what. Now it's a little harder for them to get that set if they wanted to do that. They could have, of course, already dismantled the team too, because that happens frequently in those kind of games, those things. Because I think it was Microsoft Studios that did them, right? Or what studio was it?
Ubisoft.
It was Ubisoft. Okay, Ubisoft has been compartmentalized so many times.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that exists anymore, to be honest.
Well, apparently I've heard the latest just the other day, which surprised me, that they were considering a buyout. So I'm wondering why that is, because obviously they are a very successful company, but they must have had some serious
Well,
bombs really with some of the games.
Completely successful, because
Yeah.
what are their most recent games that came out?
The most recent, let me think. It
Let
was
me look this up.
Phoenix
'Cause
Rising.
I remember
What's it called?
seeing and being very surprised at some of the Ubisoft games that came out recently. Okay, Ubisoft game list.
Yeah. The what's it called? The Phoenix Rising. That didn't sell too well. I remember that. It had some problems, but it's a good game. I mean, I played it. I enjoyed it, and then there was what else? There were about 2 or 3 flukes, and also the graphics. It really surprised me. The new Prince of Persia game that will come out. There was huge amount of flack. People just hated the new concept. They hated the animations. They hated the music.
Yes.
They said, "How can you be presenting Prince of Persia with rap? What is going on?" And they obviously had in mind the capacity to monetize through whatever jingles or treasure packs or God knows what.
Right.
And I don't know whether you watched. Do you watch the presentation, the Ubisoft Forward? When they
I
were,
do sometimes, yes.
no, the last one that was part of Jeff Keighley's.
I did not watch the last
no.
one, no.
Well, they had a big chunk dedicated to the game, right? And it was the game director who talked at length about the game and the ideas and everything else in it. And I've got to tell you, after listening to him, I mean, I played the original Prince of Persia and played it on various platforms. This game is unbelievably ambitious. What he wants to do in his description is he wants to have literally everything in one. So first of all, it's a platformer. So as a platformer, it will not gel with some of the other people who join the series at a later stage. That's number one. The platformer graphics are state of the art. They look absolutely pristine. But still, he is then allocating in a platformer skills tree all the ins and outs of weaponry. It's very unusual. It's a different sort of concept that most people would not be embracing. And in the old game, it would be about the skill to which you are climbing, jumping, doing the sneaking, all these kinds of things. I don't think the emphasis was especially on that. And then the music and the environment. So the flack was considerable, and the game's not been even, it's not really ready for alpha, beta, and they probably will change everything. They've seen that's a huge amount of negativity emerging.
Well, now that you mention that, I do remember seeing something along those lines, and I think what it was is it started going the way of the Soulsborne types, like Salt and Sanctuary.
That's right. Yeah.
The what was the other one? Blasphemous, things like that, where it was 2D side-scrolling, it looked like Castlevania,
yes.
Like the Soulsvania. It looked like Castlevania, but more like in that instead of what the traditional style of Prince of Persia used to be. It turned more into a Castlevania style thing, and I think that's what people didn't like about it. more than anything, because they wanted the more traditional style.
Yes,
and
that's
I don't
right.
think they really cared about what the... Well, first off, the Prince of Persia is not the same Prince of Persia. It's some other
Not
guy
at all.
now.
Not at all.
That was part of the controversy. And the second part was that it was just a completely different style of game than what they were used to. So, could it be good? Maybe. But I don't think people are going to give it as much of a chance as it should have.
What you described is always the biggest problem for anyone who's attached to a particular series or franchise. You know, major changes introduced. You could see with Andromeda, had the game came across as fully fledged, properly developed, not half baked, and everything worked, the vast majority of people say, "Oh, this feels like Mass Effect, but this is not like Mass Effect universe. It doesn't work." But everyone else gravitated towards the technical issues and the problems, and then the problems with the open world. I mean, to be frank, if you look at Andromeda, the skills tree, then the customization of weapons, the sheer quantity of weapons you can pick up, then the multiplayer, it's all disjointed. What do you need all these weapons for? I mean, the game's not very difficult to play. The fighting sequences don't have any major, incredibly difficult bosses, and you keep collecting all the weapons, you know. So coming back to Prince of Persia, the biggest problem that the people who played the series in the past will be with the visuals. They'll say, this doesn't look like Prince of Persia. What is going on? What's the in-game mechanics? Why are we getting this? This is ridiculous. You know? It's just immediately being antagonistic towards something which is completely different and new. It doesn't have to be very poor, but that is just a gut reaction. I've got the same reaction to many different games where there are such changes. It just doesn't feel right. You know? That's the bottom line. And I think the problem after watching the director's presentation for me was in the overall ambition of the game, and I'm very skeptical. I've got to say, I would like the game to succeed. I didn't like the graphics too much, I've got to admit. Taken aback by the whole change of concept, which means you're trying to basically create a completely different game within the same series or franchise. So you've got the title that's going to be bringing in the buyers, and everything else in it is completely different. That will always fail, as you've seen with some of the Assassin's Creed installments, which we'll probably see that. You'll get people say, what is going on? We want to have the basic values of the series. That is a productions of everything else that doesn't belong to this particular title. So, you know, like you said, I think Ubisoft grew tremendously. They have studios worldwide, and they're producing the games that they're extremely expensive. So coming back to the problems, have you played any of the Ghost Recon series of late, or any of those that released recently, like the last two, Wildlands and
the last Ubisoft games that I really got into, the Division, Division 2, even like the newer Assassin's Creed, ever since what was that co-op one that flopped, the one that took place in France, Unity. Ever since Unity, I've lost my luster for it. I used to be so excited for any new Assassin's Creed game. I was thinking, oh, they can't go wrong. Everything's been so great. Then Unity came out and absolutely destroyed that for me, which is a shame because I was so excited to play co-op with a couple of friends. I used to be huge in the Assassin's Creed community. I loved playing the multiplayer. I used to be in part of clans that used to participate in tournaments on the regular basis for the multiplayer. And I was like, oh, this is a co-op experience. All of my people in my clan were all excited. We were all going to play together. We were all going to have fun because it was up to 4 people at a time. And then that came out, and it was absolute trash. I remember specifically, not just from people reporting it, myself, my own experience in it. I was stuck in a wall at one point because I tried to grab onto something and somehow flipped over, and I got inside of a wall, and I could not move or do anything else. And in that mission, we were pretty much at the end of it. I don't know how I got in there, but I had to leave and forgo all of the rewards for it because I just happened to clip into a wall somehow. And I lost everything in there. And I just, besides all the technical issues and the graphical issues of it, the freaking, I'm sure you've seen clips of the faces.
I have,
how they just turn into eyeballs and tongues and stuff. Yeah, it was creepy. But amidst all that, like, it just absolutely killed my wonder for the series. And ever since then, I haven't been interested. And it's a shame too because they came out with some good titles and like they had good theories and concept. Like Odyssey was in Greece, that was awesome. You had Origins in Egypt, which was fantastic, in ancient that area. Even Valhalla could have been great with the Vikings. But I just never, it never sparked my interest again after that. And they did the same thing with Watch Dogs 1 and 2. Amazing. 3
good
was
God,
just such a
the last
bad-
one.
Yeah, Watchdog Legions. It was just terrible.
Yeah, but hang on a minute.
did that.
With that game, the biggest problem was in the game being sold under completely false pretenses. I remember watching Ubisoft Forward when they were introducing this game, and they talked about the game having a revolutionary concept. So what is it? Well, anybody who you meet on the streets can be customized and can become a fully playable character and can have all different skills, abilities, and all this. They released a game that's a complete nonsense, because the vast majority of people you meet cannot be selected, they cannot be customized, and also the map of London, for us, when we look at it, what on earth is going on? It's just a complete the streets that are not particularly couple of houses. It just seemed really first of all doing it on cheap, and then trying to introduce the concept that it's not going to work, and thirdly offering a revolutionary concept that is not going to be functioning is disturbing, and particularly near the price. The game flopped massively. Nobody wants to play it after the first week or first couple of weeks, and it's a tragedy, because like Anthem, the game had potential if they were spending more time on it, and sayonara, it backfired. And I don't know, with Ghost Recon games, I quite liked Wildlands, I quite liked what's it called, the Breakpoint or so, the last one, and again it was the same problem. They were trying to change in-game mechanics, and you had everyone who loved Wildlands who hated the next installment, and then within a couple of months the game that cost like $60 or $90 was offered on $10 just in order to get some sales going, and obviously a massively expensive game to produce. Far Cry series lived up to the potential, would you not say? I quite liked the series and everything that came together with it. So
Yeah, I never really got into the Ghost Recon games as much, but I do see what you mean by it basically just kind of let down the fan base at that point.
yeah. Well, it will be. Look, it will be a division between The Division games and Ghost Recon in terms of how it's played, right? People will not. Well, maybe some people play both games, but The Division is more futuristic, and it does have some elements of kind of military simulation, whilst Ghost Recon is trying to be as close to the Special Forces works as possible. And I watched their presentations and vidocs and everything, when before the game was released, and it was very exciting and very interesting. And I got to say, the Ghost Recon community was a bit unfair, a bit too harsh on the latest installment. I thought it wasn't really as bad, and it didn't have that many problems. I quite enjoyed doing it, and they introduced, for instance, the cam through which you can become completely invisible in certain areas, but people understood it as if they were going to be invincible, like immune to any form of incursion, which isn't the case, right? And that was causing a huge amount of flack from some of the veterans. Basically, what it means is, let's say it's a stealthy concept. You have a gang of enemies coming in, and what you do is you just get in the water and use cam to make yourself invisible, so you lie there. But if you are fiddling with your controller, doing anything, they will detect you in order for them to walk through you. So I didn't think it was as bad, but an afterthought would be Ubisoft must have been investing far too much into certain projects that did not provide the desired revenue, and then that really eventually has brought them to this stage as a massive company. And what really enraged me was this Ubisoft Plus of late. Did you see that? It's extremely expensive.
Yeah.
It is in America about $20, isn't it? It's about $16.99 over here. And I thought to myself, why on earth would I want to be subscribing to yet another service which is accessible via the Game Pass if I'm already paying for the Game Pass? It just seemed really and you've got Ubisoft Plus and then you've got EA Play, so it's split into two different sections, and different types of titles are being offered. So on Ubisoft Plus, it's the prime titles, the most expensive, the biggest AAA blockbusters. To be fair, why not subscribe for 1 month and just hammer it the whole month, take a month off and play all the games?
Yeah. That would be my option too.
Yeah, and then you unsubscribe. And there's a very good interview with Phil Spencer and Matt Booty that came out just a couple of days ago, and apparently the interview was completed after the showcase. It's one of those YouTube video channels dedicated to gaming. I can send you the link later. I watched it just the other day, and I highly recommend it because they talk about the future of gaming, and they're talking about everything that is like seen from their perspective, how Microsoft will be growing in view of the kind of conflict with Sony and the current FTC case, etc. And I was really surprised because I really think that Spencer and Booty do have some serious opposition within the hierarchy of Microsoft because of their modern forward-thinking ideas. I mean, I love the way Spencer talks about trying to get people together, from any country on the planet. And also he was talking about his subscribe and unsubscribe, which kind of clicked with me as you were describing 1 month on Ubisoft Plus, because he said we really wanted to make sure that never ever in the future we would get the situation where somebody is subscribed and it's difficult to disconnect. So if they want to disconnect at any time, they can do that with ease. And that's true, because in the past, prior to his involvement with Xbox, or before he became the CEO of Xbox Gaming, they did have this. And I do remember having some subscriptions I cancelled, and they would still charge me a month later, and I had to be arguing the toss and all this. As well as some other inclusions, he said we don't want to be just thinking about the games which are made in order to compete with the rivals. We just want to have high quality gaming, and that's quite right. He said if you are just trying to.
That's in the case of plenty of games in either modern times or regular times. There's always been games that have been made specifically to compete with their rivals, so they could actually get money out of it. Look at the instance of Parasite Eve 1 and 2. I use this specifically because it came up recently in discussion for me, so I happen to have it fresh in my mind. But basically, Parasite Eve 1 was a very unique game the way it played out. It was a RPG style, JRPG style, but horror aspect to it.
Yep.
Now, it was fun. I enjoyed it thoroughly when I played it, and I thought it was a great idea. Then comes Parasite Eve 2, in the wake of Resident Evil being popular and Silent Hill being popular. And it basically changed the way that the game was made. It turned it into more of a... how do I describe this? The style of it was basically, it went from being a stylized JRPG to, now it's more action RPG. And it just changed the way the whole game played. All because its competitor at the time was popular, and it was seen as the way to go, the future of the game. Yeah. And it was, the game still turned out great story-wise, although it got a little jumbled toward the end. But ultimately, I think most people look at that game as worse than the first one because of the gameplay style and how much different it was in comparison.
Absolutely.
Now, there's nothing particularly wrong with the game itself, in my opinion. I like it. It's fun. But it is very different from the first one, and it took a very different direction, specifically influenced by the fact that its competitors were doing something different. And it wanted to make money that way, and it felt, I guess, the devs felt that they weren't going to do so.
I think his reflection was probably linked with the current FTC case, and what he wanted to highlight was we have got our own kind of 10-year plan. We know what we want, and we're not going to be bothered whether other companies are doing the exclusives which are non-streamable, not available day one, etc., etc. And I guess that's something that's quite clear with them. Obviously, they bought quite a few studios. They're working quite a lot of different titles. They had a big kind of drop during the last 18 months due to the pandemic. But if you look at the titles that are in the waiting, there's a huge quantity of RPGs. And I have to say, it's somebody from that team who is really forward thinking. They realized that the battle royales and PvP games, they will not have that longevity in a longer term. They've been hyped up, and there's a huge amount of trends last 5-6 years, but they've seen the figures are dropping for some of these games, and lots of people want the games that have action but are story driven, right? So hence the investment. And there are lots of interesting games coming out of Microsoft Studios and what's been part of the presentation. And I think it's not possible to avoid the the idea that you got to be kind of looking up to your competitor through the individual game spectacles, if you know what I mean, rather than the company policy. I think what he's referring to is we don't want to be just looking over our shoulder to see what Sony are doing, and therefore we want to do something to kill them off at all times. On the other hand, he's not in position to do that, because they hold 16% of the overall gaming market worldwide. They hold obviously a lot more in the North South America, but globally they're way behind. Like 86% goes to Nintendo and Sony. He never talks, incidentally, he never talks about the key problem. I've been to many countries on the continent in Europe, right? Talked to many gamers and people in there, and it did really bother me somewhat that anyone I talked to was either a PC gamer or PlayStation gamer. So I wonder, what's the reason for that? Why is it that Xbox is lagging behind? The answer was simple. They do not provide the support services, online services, for the majority of the countries. And that's been the case until February of this year. So you go to Europe, like I got my gear, go to Europe, I want to play xCloud, for instance, show it to my friends, various games on Game Pass. What do I get? Not supported in this country. You can't access it. So he talks and he tells everyone, like around the world, our creed is accessing games whenever you want, wherever you are. Fine. I've gone to Digital Foundry the other day. You know the hub, the channel Digital Foundry. They were talking, but you know, these are like, Digital Foundry is run by the most experienced video gaming professionals. These people have been in business for like 40 years minimum, and they talked about exactly the same problem. I was astonished. I was absolutely astonished to hear that those two guys with 30 plus years of experience in the video game industry had exactly the same problem with the internet like myself. Both are Americans. One lives in Germany, the other one lives in the US. And they said, because we don't live in highly urbanized areas, we don't have access to these ultra fast speeds. And anything that Xbox new series is offering, you know, like Xbox Series S and X, will require very fast internet. xCloud is completely obsolete on anything which is very major download, minimum of 200, 300. You cannot use it. It gets ghosting, it crashes, it gives you error messages. So he says, well, isn't this a serious problem? Phil, you tell to the world, everyone can have it anywhere, but you need to have the infrastructure. Without it, it doesn't work. So, you know, they're forward thinking. They're obviously thinking correctly about the future, but they're forgetting that lots of countries do not have the infrastructure. And how can you be selling Xbox in, let's say, Hungary or Czech Republic? I'm just not, you know, just as an example, or Croatia, for instance. I know for certain in there they don't have, well, they didn't have until recently the live support services. How are you to be beefing up on the sales if they can't use the online services where you get the Game Pass and, you know, everything else through the online services? It just seems ridiculous. And also, the console is more expensive than some of the other equipment which they can buy in order to access gaming. So, you know, without enabling the Microsoft online services to be accessible worldwide everywhere, they will never be able to get that degree of dominance within the markets. It's, you know, anyone you ask there about PlayStation, of course, we can access online services. They didn't have access to the streaming of PlayStation. You know, presently it's called PS Plus, whatever it is, basic, medium, and premium. But the actual, yeah, but you know, the new system is different now. But previously, everyone in Europe could have access to PlayStation Plus as it was, meaning if they bought Destiny, they could just pay for that and they'll play it. That wasn't the case with Xbox. So, you know, I don't understand as to why they're not talking about the key problem, as well as the telephone support services and everything else, and that will kill them off. The console is expensive to make, and, you know.
Well,
anyway,
I can also tell you to another issue to their bottom line, even in the realm of places where they do have the infrastructure, will be the fact that both Xbox and PC can do the same thing. So if you get yourself a PC that is functioning and can play games, and you can upgrade that as you go, because that could have longevity compared to a box that could maybe be working for, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years before they come up with the next thing. So you get a PC, you can upgrade the parts and keep that going. That ultimately is going to keep it up. Plus, people actually need a PC for work, for their family purposes, just to do homework if they have kids,
That's right.
things like that, you need a computer. You don't need an Xbox. And if you could do everything on that computer that you could on an Xbox, what do you need it for? PlayStation has their exclusives and all, and they have their gaming systems and all, and that works fine. But if you have a PC that can handle games and do all that, what do you need an Xbox for at that point?
Yeah.
Why buy the console?
Yeah. And that's exactly the direction that they're taking at present. They decided that gaming on PC with the integration of Game Pass is the future, i.e. much more accessible and more positive cost-wise for the company. So I think it's very likely, I don't know what you've seen, they rolled out the PC Game Pass program to about 46 countries in February. And they're offering things like you get 3 months for the price of €1 in Europe and all this. They want to beef up on, PCs and Game Pass. So it remains to be seen, but it's been very expensive for them to make these consoles, and they're not selling. Although I have to say the equipment is of very, very high quality. I'm very happy with my consoles. I never had any problems of any sort. But it just seems strange that they're not indicating that these services indeed will have to be accessible in every country, otherwise people will not buy the console. It's a plain logic. Why on earth would I want to have a console that doesn't work? I mean, it works, but how many people are today buying physical copies of games, and the games that
they don't necessarily care about the console working. They care more about the fact that someone buys it. They're not gonna. You need to destroy that bubble, otherwise you're gonna die.
I died.
Yeah, like I said, you need to destroy that bubble, otherwise you're gonna die.
I actually didn't see the bubble. You mean this bubble there? Which one?
Well, it's gone now because you got out of it and you're revived. But when the gimmick for this one is when it's a spotted right now, you need to hide behind something. If you're not hidden, they'll put you in a bubble, and then you need to shoot your way out of the bubble in order to continue. Kind of like a Atheon in Bolt of Glass.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, reinforcements. Now this one we actually need to get points, so it's important that we kill the enemy reinforcements each time before we do damage to the boss.
Okay.
Because the whole point of it is to get 30,000 in one run and then 90,000 total, I believe.
Okay. Just want to say to our viewers that we were sort of carried away with our very interesting discussion on Microsoft and everything. So
I'm sure.
I know that some people are very keen on
people get tired of it after a while.
Watching the action. Well, that is what this channel's for, I'm afraid. Other channels just play the game day and night, and this channel is all about talking. Gaming is very much part of it.
You know me, I'm open for discussion anytime.
No, but that's the idea. This is why I really like when you come in, because we can discuss loads of different industry-related issues, and you follow the industry, and you know everything that's going on. So it's of huge. No.
Okay, you got stuff. So shoot the bow. I can't get you out of there, sadly.
Right, how do I do that? What do I do that with?
Just keep shooting until it explodes.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
It'll break. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna go get our friend over here.
Okay. I'll deal with the ads there then.
Yep. I had to take off explosive rounds so I can actually get precision kills. Yep. Careful doing damage to the boss, we still have enemies alive.
No, I was just going directly to
oh, I wasn't talking
the
to
ads. Okay.
Our friend was shooting rockets at the boss when we still have ads up.
Yeah, we need to eliminate the
waste precious ads so we can play extra points.
Yeah. Now we are in the zone. We aren't talking.
Yeah, it's all quiet now.
No, talking of which, I did discover a couple of clips where
Tells the tale.
Zach,
Oh,
Retreat
Zach.
to Erlong.
yeah, Zach was doing these glitches through which people can walk through walls and get into like Katie's kiosk. And I've got these clips of Sekapupu and Zach trying to get in the kiosk and getting stuck in the middle. They couldn't get out, and then later Sekapupu getting into the kiosk and then not being able to get out. That was so funny. It was just one of the funniest sessions we had here on the channel. It was hilarious.
Yeah, there's certain spots you need to go through in order to get in there properly. Otherwise, it's just you get stuck.
Well, I'm not that keen on these things, but you know, it was we had a large group of participants, and Zach was one of those guys who does speed runs and knows lots of glitches, and other people quite interested in learning about this. So it was like a tutorial. It was very funny. It was very enjoyable.
The defiled thirsts for your light.
Because I remember he was able to get to the boss in no time in Sivas and Nightfalls. You know, it was just literally just walk through the walls and that was it. And it just seemed well, it's not really my style of gaming, you know. I like doing things
I never really took the time to learn that kind of stuff myself. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It was just never my forte to learn how to go through the walls and stuff. Because I just like doing.
Yeah.
I found it fun just to do it the way
That's
it was
right.
intended. But there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, those people have probably records on speed running all the raids.
Yeah.
Doing things like that. That could be fun. Maybe one day I'll learn it, but not today.
No, I just think that, like you said, the games are being made with a particular aim, objective in mind, right? And it's just trying to bypass what needs to be done, doing shortcuts. You know, a bit like if you are to pass an exam, you need to prepare, right? You need to learn, you need to spend time reading and studying, and then some people want to have this written up somewhere, or you know, getting the questions which they're going to be asked. I don't know, shortcuts basically. I'm not keen on that. I think anything that one does needs to be based on hard work, and be it in video gaming or elsewhere in life, you know, very much.
I still think it's hard work for them because they still have to learn how to do
You think?
all of that stuff and go where to go and all. It's a different kind of work. Instead of learning how to play the game, you're learning how to bypass the game. So.
Maybe. I'm not convinced. Because I've talked to quite a few of these guys, and I know what the, well, I guess I've come across that mindset. Like yourself, I don't have any problems with people doing it, but it's not my jazz. Simple as that. Oh, that's finally, so difficult to get to him.
Why did we get more reinforcements? What the fuck? Okay.
Another one.
That was too quick.
What a wizard.
No, we went from reinforcements to reinforcements right away. I think so.
Oh yeah, too many at once. That's true.
Yeah. Well, it's not too many at once. It's just it's not going to spawn all the reinforcements we need to get the points. So it'll just make getting the point system a little harder.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the boss is already dead. Okay, so who was shooting the boss?
Wasn't
Was
me.
it you?
Nope.
Oh, you were shooting the boss. Okay, so you don't understand what we need for points then. Because we're already going to be on round 3 and we're only on 10,000. We need to be closer to 20.
Yeah, just explain to Gel what the procedure here is.
So the point system wise, the whole point of doing this, we need one round with 30,000 points, and then one round with, or a cumulative score of 90,000 points. So the more we get each round by killing the ads and getting all those points, the better off we're going to be in the long run. Otherwise, we're going to be doing this multiple times. So like right now, if we continue on this streak, we're probably going to get to 15,000, which is half of what we need.
Yeah,
And
we need
then
to be
what-
killing
that-
the ads and leaving the boss. That's the basic rule. Kill
Yeah.
the ads,
So you
leave the
kill
boss.
all the ads, then
Yeah.
damage the boss until he spawns more ads. Then you kill all the ads, damage the boss, just like that.
So it's staying
If
alive.
you don't do it that way,
Yeah.
we're going to be here for a while.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And the time will be up because I need to go swimming. Still got some time.
Well,
but-
we're gonna. I'm assuming we're finishing after this round anyway. So
Well, let's try to grind the ads, and then. Or we can go back in for one more. It's no big deal, really. My swimming is at 9 o'clock, so I got like an hour and 10 minutes.
I'm also on the schedule as well. So I will be done after this one.
Okay.
Whether you stay on or not is entirely.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Well, I've extended the stream obviously in view of our very interesting and very illuminating conversations and everything else that we did,
Yeah.
which is always appreciated. Because I mean, for me, the channel is all about community content and.
Yeah.
Us having people come in and then ask questions. I don't know whether you picked this up on my broadcast. I'm actually astonished with the number of people that are watching the stream through playback. It's been definitely helped by Stream Elements and Lightstream and all the other guys that I brought in. And it's been very good. I get messages from people who are not members of our community and they just want to find out more, so that's been so good.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. Today I had 2 or 3 questions which I read out, and one came on Instagram, the other on Twitter, and I think a couple came on DMs. They're just asking really interesting questions, which indicated they really listened to what I talked about and what other community members said. So that's exactly how I like it, really. That was my fault, actually. Came too close to him.
You got hit.
Yeah, and I came too close. I was chasing the ads and just got carried away. Thank
Gotta
you.
get precision kill so I can get my super back up.
Okay.
Alright, as soon as more ads spawn, I'm gonna use my super, because it is super kill bonus. Right now.
Super kill, yeah?
Yep, so go hammer with your super. That's why you hear me popping my hammers pretty frequently.
Okay.
Trying to get the orbs and the super kill bonus to get our points up. We are way behind. Oh, okay, that works. Get here.
Yeah, my super's not really charging all that fast.
Help them get those orbs. Both myself and Jack are making orbs for you. Or not.
He jumped on me. That was silly of me. Again, I was busy with the ads,
Yeah, he does that. He'll sneak up on you. Oh, he's jumping again. Careful. Oh, jumping again.
Yeah, I've gone the other way.
Alright, reinforcements. I'm hoping we can make it to 30 by the end of this.
Yeah, we just need to be eliminating the ads.
Yeah. As long as I can get my super back, I think I can do that.
Oh, so many ads in here. Look at this, 3 of them. Yeah, we're alright. I mean, just stay away from the boss, that's all. Just need to wait for reinforcements.
We need one more set of reinforcements and then we're good to go, I think.
That's it. I think tactically it's best if each person is in a different side of this arena, and then oh no, that's not good. Look at this. That's good, I eliminated 3 of them at once.
Some more orbs there. Oh, that's the boss. Alright, we're at 29. I think we should be able to get 30 at least.
Yeah.
I think we couldn't get 45, but that's okay. I think we have potential to get 45 on this one. Boss should be on the last legs at this point. Yeah, we're out of reinforcements, so it's just the boss's health now.
Oh really? But 3160, 610. So that's alright.
That's enough. That's enough for a prime. That's good.
Not good.
Not our best, but it's enough.
But still got it. Ah,
Yep.
I'm stuck in there.
Yep.
Do you have to go to work?
20,000 of it.
Yeah. Do you have to go to work afterwards, or you're having a day off? Oh, you do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have. It's not traditional. It's just I have things to work on.
Okay.
So.
Well, so it will be enjoyable. Won't be overly stressful or anything.
Yeah.
Well, that's important.
Yeah, I actually got into editing for a bit, so I do it as a side gig. I edit things for YouTube.
Well, you mentioned that, yeah, editing, and also you said some animations, right? Some, is it emotes or avatars? These ones, I remember you said.
Yeah. Well, no, I made some of my own emotes on Twitch when I became affiliated. But I don't do that as freelance. The only thing I do freelance is the video editing.
Okay. Do I continue, or what do I do now?
Continue. Just, yep.
No, that sounds very good. That's definitely a very interesting, very creative, very artistic type of work. So that sounds really cool. And
So the
also,
sigil is halfway done at this point. So you have half of it done, which is the points for one round, or for one session. Now you still have to get the 90,000, but if you take us to the reef, we can actually turn in the 30,000 prize. I believe the 30,000 is a weapon, the 90,000 is armor.
okay, we'll do that. Yeah.
And then I'll be off.
Yes, same here. We'll conclude the broadcast. It's been already
You've been
live
on
on
for like
it.
6 hours, I think.
Well, we've
Almost
had we've had the problem with the game because it went into the maintenance. So I extended the community discussion for probably about 2 hours roughly, and then we got back in. It's all good, you know. I mean, sometimes the sessions are almost with hardly any gaming. We had lots of people coming in and talking about different game-related issues or anything else. Just wanted to say, I wanted to elaborate on what you mentioned. I think one of the great things you can do is within your own community of gamers is to connect if you're doing editing and doing all the other things, and you know, you build your own hub, and you'll find that the work keeps coming in, because loads of people today, I just said earlier in my broadcast, are now working from home, and we have in Britain so many even, you know, public services working 4 days a week from home, and then people combine different activities. Some people work within one job and then they do something on the side. And online activity in general is so popular, and it's quite versatile, lots of different things on offer. So, you know, definitely worth considering. Oh, what you got? What did you get?
Holy crap.
What did you get?
I got a really good gun.
Really?
Well, a good crucible roll at least.
Ah, I want to know which one it is.
So I'll put it on. It's called Stolen Pride.
Lady Noblesse I got.
It's a hand cannon, but it comes with luck in the chamber, explosive rounds, and hammer forged, or braced frame. So it has the extra damaging bullet, it has explosive rounds, which are great, and it has increased range and accuracy.
Oh, that's terrific.
Which is fantastic. Yes.
Improved accuracy while airborne, high caliber rounds, feather mag, rifle barrel, underdog. So that's not too bad either, actually. I've not used that one before. It's a nice scout rifle. So what we'll do is we'll make sure that it is locked, so it cannot be dismantled by error, which is what can happen if one isn't careful enough, or indeed if there is the lag or anything else of that sort. So yeah, just like I said, I think you should seriously consider opening it up, you know, on the side, and having that community of your own gamers.
Well, originally I just started kind of through people I knew, going through the Twitch community, and I got some work that way. But it's sporadic. So I'd like to have it a little more consistent, so it could be more than just a side gig.
Yeah, but why don't you, for instance, set up a channel on Spreaker and run like podcasts, you know? And with podcasts, you will attract a lot of attention. And you can describe different things, you know, to do with the actual creative work. And then you talk about the industry. And podcasts are very, very popular today. It's become like the hype word. And I've seen people do all sorts of things, and I guess it depends on the platform that one uses. Spreaker is a very good platform, and I purchased Void Space and various other things there. I've not been placing many recorded podcasts and conversations live on air because I have a big overall plan how things will be interconnected. But I will be doing it both for my film dialogue as well as for the gaming community. And really, the podcast in general, you know, what people really like watching is not monologues, it's discussions. So you get few people in to discuss what's happening in gaming, like run a podcast on the state of Destiny, or I don't know, Assassin's Creed, or what we talked about today. You get loads of people come in. People want to hear what others are feeling about certain changes, and it's definitely the very best. So I've got some ideas. I know a chap who he used to be a top-notch. Are you pushed for time at all?
No, I can hang around for a little bit.
Yeah, I know a chap who was quite a well-known writer on video gaming in Britain, and then he became the old Microsoft. At one time, a few years ago, but opened, so it was the flagship Europe store, the biggest and the best in Europe, central London on Regent Street, so it's bang on, you know, like literally very centre of London on Oxford Street. He became the manager of the gaming section, and I've seen he's gone now to a private firm. They do like a consultancy, PR work and all this, but he was so interested in being here on the channel and doing different things. He said I'd come in every day had I not been as busy with with the work and responsibilities and everything else. He was very interested in our Destiny community, and he actually offered for us to be broadcasting from their own streaming hub, which I have got to say, I went there a week after the store opened, and their streaming hub was unbelievable. It was the best I've ever seen. It was absolutely state of the art, and incidentally, not many people knew about it, and not many people were booking spaces in there to be doing the streaming. I've not been there since the pandemic, and he departed, so I didn't have, you know, like the immediate contact. But I really think I'll in due course I'll get in touch with him, because you know he could obviously throw in 45 minutes here and there to discuss various issues which are gaming, and he knows everything about gaming. He's got it in a small finger, and that is the sort of content that people like listening to, as well as obviously discussions from various community members. And you know, if you're building a service, then that is a good way in. That certainly would be my suggestion. And like frequently talked about here live on air, it's all about interconnectivity of different hubs that one builds. It doesn't have to be massive in numbers. This is what people get wrong. You get sometimes to the streamers who are streaming for 2 months, 20,000 followers. It's all cooked up. They bought it through third parties. It's just completely fake. It's another quality content. You know, I had the other day a message from someone who actually played with us 4 years ago, and he was watching it on one of the the broadcasts which is archived on YouTube, and he was asking specific questions, and I remember it all because of a really good session. And that is the benefit. That is what ensures longevity overall. You know, it's the quality content what people be interested to hear. We talked today about Microsoft, about the FTC, we talked about Assassin's Creed, Anthem, all the other games. So in a year, somebody will be quite curious to find out what's been going on, you know, like a recap of the news. What's changed?
Exactly.
Yeah. And also they'll be interested to find out whether our predicaments were correct or else. You know, like I'm of a firm belief that what Sony is doing with Jim Ryan is going to get them into massive hot water. It's not going to work. He is resorting to the sales strategies of the old, and Microsoft maybe are not excelling with the sales of Xbox, but they're absolutely excelling with this system they introduced with the Game Pass. This is opening up huge possibilities for every PC gamer around the planet. Just think about the number of PCs around the world. And that's the new direction, you know? So I think Sony needs to wake up and decide whether... And, you know, remember...
Here's the thing. They have a monopoly almost on PC. Microsoft does. Because
Completely.
they have their operating system. And, of course, you could use Linux or you could use Mac, and those are two, viable choices as well.
Yeah.
But Microsoft has the predominant monopoly. Your options really come with either are you going to use Apple products and do a Mac and the iOS servers, or are you going to do Windows, which is just the default setting for everything else. If you know about Linux, obviously you can do that, but what's the point of it if it already comes with Microsoft installed and ready to go?
Absolutely.
So they have that. Sony doesn't have themselves in that foothold. Exactly. What they do have, though, is a powerful gaming console that exists as an alternative to buying a PC. And they have many different games that are on there that are quite good, that are developed under the Sony umbrella as, Sony Interactive, as games that are quite unique, like Last of Us, for instance. Now, the second one's a little controversial, but
Absolutely.
The first one being a fantastic game. The Spider-Man games that came out, fantastic games
Absolutely.
as well. God of War, fantastic games as well.
Yeah.
All of them being bangers after bangers. Now, Microsoft, the ones that they have supposedly been backing or whatever, it was Arcane Studio, the most recent one being Redfall, which rhymes with dreadful.
That's it.
Because that's what that was.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think what Microsoft is doing is they're not necessarily looking at quality at this point. They're looking at quantity. They want their Xbox Game Pass to have all the different things around there. And the ones that they want day one, they're really checking that they're actually good and ready to go. They're more about the date, the timeline of it. Like, this is what we're going to have, this is how it's going to be, and we need it to be on this set time because we need to compete with Sony, who has something similar. Now, I will say that Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass is better than the PlayStation Plus that currently exists. That being said, I will say that the games on PlayStation Plus are better than most of the ones on Microsoft Game Pass because of the quality of games that are on there. So you have all those Sony-backed ones like the God of War and the Spider-Man ones and all those. Those are all on Game Pass or on PlayStation Plus. Granted, it's the premium option, but the same thing applies for Xbox Ultimate.
Yeah.
So you would need Ultimate in order to play it on PC and on the console.
That's right. Yeah.
So same logic applies there. But when you compare like newer games being added to it, you have a lot of classics from PlayStation that are on there that Xbox just doesn't have. You have a lot of newer games that are coming up that won't necessarily be on there on drop, but they do have the option of like a demos type thing, so you could still play the game and try it out and see if you like it. And eventually it will be added to the Game Pass, just not exactly on drop. And that incentivizes the developers to actually put time and effort into it. Because if the game comes on Game Pass, most of the money that the developers are going to get is from Xbox themselves and Microsoft, not from the consumer. Because the consumer then doesn't need to purchase their game. The consumer just needs to purchase the pass, and then they have the game. So I think they're losing a lot of money that way. And it also incentivizes Xbox to, in a sense, just be... I'm sorry, I hit unfollow by accident. Hold on. Let me refollow.
No, just put it
That's
back
my
on.
fault.
No, it's all right.
It incentivizes Xbox to basically just push through whatever they can, and as many things as they can, because it's on their Game Pass and it looks nice to have all these things coming out right away. But I've heard not necessarily through the grapevine, but I've read multiple articles about how it's difficult for many of these developers to keep up with that, because it basically de-incentivizes people from actually purchasing the game itself.
That will depend on the title. That will depend on the title. Depend also on the developer. And I just want to come back to what you described there about the policy about quantity versus quality. I'm not sure whether I agree in full. It may be that in some parts it feels like this. They have the major investment, and this is a big investment, both in terms of the marketing budget and everything else, on the AAA heavyweights that they are having within the Xbox studios, like for instance Forza, right? And they will be putting massive amount of capital and everything onto these games in order to attract as much interest, sales, and everything else as possible through cosmetics, to other things which you can purchase in addition to the actual subscription. They do want, and I think this is incredible, really, from my point of view as somebody who watched indie games, in the past, having lots of difficulty with being introduced to the markets. You remember the old days with magazines. You get hardly any articles on such games in magazines. It's always about the heavyweights, always about the big studios. Microsoft incorporated this idea of the Xbox with lots of different developers, and I was also of the same opinion as you, thinking, well, this developer's going to make nothing. Xbox is going to pay them some small amount and that's it. But then I've listened to some of the interviews which are not done through the Xbox, but independently, about the people who worked on certain small games that actually turned out to be very successful. The benefit for them, but the benefit for them was as follows. We didn't make money on this small title, but we received such publicity through the Game Pass that we got bought by some other company in order to do something else, or we have got now a new product which is attracting a lot more interest. We're getting many more contacts. We actually got to hear from lots of investors who never heard of us before. So the actual benefit for smaller companies, I think, is sizable on that front, and particularly in terms of introducing them as developers, i.e. indie developers, and their titles to a very, very large audience worldwide. So that is for them the biggest achievement, because they have no budget. So how are they to be promoting a tiny little game which looks retro but actually has got very interesting gameplay? About all the time, it's called Vampire. It's not Chronicles. Vampire Dungeons, I think it's called. And if you look at the game, you think, God, who on earth is going to play this?
Vampire Survivors.
That's the one.
I think I know what you're talking about.
That's the one, yeah. And you look at the game and say, who on earth is going to play this? But actually, the presence on the platform attracted them to millions of gamers worldwide. It became really like a hot game. So, at the end of the day, both Sony and Microsoft will have their heavyweights and the exclusives, and that is the way it is going to remain, even if you consider that Phil Spencer did say we are not really interested in exclusives and all. Well, the way things look to me at the moment is there are still going to be such titles, and the other,
look at Starfield.
Well, that game's been in the making for about 10 years, and it's step by step. I think the reason behind them purchasing Bethesda at the first place was with this title in mind. You remember they wanted Halo Infinite from 343 to be similar to what they had with the original Xbox. So the game comes out and your console comes out on the same day, everything merging. You've got exclusives, you've got special Xbox sets created, and everything just basically failed for the obvious reason: the game wasn't ready. And they did take a very wise stance. Just separate. Delayed for 1 year, which was obviously hugely contested by the community, and then do something else. So what did they do? They've gone to Bungie and Destiny, and it looked like, Bungie are going to be acquired by Microsoft, and they literally went apart within 12 months, because this was a short-term plan not known to the gamers and the community overall. So at the end of the day, they almost certainly had Starfield in mind as one of the biggest games ever, or the most complex ever released. Also the game that's developed by the studio rather than through any other affiliates or any other companies that belong to the same umbrella group, and they will want, you've seen, I don't know if you watched the short vidocs and the things they talked about since the convention, since the festival. They prepared everything everything which is identical to what was in place for Halo Infinite. So it's special consoles, special controllers, any accessories, all Starfield, and beautifully designed. Like when you look at these controllers, they've got literally something you would have grabbed from in the game, and they have also a special edition that is giving you the items that are present in the game. So think about people who are keen on collecting; they will immediately want to have this and look beautiful. I've seen them presented. So I think the competition will carry on. I just think that Xbox will have a bit more of a sway with this PC access and PC domination worldwide. I was surprised about the change. It's literally 360-degree change, probably that happened quite recently within the last year, where they began talking about we really want more and more games to be accessible on PC, and we want eventually the actual console may well be phased out, and they will have the Game Pass as what is offered on PCs and on other platforms, i.e. smartphones, and because obviously they will not be they'll have no need to be producing extra console unless they want to keep it as sort of iconic type of a gadget, and they will be able to make both money and provide products in that way. And I just think that I agree with you with Sony. Sony has phenomenal games, and I've been Sony and Microsoft gamer from day one. My first console was PlayStation 1, then PlayStation 2, then 3, then 4. I don't have PlayStation 5 yet. And then with Xbox exactly the same thing. And I played all the games and enjoy. But for me as a consumer, as an avid fan of graphic arts and video games, being able to step in and just go to the cloud and check out 10 titles to see what they're like, to get the flavor, without any major cost, without any need to download, is fantastic. In the old days, I had to go to that CEX and buy that second-hand game, which wasn't cheap at that time, irrespective of the fact it was second-hand. And if I want to try a game, I had to buy in order to try. And sometimes, obviously I read magazines and I didn't really buy any flukes. I don't remember buying games and I put that in the bin straight away. That's never happened. What did happen a little while back was that the PC games would not work on my computer. So you go to a shop, buy a brand new game, the system that the game has is not compatible with what you got on your computer. That still may be a challenge today with PC access, I played some of the games on Steam Festival a couple of weeks ago. It was a week of these 100 demos, or 200-300 demos and presentations. Downloaded 5 demos, 3 worked, 2 didn't. So I've gone to developers saying, why are these demos not working? They're not compatible with your system. Why? Do you see what I mean? So the console will never ever present you with that kind of non-compatibility problem. There could be glitches, but they will be resolved with updates, and the game will not be on the Game Pass or PlayStation Plus platform if it's not fully compatible with the platform and on the technical side of things. So there are still going to be issues in that respect. But on the Game Pass front, if they have like Game Pass for PCs, these games will work, hopefully, on all systems. Or maybe not. Do you know what I mean? Maybe the system will be not good enough for the next Gears of War or Starfield. You've heard it downgraded the FPS from 60 to 30 for Starfield, and it's possible to downgrade some other things because the game was basically angling towards the next gen, to being the best, the fastest, this and the other, and they decided not to do it to prevent Dreadfall. Honestly, have you played Dreadfall? Not Dreadfall. So yes, have you played Dreadfall? It's just.
No, not played Dreadfall. I've only seen videos of it. I've seen a couple people that I know play it, and it looked terrible.
And also the concept of the game. They had Deathloop, which was a successful release, and the in-game activities and dynamics are very similar, and they just wanted to use the concept for this sort of vampire-infested city. I couldn't believe that they would make a game of that size, with that marketing budget, without cutscenes. Can you imagine Destiny having concept art instead of cutscenes? Be absolutely dreadful. It's concept art, which you're watching in the game, hamming up the story, and then you come to a room, there's a fire station at the beginning, loads of characters, 20-30 characters are seated there. Each one of them's got the the tag dialogue or a talk above them. You come in there, you want to talk, right? You click on talk, hello,
Hey.
and that's talk. Or it says,
Yeah.
or, or oh yeah, and that's like dialogue. I mean, it just really. I don't know what the reason for that was, but I think if I was just considering Redfall, then I would completely agree with you. Because Phil Spencer said we should have really had better checks, we should have monitored Arcane better. And I can't believe that they'd say, all right, you get on with it and you release it. It just doesn't sound right. So something seriously went wrong there, and I really don't understand it. It's just too poor to be believed, and don't even consider playing the game or paying your money for it. It's, they've had some updates, and I'm not going in to check, but the update had 25-30 pages of explanations what's changed, so that was encouraging. The problem is with the story, the problem is with the concept, the problem is with the actual environment. Do you know what I mean? You can probably introduce more enemies, but the overall idea seems not particularly original. And in don't know whether you played Ghostwire. In Ghostwire you have this character who needs to sort of extract heart or the spiritual powers that the ghosts are having, or zombies, and it's the same thing in there. It's like almost identical, and it's a bit kind of hard to apply on the controller. It just. But we'll see how things evolve. I guess you will play Starfield, right?
I believe I will. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly a game that I'm very excited about. You played Andromeda as well, have you?
I have, yes.
And what's your verdict?
I enjoyed the game for what it was, despite the graphical glitches. I think that there were a lot of concepts they were trying out in the game that kind of misstepped a little bit. But overall, it was okay. It wasn't, compared to its predecessors, it had big shoes to fill, and it didn't fill them properly. That being said, it still was an okay game. It was enjoyable. I enjoyed my time with it, and I think that it got a lot of hate for not necessarily all the right reasons. But
yeah, that was my experience as well. They were complaining about things which I thought were irrelevant. And there was a huge amount of rage about this framing. I've got to say, it really shocked me. You remember when the lead character talks to any NPCs, and then suddenly they appear on the left side of your screen. You can barely see her or his face, and sometimes they talk with 2 or 3 characters. You can see the space in between. It's all down to the engine. Yet the story missions had very good framing. It was as it should be. Almost like 2 different companies working together, and one not knowing what the other one was doing. The story was very good. I think the narrative is probably superior to the trilogy, and if one is exploring every single character in the wild, the many characters we can approach, you get really good side missions. And what really holds it together is that you're fully aware at every moment in time. I mean, at any moment in time, what the story is about. So it isn't like you're grinding and you're confused about what's going on. Too many enemies, like in Destiny. 50 different types of enemies with weird names. I mean, how am I to remember all of this? I think that was done properly, but it wasn't executed right, and it's disjointed. Did you not feel that collecting all these weapons and all of that modding, what was that for? I mean, I just walked through the game. There aren't that many difficult enemies in there to compete. That seemed weird, and you think, well, maybe that multiplayer. I don't know. Is it PvP or PvE? The multiplayer? I've not even gone in there yet.
Multiplayer.
Or just PvE multiplayer. I'm not done it. And is it fully embedded within the story, or is it just like a separate section that you do?
It's a separate thing. It's
completely wrong.
It wasn't even. It wasn't even as good as what they did in Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3, at least they embedded it into the story. So the more you did of it, the better your progress would be into the final mission, so to speak. But yeah, they just kind of threw it in there because, like, oh, people like the multiplayer from 3. Let's just have multiplayer in this one. It wasn't the same.
Well, I'm disheartened to see all of this, as there are 2 releases coming out of BioWare: Mass Effect Andromeda, and then Anthem. The games with massive potential. But surely, when you played Anthem, you would have seen the difficulty they had was integrating the multiplayer within that environment on the technical and any other level. And BioWare have not done any major multiplayer games in the past, so it just seemed ridiculous. And also the game was released too early. I think the graphics and the ambition was certainly for the next gen. They could have waited the extra 5 or 6 years, and then the potential would be fully realized. I mean, certain that the tech would develop in 5-6 years. They wouldn't have the same server-based issues. And you know, the fighting sequences and the environments were incredible in Anthem. The biggest problem I had was, how many hours did you play of Anthem, roughly?
40-ish, 45.
Yeah, lots of people said that they finished the game within 20 to 30 hours. And the biggest problem is significantly different to what you had in Mass Effect Inclusive of Andromeda. You know, you click and you can see exactly where the NPC is we need to speak to on the map. You open a map, the map pops up, you zoom in, zoom out, you find exactly where these people are and you talk to them. There are some that you need to unlock yourself when you're walking. They're not popping up on a map. So that's the beauty of BioWare games. In Anthem, the map didn't work, and it still doesn't work. You do not have any of those people on the map. It's just absolutely bizarre. So unless you are a BioWare veteran, you've played all the games, unless you know what to do, you'll simply follow what the game tells you to, right? And you miss out on all of that content. That included some reviewers. You know, the original demo that Anthem had was for the second run, so that would have been open demo before the release. So it was literally day before the release, the last day of the demo. They said, what we'll do is we'll do cataclysms, and these are like raid style activities. So everyone was excited. What they didn't say, or what they didn't do, was to indicate to everyone that that's specific to a team that's coming in. So if you're a solo player and loads of a solo, unless you come in as a team, the cataclysm will not be unlocked. So just try to think, the guys who were doing a solo, they were spending the whole day trying to find a cataclysm and nothing worked. They couldn't unlock it. They were absolutely furious, and they even wrote their reviews indicating that cataclysms didn't work. So day after the launch, BioWare come out to say that actually you've done it wrong, as you should have played it as a team. And I played Cataclysms with my team and people who were participating with the test, and they were thoroughly enjoyable. So they said, we're going to have loads of them, and then everything was just, they pulled the plug on the game. I think they pulled the plug because very likely the investors didn't want to invest any more money in the game. They thought this was, you know, too bad of a release for that to carry on, and I think it's a huge disappointment, massive shame. The game has huge potential, and they really should have carried on working on it, or indeed indicated that in the future they'll come back to it, because, you know, it's open world, loads of characters, immersive worlds, interesting enemies, great battles. Just very, very sad to see that. I played 140 hours of Anthem on the campaign, and I completed it on one of those 4 characters. So it's 140 hours, I guess, probably anywhere between 140 160 depending. Well, I thought I completed literally every single thing. There may be some other unlockable parts of the story, or some other characters some I've not met, but it seemed sufficient, and I got it for I think $8 or $9, no, but roughly £9, the premium edition. It was maybe a couple of months after the release. So alright, so you said you had to go to work, and we'll bring this stream to a conclusion. I want to thank you for coming in, participating. It's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Absolutely. And
thanks for having me.
You know, pop in back again at some time, and whenever we are live and you'll have some time, just ping us a message. I know that other friends want to be getting engaged with some of the activities, like for instance with Zenith. I'll discuss with Zenith the times, and then I'll ping you messages in order to decide on what will be the best for us all. I look forward to that, and just think about that podcast and that was said. It may well be of assistance if you're growing it, you know, as a service or business. Definitely a good idea, and you get people from your community who are well spoken, and people who can, you know, provide interesting content and get it into a kind of a 3-man discussion, and I'm sure it will attract interest. Lots of people need memes. They need, you know what's very popular, but you can tap into the market. the overlays. I was astonished by the number of independently made overlays that Stream Elements and Rainmaker were offering, and the one I'm using is also community made, and it's incredible. It's got everything you need, so you know, something worth considering, and you tap into that. Everyone today who's streaming on Xbox or PlayStation can use Stream Elements or Rainmaker or any of the other services in order to have overlays, and they're very, very popular. And that's new. That's been run for about 6 months, you know, so it's the new market. If you tap into that, you may get quite a lot of interest. You know, you can check it out on message boards and amongst the people who perhaps had some benefit after being involved. Just have a look. Actually, you can use Stream Elements. I think that you can try it before needing to subscribe, just to have a look what kinds of overlays and memes and alerts they have, and get some ideas. And I think that's definitely the niche area that will have a lot of interest at the moment. Anyway, thanks very much, Matt, for coming, and I wish you a very good and successful day at work, and let's catch up soon.
Will do. All right, thank you.
All the best. Take care. Well, we had a very lengthy, yet again, community-based session, and we absolutely had a lot of fun and a lot of interesting discussions. As you could see, in fact, our session today was, again, almost community-based, as Destiny and Bungie were conducting some maintenance earlier today, so we weren't able to access the game. We just talked, and it was so interesting to hear from various participants. We had our friend Dark Haunting, Matthias from the US, joining us live on air and helping out Gail with Prison of Elders and Nightfall, and with a collection of some interesting gear. As you've heard, Matthias is our founder member. He has been with our community right from the start, similar to iGoose and Sekapupu and Deployman. We always enjoy having our veterans here live on air, so thank you very much, Matthias, for being here and for sharing your thoughts and views on various video gaming related issues with us. Always great to see you, and thanks for your time, and hope everyone enjoyed our discussions. And that's the way it is going to be in here. As you can see, the channel is thriving. We are getting many new participants. I'm very grateful to Zenith for gifting the subscriptions to our new members. Very much of assistance. Matthias, Dark Haunting, thanks Zenith. I'm not sure whether you're watching Zenith, but I did see that you popped in early on, and I want to just thank you publicly for that. We're very, very grateful for your assistance and community participation. Thank you so much. And Matthias was personally very grateful, and not many people in any community actually provide that sort of thing, and you know, everyone's really truly appreciating it. And yet we've come to the end of our broadcast for today, so I want to say that hoping everyone enjoyed the content. I'm delighted to see that people are also watching and listening to our discussions and conversations through playback on Twitch and YouTube, so thank you to everyone who's doing this. Oh, Zenith is here. Zenith is saying, I'm here, you're very welcome. Oh, great. Did you go and see Transformers? Because you said you were going to go, and I looked it up earlier and I didn't see you on the roster. We would have brought you in at some point. We had Gail and Matthias, Dark Haunting, and I said to Matthias that two of us will discuss the times, and then we'll come up with some ideas on the schedule, and we'll do the Sleeper Simulant. In fact, if you watch, I don't know whether you watched the stream, Matthias was using his Sleeper Simulant in that Nightfall strike today, and the boss was quite sort of resistant to it. The boss didn't take a lot of damage, which was surprising, but that's the top weapon. And thank you so much for that, Zenith. Really appreciate it. Alright, my friends, I've got to get ready to go swimming, so I'm very grateful to everyone. And oh, Zenith says Transformers was epic. Well, that's fantastic. So glad to hear that you enjoyed it. So glad to hear that. I'm due to see Transformers next week. I want to see them in IMAX, and I'll still wait for them to come back to IMAX as the big blockbuster releases recede. And this is the film that is obviously best watched about all the other installments of recent years in IMAX cinema in the last 10 years. And they were absolutely spectacular. You know, when you hear the robots come in and they start crashing the place and the fighting and all the battles is just very, very immersive experience. So we look forward to that as well. I'm due to see Indiana Jones and what is it, Mission Impossible on Tuesday, a fantastic IMAX double bill. Really excited about it, and really look forward to it. And I want to make sure that I go and see Mission Impossible on pre-release. Anyway, I have to be departing, my friends, so thank you to everyone who's been watching. Thank you to all who were supporting the stream. Thank you for your contributions, participations. Most importantly, thank you for supporting Mind Charity and for contributing and donating and posting messages and retweeting and everything else, which has helped us tremendously. Keep them coming, I'd say. We want as much support as possible for the charity, and we'll carry on with our charitable fundraiser as well as with our discussion here online. So on that note, I shall wish everyone a very, very good night, and I shall see you all on Saturday. Tomorrow I will be away. I have some activities in London, Central London that is, and I really look forward to this, meeting some people who I've not seen for quite some time. And tomorrow there will be no stream, but we'll resume over the weekend, and we'll have a bit more, as this week has been a bit more patchy in terms of the actual streams since I was away on Tuesday. But we will recuperate on Sunday and Saturday for the rest of the week. So we are striving towards the 5 streams a week minimum, and that indeed will be very enjoyable for everyone. I think the stream on the weekend will be delivered a bit earlier than what I have Monday to Friday. We'll do it. I'll let you know about the schedule. Probably likely to be between like 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock p.m. or so, in order to be able to do some other activities on Saturday and Sunday. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I wish you all a very, very good night.